So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto is neglected by the family MANGEKYOU Sharingan Mokuton. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And want to see part 2. Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. Adaption. The excitement in the air rang more clearly than the academy bell ever could have as countless students raced out from their first day, eager to tell parents and siblings about what they had and would learn under the tutelage of experienced Chunin instructors. At the front of this great mass, one boy stood out most prominently. His bright red hair reaching his shoulders was an oddity in the village of Konohagakure, shared by only one other inhabitant. Skin, more pale than the glowing moon, carried an ethereal quality that hinted at him being more a lost spirit than a being of flesh and blood. His eyes, however, were probably the feature that most took notice of, deep pools of amethyst that seemed to shine with the light of a million stars. He was well enough known in this village, a reminder of the great Kyuubi no Kishun's attack 8 years ago. He was one of only 2 children born that day and by far the one that seemed most unnatural. There was no doubt that he had been born as an omen, or even that his birth had been the cause of the Kyuubi's attack, drawing the great beast to their village. The wounds remained painfully fresh within them all. The boy, unfortunately, was ignorant to the memories and horror he invoked within his fellow villagers and instead looked eagerly about the open field for his mother and sister, the centers of his tiny universe. Confusion seeped into him as the seconds ticked by without any sign of them. Seconds turned to minutes and minutes into nearly an hour. The field was long since emptied and he stood alone in the dying light of the evening sun. Naruto. He turned to whoever had called his name, only to be met with the sight of his instructor Yumi no Ruka. The Chunin held within his hands a small stack of papers and had obviously just left the building to head home for the night. Frowning, the man looked down at Naruto in concern. "Where's your mother?" asked Ruka Yuuhi-san. "Surely she'd have sent her old student to pick you up if she was unable to." "I don't know. I thought they'd be here." It was barely a whisper, but Iruka heard the last part clearly enough. They promised. The sun had long since set, the full moon overthrowing it and taking the kingdom of heaven for itself. Sitting upon its midnight throne, it gazed down upon the young boy traversing the streets, bathing him in its illuminant radiance. What boy could have been wandering the streets of the clan district by the light of the moon? Red hair was easily answered by Uzumaki Naruto, son of Kushina and suspected son of the Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato, as he made his way home. Iruka had been kind enough to take him out for a bowl of ramen to make up for the fact that no one had come for him. Feeling quite a bit better with a belly full of hot noodly goodness, he thanked his new sensei, bid him farewell, and made his way home. Coming to the gate that bore the traditional Uzumaki spiral, he couldn't help but feel that something was off. Shrugging away the uncomfortable feeling, he pressed onwards, placing his hand upon the door so that it could recognize his chakra. It didn't. Ice formed within his chest, a hollow horror that seeped into his entire being. He hoped he was wrong after a small jolt of pain had been sent up his arm, a warning to those who did not have permission to enter the compound. You would only ever receive one warning. Just as the seals stored signatures that were allowed onto the property, they also stored the signatures of those who tried to gain access without permission. If the small pulse of chakra it forcefully pushed back into your chakra system wasn't deterrent enough, it would unleash a much larger amount on any subsequent attempts. The larger pulse wasn't just plain chakra either. For years, both Mito and Kushina had siphoned off small amounts of the Kyuubi's chakra into the matrix. At this point in time, Naruto knew that there had to be at least 3 full tails of corrosive chakra stored, waiting to lash out the second it was given a target. 3 tails of the Kyuubi's chakra would probably be the equivalent to the Gobi instant death. Luckily for those like himself, looking to push their luck and hoping against hope that they would be recognized, it did not release it all at once. A tenth of a tail, or approximately 1/7 of the Gobi, would be released. It was by no means safe, but it wasn't instant death, at least. Silver linings, right. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to test his Uzumaki luck. This was stupid. He knew it was stupid. But he really didn't have any other option. He didn't have any friends to stay with, he didn't know where Kurenai lived, the lights in the compound were out though suspiciously early at that, and he really didn't want to sleep out here during a cold autumn night. Steeling his resolve, he once more touched the gate. Pain flooded his small body. Like acid it spread, a ravenous beast that devoured everything it encountered as it coursed through his veins. He was aware of screaming his own, most likely, but he felt an odd detachment from the sound that failed to invoke any recognition within his heart. No, there was no time for such trivial things when he was busy feeling his innards liquefy and weakened bones shatter under the unexpected strain of melted muscle. The smell of burning flesh assaulted his nose as his skin shriveled away and the taste of his own blood filled his mouth. Perhaps he should have slept outside tonight instead, taking chances with the freezing temperature no Kuni's autumn nights were known for. A slow death by freezing would have been preferable to this, as would have been the wild animals that prowled the edge of the village, such as the clan compounds during the night, a natural defense that had stopped its share of foreign shinobi attempting to sneak into the village. His head began to feel light as darkness grasped for him, numbing the fiery agony and leaving instead a biting cold that twisted at his struggling heart and threatened to smother his soul in oblivion. The last thing he was aware of before he sunk into the cold waters of nothingness's embrace was a seal on his right arm, glowing an angry red and a single voice filled with distress echoing in his mind. Naruto. It's weird, he thought, staring at his right arm. To think I would only learn of their departure after lying alone in the hospital for a week. Indeed, it was only yesterday, his 7th day recovering from the rejection of the clan compound, that he had learned that both his mother and sister had left the village on clan businesses for an indeterminate amount of time. He had tried many times to distract himself from thoughts of their departure, but it was futile. In the end, his thoughts always made their way to them, the two suns that sat in the center of his universe. No. Had sat. They are gone now. Either the suns had left or while orbiting them he had shot off into the darkness of space, lost from their comforting light. He didn't know what explanation he would prefer. Well, that explains why Naruto didn't come with me to the academy today. I should have found that odd considering how much she wants to be a shinobi. Trying once again to rid his mind of such thoughts, he resumed his staring, trying to decipher the markings on his arm despite not having been trained in seals. No, that's what Kasen's going to be going over with Naruto while they're gone. He let out a quick curse he had heard one of Kurenai's friends say as his mind was brought to them once more. It was slightly easier to distract himself with his next thought, but that did precious little to make himself feel better. Where is Kurenai anyway? Surely she'd have come to check on me at the very least, and I'd have expected my mother to leave me in her care if she knew she was leaving for what may prove to be several years. A deep sigh was let out. Even if she was assigned to watch me, I'm not sure she'd be happy about it. She's not all that fond of Naruto, but she doesn't really try to hide it when it comes to me. It wasn't hard to see that she hated him, and he really couldn't blame her. The red-eyed woman saw his mother as her own, and with the birth of him and his twin, she had lost most of Kushina's attention. She disliked them for that, but made an effort to be polite with his sister, whom she hoped to mold into her own sister or perhaps even daughter. You really couldn't tell that woman. It didn't help his case that not only did he have the facial features of his father, her own father figure, but he was, like his father, male. Kurenai had always had trouble with men, never feeling safe or comfortable in their presence, and to her he was no different despite resembling his father to such a degree. She had only ever felt comfortable with Minato, and it probably wouldn't be too far off to assume she had harbored feelings for the older man. In fact, the fact that he reminded her of the love interest she lost wouldn't give him any points in her book either. Hell, with his absolute lack of Uzumaki luck, he wouldn't be surprised if she felt his very existence was mocking her, taking from her everything she held precious in her life. In that case, maybe it was better if they didn't interact, especially with his mother and sister gone. She really only ever tried for their sakes, without them their interactions could quickly sour. So, for both of their sakes and the sales of Naruto and Kushina, mutual avoidance should prove the best course of action. Using his left hand, he gently massaged the bridge of his nose. Thoughts like this were getting him nowhere. His arm captured his attention again, drawing a frown. The seal itself, evidently, had already been there, rather than being a result of the compound's gate. However, the gate had made it visible. It probably would have appeared had he ever focused on it, but he had been completely unaware of its existence. Channeling large amounts of chakra was almost guaranteed to reveal the presence of a seal, even those that sealed chakra. He had never actually tried channeling large amounts of chakra to his arms for any reason, so it was understandable that he hadn't come to know of it that way. The two questions left, then, were what was it and who knew of it. The acting Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had seemed surprised by it, saying it resembled something he had seen before, and then proceeded to excuse himself, no doubt trying to figure out what it was that had appeared upon his flesh. At this point, all they knew was that it was somehow connected to the Shinigami's curse mark, which was on the left side of his chest. Considering that fact, it was likely related to the sealing of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, which currently resided within the 8-trigram seal on his sister's abdomen. Known to most within the village, his sister served as the cage for the mighty Biju. Known to far fewer, he was the Warden. The seal on his sister was not so much a seal as it was a pocket dimension anchored to this world by her chakra system, keeping the Kyuubi somewhere they could watch over it. It was the curse mark on his chest that was the seal in this case, keeping the giant fox within that dimension, using the power of the Shinigami who had branded him with its touch. But this new seal was somehow connected to it and he wasn't sure why. His first thought had been that it was the key to the 8 trigram seal, but it was known to those fully informed about the sealing that Minato had trusted that to the toad summons of Mangekyou. So with that option gone, his second guess had been that it would allow him to siphon some of the Kyuubi's chakra into himself. This would allow him to have a boost in combat, store extra energy for emergencies, or perhaps absorb any chakra his sister began leaking. It was a logical conclusion, especially considering that 2 days after the accident, his healing had rapidly accelerated due to traces of the Kyuubi's chakra, supercharging his Uzumaki healing. But even that felt off. The chakra, for one, did not seem to be originating from this new seal, but rather from the Shinigami's curse mark itself. There was also a calling. He felt deep within him, a whispering voice he couldn't fully make out. But he did know that while it wasn't coming from the seal, his seal seemed to react to it. To think of it, the voice came from the curse mark, just like the Kyuubi's chakra. Could it have been the Kyuubi reaching out to its warden for some reason? It would have to be looked into sometime in the near future. Of course, that begged one final question. Was this new seal reacting to the Biju or the seal on his sister? Or, more importantly, why? Released from the care of the hospital, Naruto was at a loss as to what to do next. Now, with no friends, no family, 2,000 yen, and the clothes that survived his encounter with the clan compound which amounted to his underwear and pants with only minor rips on the bottom, he was suddenly homeless, hungry, and alone. He should go to the academy for the rest of the afternoon, but lacking clothes as he was he'd probably be sent back to a home he didn't have. He could try begging, but he was known as the child of Kushina, they'd probably assume he was just trying to get some spending money, so that wouldn't work. Besides, if he remembered anything his mother had ever told him it was that Uzumaki didn't beg. So he'd have to find some way to provide for himself with no skills, little experience doing any sort of work, and without the strength of physical labor. Perhaps honest work wasn't an option in this case. No, I'm better than that. He thought, shaking his head, but a small part of him spoke otherwise. You're going to be a ninja. It said, you might as well get used to dishonest work. That's just my hunger talking. Naruto assured himself. He'd figure something out for the short term, and when that was taken care of he'd look towards a long-term solution. Everything would be just fine. Too soon, perhaps, he had previously spoken. Now, cloaked in a rough brown piece of fabric with a makeshift scarf hiding his face, he searched for a target. I could go directly from the source, take what I need. Mused the redeed. Or, I could acquire the means to obtain it elsewhere, reducing the chances of being found out. He sighed. I can't believe I only managed 2 days before being reduced to this. He thought in disgust. Shaking off his self-loathing, he continued to contemplate targets. Hidden as he was, it was unlikely that he would be spotted before he made his move. The shadow of a building covered him as he crouched atop a low roof. More rooms extended above him, meaning passing shinobi would cross right over him, and the roof extended far enough out onto the main road of the Konoha marketplace that people would be hard-pressed to make him out so long as they didn't know his location. The shinobi would have plenty of money on them, but chances of me obtaining it and getting away are slim to none. Civilians don't carry much due to the ninja, keeping it safe within banks until required, so I need to find someone who just withdrew from the bank or someone arrogant enough to think themselves safe. 2.5 hours passed before he spotted a potential mark. The man was not small, a walking mountain of muscle, and he carried himself with confidence. Tattoos covered almost every inch of his visible skin, and he seemed quite pleased with himself. A quick glance to the building he had left revealed a bar. Drinking? This early? No, not just drinking, he must have been gambling in the back. Because shinobi liked to operate at night, those of ill repute tended to handle their vices during the day. Seeing as it was just before noon, this man was probably finished for the day and ready to enjoy his winnings for the next couple hours before retreating to his den for the night. Having made up his mind, he carefully stalked his chosen target, careful to stay between the rooftop world of returning shinobi and the occasional guard and the civilian crowds below. He was far too suspicious for either. The red light district, I'm not surprised. Despite the early time of day, the red light district was roaring with activity as the more seedy citizens conducted less than savory business. Seedy citizens like the one he was following, and considering what he was and was going to be doing, he probably fit into that category now too. Fucking fantastic. As Mark approached one of the many provocative women on the street, no doubt looking to enjoy his winnings to the fullest. The woman took a single glance at the amount the man had in his bag before latching onto his arm, more than happy to relieve him of it. This made it a bit harder, but at the same time, his target's guard had dropped substantially. He was going to be a shinobi, he could work with this. After all, it was just a civilian and a soiled dove. What could go wrong? One kunai, an old one at that, was all he had to work with. It would have to suffice. He'd attempt to cut away the bag first, but if that didn't work, he'd stab him and bolt. Hopefully the pain would loosen the man's grip. But the silent prayer to Lady Luck for good fortune and another to death in hopes of being just as swift and silent, Naruto steeled his nerves and dropped down not 2 feet from the man as the pair made their way through an alley to a rundown motel located off the main road. The man proved more aware than he seemed, spinning to face the cloaked brat that had suddenly appeared. Consequently, the bag under his arm was now much more accessible. Lunging for it, Naruto attempted for the straps that had been looped over the man's left shoulder. The man had other plans, and the boot Naruto took to the face made it well known. "Gee, damn brat, think you can get the drop on me, huh? I'll teach Yaz a thing or two." The man shouted as he moved towards the recovering child. Naruto regained his senses quickly, but evidently it wasn't fast enough. He received a solid fist to his gut for his effort. Shit, this is not going to end well. Grabbing onto the man's arm with one hand, he thanked the gods he had managed to keep a firm grip on his kunai. His first swipe went for the arm, which was ripped back violently, and while the man held his new cut and spewed a string of venomous curses, Naruto kept going, lodging his blade within the man's gut. Unfortunately, it would not be that easy. With a mighty roar, the muscled mountain charged, knocking Naruto into the wall. While it had held thus far, that was the last his disguise could take as his scarf pooled at his feet and his hood was jostled off his head of red hair. The Uzumaki brat. "What, did your whore of a mother not give you enough pocket money today, boy?" asked the giant before spitting at the boy's feet. "Well, it doesn't matter now. You chose poorly when you made my mark and you lost any chance of escaping with a good beating and a lesson learned when you lodged this." He pulled out the kunai and tossed it at Naruto, hitting him in his left shoulder. "In me. Say your prayers, fool, this is your end." He reached down and plucked him up by the neck, grabbing for the kunai to finish the job. He was ill-prepared for the small foot that made contact with his manhood. He dropped the boy with a howl, temporarily falling to his knees, but it was enough time for Naruto to get into a favorable position. With adrenaline pumping through his veins and his life on the line, he didn't hesitate when a voice shouted "End him." His foot moved in a flash, kicking his scarf back up to him, and the boy wasted no time twisting behind and wrapping it around the man's neck, pulling tight. While the man struggled to breathe, the shinobi prepared to take his first kill. The kunai came out easily enough, dripping blood all over the ground, but he ignored the throbbing pain the removal brought him and instead helped the kunai further stain the ground. With one quick move, the kunai was plunged through the scarf and into the soft flesh of the man's neck. He died, unable to utter a sound, and a mentally exhausted Naruto momentarily collapsed onto his knees on the back of the corpse. His momentary respite was interrupted by a choker, panic sobbing. He let his eyes wander for the source, half on guard and half ready to fall asleep where he kneeled. Considering he was atop a corpse, that was a less than desirable course of action, but he really couldn't find it within him to care. "Oh, yeah, forgot about her." The lady of the night, or rather, in this case, the lady of the late morning, was backed against a wall, tears streaming down her face as she stared at him in fear. Giving a weary sigh, he pulled himself up and picked up his spoils. Is this really all that blood is worth? He wanted to feel bad about what he had just done, but he really couldn't find it within him. This world really is kill or be killed, he mused, turning away from the woman and starting down the alleyway. I need this money. Unfortunately, he was in the way. She needed that money too. Another part of him reminded him. He paused. Frowning, he looked over his shoulder at the terrified woman. She wasn't gorgeous, especially with the tears streaming down her cheeks and mud covering the clothes she had ripped when she had fallen, but she held a rather plain attractiveness that the 8-year-old really couldn't deny. She had blonde hair cut short, probably to make it easier for her to maintain, and vibrant emerald eyes. Judging by the hair color alone, she was probably from the Yamanaka clan. There weren't many within the clans that weren't shinobi, but every so often one would be born that didn't have the desire or aptitude for it. They usually weren't well received by even their own families. It was most likely why this one was working as a prostitute. Her figure was average, with B-cup breasts and a narrow waist that widened only slightly at her hips. Light skin was fairly clean, or would have been had she not fallen on the muddy ground. She wasn't anything special, but she was certainly good-looking enough to distract a man from his worldly woes when in her company. There was something about her that called to him. He wasn't sure if it was the tears or the fear her eyes showed. Maybe it was how she was trembling in the mud and grime, but his young heart couldn't help but reach out to her. He saw no reason he shouldn't do the same. Turning back to her, he walked until he was standing next to her, gazing down at her trembling form. Kneeling down beside her, he reached into his bag and withdrew what was easily a good 90,000 yen. "Here," he urged. "It's only fair you get a cut, seeing as I killed your client." Now that she knew he meant her no harm, confidence seemed to rush back into her. There was little doubt that she was of Yamanaka blood now. "What's fair, little one, would be if you replaced my client. I'm not a charity case, you know. I don't accept anything I don't work for. Her voice was surprisingly soft and melodic, but carried an almost haughty tone that momentarily caught him off guard. Regaining his composure, he responded as best he could. I'm 8. She laughed. Both having agreed to save the conversation for elsewhere, he had given her his makeshift cloak to wipe off as much mud as she could before throwing it back on, determined to keep his identity hidden. Likewise, the bloodied scarf was once more wrapped around his face, filling his nose with a tang of copper. He ignored it and instead followed behind the blonde prostitute as she led him to a quaint little restraint that was located off the main road, allowing for a small semblance of privacy as they took a shaded seat at a table in its outside dining area. Ordering, the two sipped their tea, though Naruto had a bit of trouble when it came to that and waited in a comfortable silence for the meals to arrive, the bustling of Konoha's nearby market district, leaving a pleasant hum in the early afternoon air. After their meals had been served and eaten, the postponed discussion resumed. As I was saying earlier, started Naruto. It's only fair that you get some of the money I stole from your client. By all rights, it was to be yours soon enough. And like I said, little shinobi, I didn't actually get a chance to earn that money. If you want me to have it, hire me. Even as young as you are, I know a few ways for us to have a bit of fun. He gave her an odd look in response, prompting another laugh from the woman. Look, he paused, waiting for her name, which she supplied easily enough. Totsuki, formerly Yamanaka Totsuki. Naruto continued. Look, Totsuki-san, we both know you would have earned it and, as you mentioned, I took away your chance to earn it. Consider this your rightful compensation. You talk pretty words, boy, surprising for someone who claims to be 8, she grinned, but I'm not backing down. If you are so determined to give me a cut, prove it to me, hire me for the day, and we can both go our separate ways, satisfied? He shook his head. I'm not doing that, Totsuki-san, not now, so, instead, how about we cut a little deal? Her interest was piqued as she leaned in close, managing to cross most of the small table so that her face was uncomfortably close to his own. Despite having been covered in mud not an hour earlier, she smelled really good. What kind of a deal are we talking about? Advanced payment. Answered the redeed. I give you your rightful cut now and give you a bit more for a reservation. When I'm a bit older, I'll seek you out to claim your services. Letting a thoughtful frown cross her face, she leaned back and folded her arms under her bust. After a moment she gave him a sultry smirk. Alright, kid, I like your style. You've got yourself a deal. He gave a relieved sigh and withdrew the original 90,000 yen he had been planning to give her before throwing an extra 10,000 yen. Will this be sufficient? Was his inquiry. Her grin only grew as she quickly counted it for herself. 100,000 yen and I get to do a boy as cute as yourself. I feel like I'm getting the better end of the bargain for the first time in a while. Then we have an accord, shall we shake on it? Something within him felt odd, though not entirely unpleasant, as she gave him a hungry look. She shook her head and gave a laugh that had his heart racing for reasons he couldn't comprehend. No, love, I've got a better way to seal our deal. Walking around the table, she pinned down his shoulders and leaned in to capture his lips with her own. After a few moments she pushed further, invading his mouth with her tongue. Pulling back, she kissed his forehead and turned to leave, a breathless Naruto still trying to comprehend what had just happened. See you around, Naruto-kun, and remember, you get that. She briefly gestured to her body before continuing. And so much more when you come find me. Don't keep a girl waiting too long. She gave a last wink before strutting off. He couldn't help but follow the extra sway she put in her hips. Damn. He quickly scowled when he realized she knew his name. Must have heard that guy call me Uzumaki. Here I was hoping to keep it a secret. Now that she knows my name, I probably won't be able to get away with never claiming that night I've reserved. I have a feeling she'd hunt me down and demand I provide the work I've paid her for. Her pride would demand no less. Despite his irritation, he couldn't help but think the last of that fondly. She'd earned a spot on the list of people he liked. He'd enjoy spending time with her as a friend for certain. Of course, she'd never let them be friends until after he had slept with her. HMPH, that would be an odd beginning to a friendship, I'm sure. Then again, if getting her as a friend is the result of a night with her, he gave a grin to the space he had last seen her occupy. The thought of getting what I paid for doesn't seem too bad. The idea of spending a night with a woman didn't feel uncomfortable any longer, but his pants certainly did. Chapter 2. Painful thoughts. The sweet relief that flooded his soul was indescribable, a peace so delicious that he couldn't help but release a short laugh. Not tonight, thank the gods, not tonight. For 2 weeks his dreams had been plagued by a sky of two suns, glaring down on him as he sunk deep into an ocean of oblivion, but this was different. It was by no means pleasant, but he would take what he could get. He had, for this night alone, escaped the emerald and blue eyes, hair like sunset and hair like noon, skin as soft and pale as clouds. He had been hidden from their visage in this new sanctuary, and for that he was grateful. Cold, murky water of unsanitary gray splashed around his stationary feet, gently urging him further into this world. With a soft, sad smile, he followed it through the rooms of this flooded basement, along walls of crumbling yellow, and under the occasional flickering light or hole to the surface, through which came the occasional scattered sunbeam. It shields me from them, but, undeniably, they are still there. Even that cursory thought was enough to drag up memories he'd rather not deal with, and in response the piercing sunlight increased in intensity, burning his flesh almost as soon as he passed each ray of light. With a hiss he dropped, splashing the icy water onto reddened flesh to help dull the pain. The smell of decay hit him hard, but it was drowned out by the quickly receding pain, leaving him gasping in the filth, clutching one arm, half melted, to his chest. "Ah-san, Imato, why do thoughts of you hurt so much?" It had been 2 weeks since their departure, and yet his heart still ached painfully in his chest. During the day it wasn't too bad, a million distractions and other worries, serving as a buffer to reduce it to a dull throbbing more easily ignored. At night, however, there was no escape under that watchful stare of the moon, or within the bittersweet arms of Hypnos. His dreams were plagued with them, his 2 sons, his 2 angels, and even the sweetest smiles that graced their faces left his soul screaming in sorrowful agony, a wretched song of misery and despair, pain and loss, and, worst of all, an empty hopelessness that gnawed on his heart a little more each day. That was to say nothing for the nights in which their smiles would disappear, replaced by cruel smirks or scowls of disgust. Those looks would only remind him of the questions that still lingered, unanswered. Why did they leave? Why didn't they tell me? Why was I locked out of the house? Will they come back? Do they love me? Do they really hate me? He couldn't hold it in any longer as he released a wail that shook the foundations of this strange, memory-inducing world, before he was reduced to choking sobs that racked his tiny body. As he lay trembling in the freezing water, he couldn't help but think it would have been better for him had the Kyuubi's chakra ended him that night. Another shudder racked her body, sorrow touching her in ways that, while unsettling, were not completely unpleasant. There was a bittersweet quality to his suffering, his pain, and with every second her disgust with herself grew just a bit more. A sigh passed through soft ruby lips, her head rested lazily against the cold bars of her prison. Her delicate fingers gripped the iron rods more tightly as another sob reached her pointed ears, her lips moving into a frown. For years she had resided within this new seal, growing used to the unique discomfort it provided. Unlike the previous 2, where she was painfully bound in her released form, now she was kept from releasing, trapped in this sewer-like basement in her default, human, form, when she and quite possibly the seal knew it would be much more bearable within her fox form. Once more, a sob made its way into her chamber, telling her that the boy had yet to move, and she found her mind drifting to thoughts of him. She had known of him, of course, she was there when he had been conceived, had been with him as he grew from egg to tiny human, and she had been there when he and his sister had been brought into the world. Should she be honest with herself, she didn't much like that part. She had gotten used to feeling those 2, and there was a certain camaraderie with the 3 of them being trapped within her current jailer, but then they had left. There was an emptiness that followed their departure, followed quickly by bitter jealousy. And then, like them, she was once again brought into the world. She had felt guilt for being so angered at the tiny, hairless apes that she had spent 9 months with. 2 red eyes had turned that guilt into new anger, and that anger into rage. Before she knew it she had slaughtered thousands and wrecked a good portion of the village that had kept her imprisoned for the past decades. She had been quite pleased. And then she was, once again, sealed into an Uzumaki woman. There was more to that, of course, for the man who sealed her was not Uzumaki and was exhausted from his efforts to defend his beloved village. As such, he would not have been able to seal her entirely within the 8 trigram seal, even with aid from the being known as the Shinigami, there just wasn't enough room. Well, there was enough room, just not enough for him to be able to seal me within. Indeed, she had fit perfectly within the space, so perfectly that the gate to the seal would not have been able to move into place, left dangling before her within the seal. It'd have been child's play for her to get free. Namika's Minato had been more clever than she had given him credit for. He had not attempted to use the seal to keep her locked away, but rather he had used it purely as a container to keep her in. The real lock had been placed around the entirety of the 8 trigram seal, to the point that should she somehow accomplish the miraculous feat of breaking through the first, she'd still be contained with the actual lock, a lock that was not left unguarded. She was present when he completed that part, watched as he had the Shinigami brand of his son on the left side of the boy's chest, and bore witness as a second seal was applied. Minato had actually gazed up into her eyes, pinned as she was by the great toad boss, and acknowledged her sentience as he smiled, and proudly proclaimed. A gift, you see, from father to son. I pass on to him my greatest legacy, my final masterpiece. Even as the cold dread had settled within her stomach, she had understood. She knew exactly what that was. To think he had actually managed to finish it had been stupefying, such a thing shouldn't have even been possible, it had no right to exist, even within the hollow dreams of mankind. It was something that encroached upon the realm of the gods themselves, something only confirmed when the Shinigami bristled at the sight of such a seal, as small as it was to begin, being placed upon the child's right forearm. Look upon him, great Kitsune, Minato had begun. And bear witness unto he who shall be your warden. Feast your eyes on this fragile innocence and realize that with every simple breath he draws, he defies the very realms of heaven. To this day, she still couldn't decide if he was mocking her or simply speaking as a proud father. But she knew, regardless, that he had spoken the truth. So much so that she had not even attempted to break free from this place, it was beyond hopeless. That's what brought her here now, trapped within a cage beneath whatever this building was supposed to represent, sealed within a young girl, and listening to that girl's brother as he emptied the pain of his heart into her prison. I suppose that means there are now two of us who suffer here. Suffering brought her mind back to the past years she had spent here. Yes, she had suffered, but it had been more her pride than anything else. Here was a boy whose pain filled the seal and, if she didn't know better, she'd say the seal itself was enjoying it. Another feeling filled her, one of warmth and happiness, a carefree breeze under the summer sun. Indeed, it was a sun, one of the suns that the very thought of had driven her warden to this state. Quickly, his own pain drove that feeling from her, and just as quickly it returned. To think that he was here, wishing her chakra could have just ended his life while his sister was gallivanting across the elemental nations with their mother was just sad. Now that she thought of it, however, the Kyuubi had never really felt any sorrow or pain over these years until she had found herself connected to her warden. Just as he described her, his sister was like a small sun, always warm and happy. Even now, knowing they had left her brother behind, she was as cheerful as the spring. So, for 8 years she had felt nothing but the joy of her container. It had always sickened her to know her jailer was so carefree while she was trapped down here in the darkness. And then he had crashed into the seal, struck by some of the chakra that had been siphoned off of her for years. She had called out for him, in both surprise and alarm, as her senses were flooded by what it must have been like to be burned alive by her own chakra. She was more surprised when the connection remained, his own part of the seal using her chakra as a medium to bind the two together through space and time. His feelings had proceeded to flow through the connection, confusion, fear, sadness, and worry. She felt his adrenaline spike as he fought for his life in that snatch and run gone wrong, felt his relief and weariness when he had ended it, and had even felt the small spark of hope and happiness when he made acquaintances with the prostitute. Sadness, however, was the most prominent of feelings, nearly drowning her, and even though she was focusing only on his feelings lately, the occasional spike of happiness from his sister would manage to come through. The strange mix of gladness and sorrow was tantalizing to her, a little guilty pleasure she would never admit. She had come to enjoy his sadness both for that and for the change in her otherwise stagnant environment, but she did not take any pleasure in the fact that he was sad, suffering alone when he had spent the entirety of his life in the company of those he loved far more than himself. Ashina, if only you could see the pain you bring your son. She had killed millions in her time, and yet she gave a snort as she thought, I could probably be a better mother to him than you. She froze at the thought. The very notion was ridiculous, unfeasible, incomprehensible, but maybe, just maybe, it might work. To not just befriend her warden, but to gain his complete trust by replacing his two sons with herself, to become the guide he so desperately needed at this moment, to become the mother of this human child. Well, we'll just have to see where this goes now, won't we? Crimson eyes flashed eerily as a chilling grin parted her ruby lips. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not pleased, but he could not fault them, no matter how much he wanted to. Uzumaki Naruto was a civilian, despite his clan, and thus the hospital had no duty to inform him of the boy's release a fortnight ago. The Kyuubi's chakra mixed with his Uzumaki healing factor had left him in the clear. With no reason to hold him any longer, they let him go. Without informing the Hokage. The Hokage thought the boy had spent the past 2 weeks under the care of the hospital while he had been busy both trying to figure out what the Yondaime Hokage had applied to his son and getting in contact with his mother Uzumaki Kushina. It had been a failure on both accounts. Kushina had just left the fire capital and started on her way towards her ancestral home of Yuzu. There was no one to send a message to in Yuzu, and that meant he had to send it to a future destination and hope that they went there next. He had certainly been given a list of where they were to be going, but he knew Kushina well enough to know how easily distracted she got, especially when excited. Chances are she'd skip back and forth between places on his list at a whim, later claiming that she never specified in which order she'd visit things on the list. In this case, such a thing was not in her best interests. She'd have plenty of time to regret her travel methods later, however, as there were certainly more pressing matters to attend to like her son. He still thought it had been a foolish notion to leave while her son was attending his first academy day, none the wiser, especially after promising to pick him up afterwards. If there were two things that Uzumaki took very seriously, they were family and promises. In one fell swoop, Kushina had broken both. He knew her reasons, of course, and understood them, but he knew without a doubt that there had to be a better way to set about doing it. Leaving him to figure out what had happened on his own was rather thoughtless and cruel. The thought of him alone brought up the other reason he found himself displeased at the moment. She had left the boy with someone, but it was indirectly. Kushina had expected the boy to go straight to her old student, Yuuhi Kurenai, whom the Uzumaki woman saw as another daughter. She did not tell the boy to go to her, she did not have Kurenai pick him up at the academy, and from what he had gathered during his talk with Kurenai, she had not been in any way instructed to find the boy, only to take care of him when he came to stay with her. The boy had not been at Kurenai's, and it was not hard to understand why when the woman would shift uncomfortably at the mere mention of his name. There was no doubt that the boy had picked up on such discomfort, and as such, he would never think to visit the woman for help. Kushina was either oblivious or ignorant, oblivious to the two's discomfort around one another, or ignorant in thinking her son would approach the Genjutsu mistress despite it. No matter the reason, he had not gone, and Kurenai had not searched for him, even after the news of his violent rejection from the clan compound had circled through Konohagakure. Monkey called for his own personal ambu locate and retrieved Uzumaki Naruto. If he will not come, trail him and report back to me his current place of residence, so that I may speak with him. The monkey-faced man gave a quick bow and vanished to complete his assigned task. Rubbing his face tiredly, Hiruzen lit his pipe and took a single deep drag, exhaling to hide his weary sigh. He needed to make sure the boy was alright, especially considering how quickly winter was coming and the fact that he had never been on his own before. The last thing the old Sarutobi wanted was for his successor's young son to freeze to death because his mother had completely sealed the house. She hadn't mentioned that part in the plan, in fact, from what he could remember the ex-Jinchuriki had been expecting her son to stay there and go to her student whenever he needed help with something. Something must have changed at the last minute, or perhaps the seal had just malfunctioned, but Naruto suffered regardless. He could only imagine how Naruto must have been feeling, left by his family without so much as a goodbye, knowing there was no one he could really turn to. Well, mused Hiruzen, he could have come to me, though I suppose going to the Hokage because you find yourself homeless and alone sounds rather odd. He was always a bright child, he would think better than to bring something he thought of as unimportant to the rest of the village's well-being before me. We were never close enough for him to think of me as anything more than the Sandaime Hokage. It was a sad truth for the man. He had always been close to the boy's mother and had become akin to a surrogate grandfather to the young Naruto, but there was always a distance between himself and young Naruto. It may have stemmed from treating the boy in the same manner as his sister, like a child of his age, instead of like the mature young man he was. It may have been because the boy really didn't reach out beyond his family, not needing anything else in life, but Hiruzen suspected the distance may have been caused because the boy did not see him as a Sarutobi Jiji like his mother and sister, but rather as his future commander. In his presence, Naruto would never meet his eyes, always keeping them focused on the floor or, when addressed, the wall behind the Hokage's head, staring straight forward. The young boy bowed every time they met and saluted every time his name was called. The boy had an almost unsettling air of professionalism when within the presence of his cage, and while Hiruzen may have wished for more of that from his shinobi, it left a bad taste in his mouth for one so young to do so. Especially considering how close he considered himself to the child's family. He drove such thoughts from his mind with another deep inhalation of smoke. It's not the time to focus on that right now, all that matters is that he's safe and, if possible, happy. The boy wasn't much of a child before they left, probably trying to be the man of the house, but with them gone, I fear his childhood will be quick to follow. Hiruzen didn't want that, not in the slightest. He wanted all the children of his village to enjoy a happy upbringing, or at least one in which they could be the children they were. 8 years old would be far too young for a child to die and is much too soon for a man to be born. Hiruzen prayed that some of the boy's already fading innocence might still be saved before a boy was lost and a man emerged. He did not have much faith in his prayers. He was never a child, just sheltered, perhaps it would not be entirely a bad thing. But that thought in mind he leaned back in his chair, unsure if the creaking was from the furniture or his old bones, and waited patiently for his Anbu to return. How hard could it be to locate one young boy, even if the sun had hidden itself beneath the horizon? He gave a slight chuckle, it might actually prove a challenge for his Anbu, and one they may or might not appreciate. No matter, he thought, staring out his office window at the nightscape of his beautiful village. If they can't find him tonight, they'll certainly find him at the academy in the morning. Iruka hasn't raised any hell about a missing student, so I can only assume he's been attending. That actually brought a frown to his face, and he had to wonder if the young Chunin even knew Naruto had been released. He'd have to look into it soon, especially if his Anbu somehow failed to locate the boy. He knew, however, that monkey would recruit every registered shinobi and possibly even a large handful of civilians in his search for the boy before even considering reporting back empty-handed. That's why he chose him, after all. Awful couldn't even begin to describe how she felt as she sat in her kitchen, her cold dinner untouched before her, and the only illumination provided by a small, dim lamp that she had been meaning to replace for months now. Miserable falls short, too. She mused, crimson eyes gazing out her window. The Hokage had visited her late in the afternoon, looking for the boy that had been expected to be with her. He left disappointed. She knew the boy was supposed to come to her when he couldn't locate his family. She was the one who was supposed to break the news to him and take care of him in their absence. He was a good kid, but a helpless mama's boy. He wouldn't know how to take care of himself with her gone. And yet he didn't come straight to me. I must have made quite an impression. She was honestly a little disappointed when the boy didn't show up. Surely she was better than nothing. Learning he was in the hospital had put that fear to rest. Hearing that he had been released and yet not having him come to her brought it back. Had she truly alienated the child? She should have visited him in the hospital, should have taken him in, but she was scared, no, terrified to do so. Despite what many thought, it wasn't that she couldn't stand the presence of the boy, not that it made her uncomfortable, but rather that she felt too relaxed and too comfortable in his presence. It was that sense of ease that put her on guard. She had only felt a similar comfort around the Yondaime Hokage, who had been her father figure, but it was nowhere on this level. The sheer contentment she felt in his presence was almost enough to lull her to sleep all on her own, and whether Jounin Kunoichi or not, he was an adorable child. She could think of nothing better than using him as a teddy bear for afternoon naps after he returned from the academy each day. She couldn't stand it. She was supposed to be one of Konoha's most powerful kunoichi, a rare genjutsu user unparalleled within the village of the Leaf, and yet here she was helpless as a kitten when it came to the son of her sensei. Helpless to the boy she called brother. His warm chakra was a perfect blend of Minatos and Kushinas, as were his looks. He possessed his father's mind and his mother's love, a little bowl of sunshine that tried to support everyone he held dear. She was not one of them. That dagger pierced deeply into her heart. There was little more she wanted than to be his big sister, or his aunt, or his second mother, anything really. She just wanted to be able to help him, to be one of his precious people. And yet she could not bring herself to relax in his presence, unable to fight down her traitorous shinobi instincts that screamed anything that can bring your guard down so easily is a danger, a threat, something to be eliminated. She could not count the many times she had been forced to restrain her reflex to attack him, did not know how often she would be forced to put back the kunai she had found herself about to throw and completely remove all weapons on her person just to remain in the same room as him. But he probably did. He was not a fool, he knew she did not like being in his presence, though he probably didn't know her reasons, and he was also perceptive far beyond his years. She knew he had seen her barely stop herself from lashing out on more than one occasion. Hell, he had probably seen them all. But he also was a child, perhaps not so much in mind, but in body and in experience. He couldn't know he had such an effect on her, or even why, he didn't have any shinobi instincts of his own yet. He would only see a woman who could not stand his presence to the point that she would have to physically restrain herself lest she kill him within his home. The thought alone brought her to tears. Why can't you see that I don't want to hurt you, that I don't hate you? I just want to be there for you, I want to help you, why won't you let me? She knew it wasn't him, he wasn't keeping her away, and she was. Always giving him disdainful looks and giving him the cold shoulder in hopes of driving him away so she wouldn't have to deal with the issue had worked perhaps too well. She didn't want to do it in the first place. If I had just spent more time with him, became close to him, gave him the guidance and support he would have needed from an older sibling, I'd probably be used to his presence by now. I could probably be holding him. Tears began streaming down her cheeks, but were quickly stopped as she clamped down on her emotions. I have no right to sit here pitying myself for not having him if I still can't bring myself to go get him. I don't even know how he's been living lately. The image of Naruto lying in a box in some dark alleyway, shivering in the cold Konoha night, made her chest tighten painfully. Her resolve to go find him grew as she stood up, ready to be what she needed to be for the boy, but another stray thought crossed her mind, leaving her to freeze before she could take her first step. She approached the box, looking in to see his pale skin and signature red hair, but as she reached in he flinched back, pressing himself as tightly as he could to the back wall. "No, please, don't hurt me," the boy cried. Biting back a gasp, she shook her head. "I'm not going to hurt you, I'm here to take care of you." "Lies," he shouted. "I know you hate me, you want to kill me, I've seen you go for your kunai whenever you see me." The boy whimpered, tears streaming down his cheeks and soaking his cardboard home. Please, I won't go near you again, I'll stay away from Ka-san and Naruko-chan, I know you all hate me, just let me live and I'll never be a bother to any of you ever again. What? She choked back a lump in her throat, her hands trembling and her chest tightening, as if the Shinigami himself was grabbing hold of her soul. I promise, I won't hurt you, just come with me, please. When he made no move aside from frightened shivers and whimpers, she grabbed for him, gripping tightly his ripped shirt. No. No. Please, let me go. She found herself getting frustrated as he squirmed and writhed in terror, desperate to get away. Couldn't he see she just wanted to help him? Why wouldn't he let her help him? Frustration grew to anger, and her rage spilled over as he finally managed to escape her grasp. Fine. She shouted. If you want to stay away, it just makes it easier on me. She turned and began walking away with a huff before she heard him speak up softly. The low, gentle tone was almost solemn and instantly banished any anger within her. She turned and froze. So, if I was gone, would it be easier on people? Ka-san and Naruko-chan didn't want me, it'd probably be better if they didn't have to worry about running into me. No. She must have dropped a kunai in the struggle to remove him from his box, and it cheerfully reflected the pale light of the moon as he held it to his neck. No. He gave her a small smile, filled with such bittersweet sorrow she couldn't believe it was an 8-year-old boy standing before her. At least I'll be able to make you happy. I'm glad you'll be the last thing I see. No. Goodbye. It went in fast and hard, no hesitance as he jammed the tip through his neck and up into his head, his smile never leaving his face. It was not the smile that caught her eyes, however, as his amethyst gaze had completely captured her own ruby stare. She was unable to look away as those bright purple orbs grew dim and cold, all traces of light and life vanishing into the night. His body hit the ground with a thud. Cold horror took hold of her heart and soul, a feeling of such anguish that for a moment she forgot that she was standing in her apartment and staring into space. Gracelessly she fell back into her chair, placing her head in her hands as she quietly wept. She needed to help him, to reach out to him. Her imagination was betraying her, that wasn't about to happen, she knew it wouldn't, her instincts knew it wouldn't, the gods themselves knew it wouldn't, but her heart still feared it might. Try as she might, she couldn't banish the image of his lifeless face from her mind, his eyes empty and his smile just as sorrowful as it had been before the kunai. It was a hard realization that hit her own cowardice, and she couldn't seem to overcome the horrors of her heart and mind, born from fear of losing someone she had never had. The painful truth took hold, bringing with them even more salty tears. I can't do it. Chapter 3. Warden. You sought my presence, Hokage-sama? Asked the boy, one arm behind his back and the other held horizontally before him in the standard Konohagakure salute. The Sandaime sadly gazed upon him, taking in the clothes he had purchased and the body language the Namikaze displayed. On was the white shirt and green cargo shorts combo, the boy's only remaining pairs of such an outfit locked within the Uzumaki compound. Black cargo pants covered his legs, pockets bulging with items unknown to the cage, tucked neatly into rather un-shinobi-like boots. The boots weren't new, probably found discarded or within a second-hand store around the village. The tight blue shirt hugged the boy's lithe frame, probably a good 3 sizes too small, but it did its job well enough. The sleeves were gone, and whether it had originally come without them, or if Naruto had taken it upon himself to cut them off, the old Sarutobi couldn't discern. There was a single blue glove, much like those favored by Jounin, which was worn on his right hand, from under which white cloth traveled up the boy's arm and disappeared into the shirt, wrapped tightly to hide the strange seal he bore. Worn horizontally across the small of his back was a cylindrical bag which probably carried all of the unfortunate boy's worldly possessions. The Sandaime knew that instead of lying idle, the boy's left hand, the one behind his back, was probably resting within the bag, ready to grab some sort of weapon he had come across over the past 2 weeks. Considering how common they were around here, it was probably an old kunai tossed out by its previous owner. Of course, being a shinobi village, the previous owner knew where it had been left just in case. I did indeed, Naruto-kun, when I learned that you had been released from the hospital so soon and had not been staying with you Uhi-san, I found myself concerned with your well-being. Though, you seem to be doing alright on your own, much to my pleasure and surprise. The boy gave a stiff nod in gratitude, his body still as coiled and ready to bolt. Hiruzen had thought this odd at first, especially when the young boy's body language showed him to be ready to bolt towards the desk, but he understood once he remembered that he had opened his window earlier that morning to enjoy the morning air. It was a good plan, or as good as a civilian's could be. There were far fewer Anbu outside of the building, and the chances of disappearing within the throngs of people were pretty good, even with his unique hair. Of course, it hinged on getting past him, the god of shinobi, so maybe not that great. Unless, he mused. He had been planning on using surprise to escape in the case he needed to escape. It was better, then, if the boy thought such might be necessary, to keep him from knowing they were onto him, such knowledge could easily make him feel like a caged animal. The boy had enough troubles without that. And then his Anbu had to fuck it all up. He had been aware of it, of course, their hands covering the lower parts of their faces, trying not to laugh at the little boy who was so ready to flee. Monkey, hiding in the corner of the ceiling, had learned enough about the swift child when trying to fight him, and so he found the situation amusing. Bear, who was near the door, was trying not to chuckle at how much the boy seemed to scream rookie shinobi, despite being an untrained civilian. Cat, watching from behind her cage, had to stifle her giggles, finding Naruto and his mannerisms to be absolutely adorable for such a cute little child. Perhaps they had just grown lax in these times of peace, or they had become overconfident in the rudimentary genjutsu that hid them, but whatever the case, they weren't nearly as quiet as they thought they were. Instantly, Naruto's eyes darted to the 3 places the Anbu occupied, slipping out his kunai and spinning his back to the window to keep all 3 places in sight in a single smooth movement. His right arm remained in its salute even as the kunai was brought to his side by his left. He backed up slowly, ears strained for the noises that had suddenly cut off, leaving only a horrified silence in their wake. "Hokage-sama," called the boy, his voice coming out crisp and clear despite the hint of nervousness that waved within it. 3 unknowns within the perimeter, identify your kin. It was old, archaic even, and the old Sarutobi found himself caught off guard by the Namikaze heir's use of such a line from the time of the warring clans. Kushina must have kept books on such subjects within the compound library. Considering the amount of time she spent in it, it was only natural for Naruto, who spent most of his childhood glued to her leg, to have read quite a lot despite his young age. "Hokage-sama." It was a final call, a last warning. This was not a request, but an order. If they had been a common enemy, the cage would have answered immediately in the negative. If they were Hiruzen shinobi, he'd have answered in the affirmative. By not answering, Hiruzen acknowledged them as his own, but refused to inform Naruto, which meant both the unknown shinobi and the cage himself were hostile. As it is, even answering after that warning would mean Naruto would remain especially wary of everyone else in the room. What a time to be stupefied by the actions of an 8-year-old boy. Holding up one hand, the cage explained. "It's alright, my boy, those are my personal guard. As it is, I'm rather disappointed that they were found out so easily. You have nothing to fear." The boy was still skeptical, rightly so, but responded properly regardless. "I understand, Sarutobi-sama, I apologize for my reaction. Their unannounced presence startled me in ways unbecoming a member of the Uzumaki clan. I humbly request your forgiveness." Despite his words, his head remained high and he made no move to put away the kunai even as he returned to his previous position. "Of course, Naruto, I understand completely. It is I who is at fault for neglecting to inform you of their presence during our meeting." While he said this with a smile on his face, internally the cage winced. He knew the cold, dead tone that apology had been given was simply because Naruto was quoting it from a book and trying to remain professional in the presence of his cage, but it felt wrong to hear it from a boy so young. There was also the matter of how he had been addressed. No longer Hokage-sama, but as a Sarutobi-sama, which meant the child wasn't seeing him as the Hokage, but as the head of the Sarutobi clan. That hesitance he had when he heard the boy say something so unexpected had just cost his entire clan the trust of Uzumaki Naruto, heir of the Namikaze. It truly was as if the young man was of those dark ages known as the clan wars. Had a child's will of fire been put out so quickly, breaking down the village into separate clan factions? Perhaps the hidden villages were a bad idea in the first place. The idea of peace and security was great, but because it was an entity made of smaller groups who had been together for generations, the ties of blood were far stronger than the ties made when they wrapped that plate of steel around their heads. For shinobi, it always had been clan over comrade. Giving a sigh, the old Sarutobi decided to make an effort to meet Naruto's mannerisms. It was a good thing he was known as the professor. "I know that you and your clan are currently faced with difficult times, Naruto Dono. Is there some way your Konohagakure comrades, the Sarutobi clan, might be of assistance? My failure to inform you of my guard was shameful, and I would hate for it to reflect upon the members of my clan. There, Naruto-kun, the ball is in your court, how can I help you?" It might be considered a little underhanded, but this was the best way to help the young man before him. By making it a clan matter, he would have to choose something lest he slight a clan that was attempting to make amends. Such would bring shame to his own clan, or it would have, back in those days. Now it wouldn't get more than the occasional rude gesture on the street that would be laughed off. Naruto seemed to be thinking about it, which meant he was well aware of what was happening. Hiruzen really wanted to know just what the boy had been reading within that compound. It was fascinating to be reenacting the clan interactions from the wars that occurred nearly a century ago, especially when his political mock opponent was a young man no older than 8. The professor within him was almost giddy. "Yours is a gracious offer, great monkey of Hai no Kuni. Truly you bring pride to this strong tree which stands tall above all the forests in the world." Hiruzen couldn't hide his shock or the grimace that came afterwards. The Anbu couldn't believe what they were seeing from their cage, but he knew he had not been met, but raised one. To speak in such a manner incredible. How does this 8-year-old know pre-chakra customs? I have indeed underestimated both the Uzumaki library and this incredible mind. Another thought crossed his mind which caused him to grimace again. Anzu would just fucking love to meet a boy who referred to Konoha as a strong tree and acted as if he were in the times of the ancient clans. Hiruzen decided it would be best to keep them from meeting. Evidently taking Hiruzen's grimace as a sign to continue, Naruto went on. These forests and fields are well kept by your clan, Great Monkey, and I would be honored to help remove that which careless shinobi leave in their wake. I would ask only permission to access the fields so that I may do my part in maintaining this forest and the great tree which rules over it. It sounded fancy and good-natured, but Hiruzen knew what he was really asking. If it had been his sister Naruko asking the same thing, it would go something along the lines of, "Yo, Gigi, can I pick up all the gear people leave at the training grounds?" He may have told her no, but it wouldn't be so easy with her brother. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had offered the aid of his clan, and he knew that Naruto was most likely doing this in part to support himself and also to build up his own shinobi tools, which he would need for practice and out in the field upon graduation. He couldn't, in good conscience or good faith, deny Naruto this opportunity. It was like he said, too, a lot of shinobi left old kunai, shuriken, wire, and a host of other things just because they couldn't be bothered to retrieve them. At least they would go to good use now. The old monkey nodded to the boy. It would be our pleasure to give you the opportunity to aid our clan in our duty to this sacred forest and the great tree which watches over it. You have our blessing to help as you feel proper, and we thank you for your dedication to this open home of living wood which shields us all within its eternal leaves. May this place prosper under the toil of your young hands, you who would think for his clan and country before himself. You bring greatness unto your clan that the forest shall whisper through the last sunset, go with pride on the path that shall grow strong with your passing. Your words flatter me, Sarutobi-sama, I thank you and your clan for all they have done for me and mine. I shall take my leave now, as I would return to the academy before its conclusion for the day. With a bow he left, his words having returned to that of the clan wars and signaling the end of clan politics for now. Hiruzen managed to wait until the young man had left before releasing a large sigh. It was only peaceful a moment more before he turned a glare to his Anbu, all of which immediately appeared before his desk, kneeling. I don't think I need to tell any of you how disappointed I am, do I? They remained silent and unmoving, but he could feel the shame from them. After a few more moments of silence, Kat spoke. It was cute at first, a little boy pretending to be a shinobi before his cage, I couldn't stop myself. She looked especially uncomfortable, and it took a substantial amount of effort for her to continue. When he heard us and was able to immediately locate us, it was no longer funny or cute, I was ashamed of myself for being found out by a civilian child. And then he acted. She paused to shiver. That wasn't a child, it was a cornered animal flying by its instincts. Those instincts, they resembled too much of my own and those of my comrades, a trained shinobi that have worked hard to carve away parts of their humanity to access the raw primal knowledge within all animals. If you'll excuse me for saying this, it's like he abandoned everything that made him a person almost instantly, immediately reverting into a state in which his only goal is survival. A child shouldn't be like that. Monkey chose that time to interject. He's not a child, Cat, I saw him this morning, slinking across the rooftops like a beast on the prowl. He would dive down into the crowds to receive a single yen or a scrap of cloth from the dumpsters. He's far too proud to ask for assistance from anyone he doesn't know, and he doesn't seem to know anyone well enough to receive aid in the first place. He's a wounded wolf without a pack, and that's what makes him dangerous. As much as it displeased him, the Hokage couldn't disagree. But the huff she fell back onto the mattress, her long crimson hair splaying out around her. It had taken 2.5 weeks to make it to the fire capital to visit with the daimyo, and it was here, in a room within the palace, that she had just fallen onto her bed to rest from the journey. She wasn't all that tired, being a jounin who was nearing S rank, but taking care of Naruto while they slowly walked here had taken its toll. Her bed dipped down as her daughter flopped down next to her, utterly exhausted. Kushina couldn't help but give a small smile, which immediately had her daughter on the defensive. Hey. The girl pouted, it's not funny, I'm really tired. Not all of us can be super ninja like you, Kachan. Kushina laughed in response. By the time I'm done with you, you will be my little sunflower. She had brought her out here with the intent of training her to be just as strong as her mother, and as in Uzumaki she'd be damned if she didn't meet her goal. Overkill was the equivalent of yeses when it came to the Uzumaki clan. Naruko giggled, rolling atop her mother and straddling her stomach. Peering down, she asked, and Nai-kun too, right? Kushina laughed again and Naruko cheered at her response. Yes, your brother too, when we get back I'll give him the same training I'll be giving you. It will be difficult, but Dr. Uzumaki Kishina will be the first to create the Super Ninja Big Brother Model 1 with extra warm hugs at the request of the Sunflower Princess if it's the last thing I do. He always did have the best hugs. She had missed them on the first day away from him, the hugs and the smiles that seemed to brighten the Uzumaki household. His amethyst eyes had always sparkled with such joy and innocence when she looked at him. Her crimson hair and his father's personality had meshed well for the Uzumaki prince, and she had no doubt that by the time she got back, she would have to have a stick ready to beat back the fangirls he would have received in the academy. I wonder if he'll have a girlfriend to introduce to me when I get back. She could ask Tsunade, Hiruzen or Kurenai to let her know, but that would ruin the surprise. She didn't want to have any idea until he introduced her to his girl. Maybe the Hyuga heir, she mused. They would be cute together. Oh. He could get with Ayam-chan, then my daughter-in-law could live at the compound and we'd have Ichiraku ramen every night. She giggled at the thought and Naruto shot her an odd look. I was just picturing your brother with a girlfriend. She explained. The new look she was given was incredulous. Naruto really didn't reach out to anyone, he was a very private person when he was away from family. He'd probably have to have an arranged marriage but was also outraged, as if she were insulted that her mother had suggested some other girl taking away her brother. Kushina found it cute. Now, Naruto, hear me out, no one's taking him, I was just thinking about him with Ayam. He'd bring her home to live with us and we'd have ramen every night. The girl's anger slipped away as she too began giggling at the picture. I can see him sitting at the table blushing up a storm as Ayam places ramen in front of him before climbing into his lap like a little kitten. See, teased the Uzumaki matriarch. That wouldn't be too bad. No, Naruto shook her head. That would be great, Ayam really would be my Ni-chan. Ni-chan, huh? In that case, maybe I could get him together with Kurenai, then she'd really be my daughter and your older sister. He'll be spending a lot of time with her for the next few years anyway, it would be kind of cute for him to develop a crush on one of Konoha's ice mistresses, especially when she's been taking care of him. Naruto went oddly quiet at that, raising questions for Kushina. What's wrong, Naruto? You know I was only joking, right? If you don't like it I'll stop suggesting pushing them together, I just thought it was funny. It's not that, I like Kurenai, it's just that, well, Kurenai and Nai-kun don't seem to get along all that well, you know. There always seems to be some sort of tension between them. Kushina had no idea what she was talking about, Kurenai always seemed very polite and pleasant towards her son, and Naruto didn't hide behind her legs, which meant he must have not felt that uncomfortable around the woman. Sexual tension. Kushina offered, trying to lighten the mood. She was only met with an inquisitive stare. What? Ah, that's right, she had yet to give Naruto the talk, she had forgotten. Naruto was always so curious and mature that she had had to give him the talk before the academy, but Naruto was still innocent. Kushina hoped to keep it that way until she became a shinobi, at least. And nothing, dear, just forget mommy said that, okay? Naruto seemed like she wanted to press the matter, but instead just frowned and gave a nod. Okay. Bullet dodged. Say, Kachan? Asked Naruto after a few minutes of awkward silence. Yes, little sunflower. We're going to get Naruto presents while we're away, right? Of course. How will we carry them all? Her own daughter and Uzumaki princess didn't automatically turn to Fuinjutsu when faced with a problem Kushina had failed as in Uzumaki. Sitting up, Kushina walked over to the bags, pulling out a scroll from which she unsealed yet another scroll. With this, honey. She answered, holding it up for Naruto to see. It was purple, much like the eyes she shared with her son, and either edge was white. Written in red was as Naruto, which was pretty self-explanatory. Everything we get for him will go in here, that way we don't have to carry around all his presents for the next few years. Naruto frowned for a few moments, thinking, before giving a brilliant smile. I understand, Kachan, but it won't have his best present in it. Kushina humored the girl with a soft smile. And what would that be? Me? He, what? I'm coming back, and that's the best present he'll ever get. That's right, sweetie, I'm sure he'll be glad to have his sister back. Yep, I'm going to be Nai-kun's present. A bead of sweat dripped down the side of Kushina's head as she nervously chuckled. That's great, Naruto-chan, but you probably shouldn't say it like that. Huh? Why not? The girl tilted her head to the side curiously, bright blue eyes blinking like an owl. I really don't want to have this talk right now, things will just get awkward for the both of us. Though Kushina was dismayed. Fortunately, which was actually rather unfortunately, Naruto simply shrugged and continued on with her train of thought. When we get back I'm going to give myself to Nai-kun. We'll go up to his room and I'll grab his scroll. The girl paused to frown. We'll probably make a really big mess, it will be everywhere by the time we're done. She gave a megawatt smile towards her mortified mother. But I bet Nai-kun will be really happy with me once I empty his scroll of all his stuff. Then we'll clean it up together. She looked at her mother's shocked and appalled face for a moment before amending her previous statements. Oh, I'm sorry, Ka-chan, I'll let you help me empty his scroll if that's what you want. I probably won't be able to get it all out myself anyway, your help would be great. She flashed another grin to the woman who was nearly as red as her hair. Nai-kun would want to spend more time with you, too, so we can all do it together. It was decided, she couldn't put it off after that, it was time to give Naruto the talk. Then Naruto, honey, I think it's time for our first lesson. Really, what is it, what is it? The girl was practically bouncing with excitement, which meant she'd be really disappointed by this lesson. This was not going to be fun, but at least she could draw comfort from the fact that Naruto would be following the instructions she left him while she was here giving her daughter the talk. His maturity really was a blessing. It's time for you to learn about the birds and the bees. For the next week, neither of the two Uzumaki women would be able to meet each other's eyes. Oh, I'm back. That was odd, usually all his dreams were different despite being about the same two people each time. Just like last time, the scattered light increased in intensity. Unlike last time, the light did not melt his flesh. Stepping into the shadows that clung to the walls on either side of this flooded basement, he gazed down to his arm, noting the reddening like sunburn. A dull ache seemed to come from it, pulsing with agony in sync with his heart. There was a smothered feeling to it though, as if looking at something through foggy glass and only making out the general idea of what it was. He wanted to call it numbness, but he didn't feel numb, only weary. Like the taste of one's mouth, the pain was simply there. He knew of it, but it was familiar, he had grown used to it. Did it only take that one time for my heart to accept this? Is it really so eager to move past this pain? He focused his thoughts on his mother and sister, on his love for them, on how they had left him. The pain returned. He fell to his knees, clutching his chest as it contracted painfully, tightening into the frozen grip of death that offered so innocently to take away all his pain. Paying attention only to the pain, it slowly ebbed away, leaving him feeling hollow and cold. It is best, perhaps, that I simply continue on. I must keep pressing forward and focus only on my next breath, my next step, my next meal, my next target, my next sleeping place. What's next? Sufficiently distracted, he began walking. Some animals might lay in wait, but he didn't have the patience for it. He had to keep going, seeking out opportunities, staying ready to fight or flee. What is this place? He wondered as he began his trek down crumbling hallways. Most of his dreams happened in places he knew. As far as he was aware, he had never been to this place. Time felt strange here, in one moment it would go by normally, in the next it had slowed to a crawl, the gently flowing water becoming a perfectly motionless mirror. An instant later it was rushing past his legs as if some great and terrible demon chased towards it with unquenchable thirst. Looking down into the murky water that smelled only of rot and decay, he could understand why a demon might not be able to satisfy their thirst with such putrid water. He had thought originally that the water was simply flowing at a different speed, it was the logical conclusion, after all. But when he had splashed a handful of it from the still pool around him and it hung in the air until the rest of the water began moving, he knew it had to be time itself that bent and warped in this place. Time and space. The first thing that came to mind were storage seals in general, really, which operated by bending space-time, but that would make for a rather odd dream. Had he actually found himself within a seal of some sort, or was this dream simply his mind puzzling over the nature and existence of seals while he slept? Time once again sped up and he found himself curious of the water that passed him by. What if before he had even finished his thought he had acted upon it, surrendering himself onto the current as he fell into the water? He was carried swiftly and as he floated on his back he couldn't help but release a chuckle. This would have made everything a lot easier if he had thought of this easier. It was a far more simple matter to focus on enjoying the ride than walking down a hallway, trying not to think about those who had left him behind. After what could have been hours or mere seconds, something changed. He wasn't sure what it was that had changed, he didn't know why everything felt different, but something was wrong, no, something was new. There was no telling what was proper in this place, and he immediately kicked himself for becoming so relaxed. I'm such a fool. He thought, pulling himself upright. He froze. This was not a hallway, this was a cage. This was a humongous cage. And it was not empty. It was not those facts that made him so wary, but rather who stared out at him from within it. But, she's dead. Indeed, Uzumaki Mito was dead, and yet, here she was, peering through at him from behind cage bars that were bigger than she was. In fact, based on size alone, she should be easily able to slip through them. That was probably what made him most hesitant about this situation. There was something more at work here. Cautiously, he approached her, much to her amusement based upon her facial expression alone. When he was no more than 3 yards away from the cage he stopped, both figures staring at each other in silence. It was now that he was close that he could see the small differences between Uzumaki Mito and this woman before him. First was the hair. It wasn't red, but rather a dark orange with the occasional strand of crimson. The woman's eyes were a bright scarlet with dark slits for pupils. He knew for a fact that Mito's eyes were nothing like that. Finally were the lips. Mito was known for being as stoic as a hyuga, and yet this woman was smirking at him with ruby lips. That had to be lipstick, which Mito supposedly never wore, or it was the woman's natural lip color, which would be wrong for the deceased Uzumaki. His observations complete, he finally inquired, "What shall I call you?" This seemed to amuse her only more. Most people would ask, "Who are you?" "You're already proving to be quite interesting." She gave a giggle which ceased at his blank stare. He continued to look at her in silence until she relented with a pout. "Well, you're no fun, I guess I was wrong about you. I don't tell my name to just anyone, but you can call me Mito." She gave another giggle. "I've become quite fond of the name." And her form, it would seem. She froze at this before a grin stretched across her face. "Oh, you know of her then?" Color me impressed. "You take upon yourself the name and form of the first Jinchuriki and refuse to give your true name. Tell me, Great Fox, why am I in this place?" "Wow, you catch on fast, don't ya? I shouldn't be surprised, you were always a smart one." She giggled once again, giving him a bright, almost caring smile. It hurt his heart to look at it. "You're in this place, Warden, because I wanted to meet the man who will be taking care of me." Chapter 4. Little Thief. Now, Warden, I know my appearance is mesmerizing, but to stand there frozen is unbecoming of one of status such as your own." The Kyuubi Mito, as she insisted, smiled. It was a disarming smile, one of mischief and enticement that could break down the distrust of all but the strongest of wills. Naruto, however, was not a must for trust. He didn't trust outsiders before his family left him, he trusted others even less when he found himself on the streets, and he most certainly did not trust the nine-tailed fox demon whom his existence kept locked away within his sister. That didn't seem to bother her any, however, as the smile never left her face. "Aw, what's the matter, fox got your tongue?" She giggled, something which he may have found cute if he didn't know she was a gigantic fox who had slaughtered millions throughout history. Her smile became a smirk at his silence. "You know," she began. "If you come closer, I really can take your tongue." She licked her lips. "We could have a lot of fun here, you know." Another giggle escaped her ruby lips, spilling forth in a sensual melody. "No one would ever know what it is my warden does to me, and I would be powerless to stop you. That is, if I wanted to stop you." Still, Naruto did not react. "Outing," she whined. "Well, you're no fun, can't even play along with a girl. Do you know how long it's been since I've had someone to talk to? I might as well be alone again if you're not going to contribute to the conversation." His response spoke exactly of how much he cared for her plight. "If I could leave you, I would. I have no desire to be here with you. Company." "Oh, you're so cold, Mr. Warden. Don't say things like that, you haven't even introduced yourself to me yet." "I don't plan on making your acquaintance." "Didn't your mother ever teach you manners?" asked Mito, lifting one regal eyebrow in question as her pout became a displeased frown. Naruto shook his head. "My mother's manners left much to be desired. She did, however, teach me not to talk to strangers." This earned him a grin from the Kyuubi. "Fair enough, I suppose, young Warden." The smirk returned. "Let's say you and I are not strangers anymore, huh? After all, we will be seeing quite a lot of each other from now on. You being my warden and all, it's your responsibility to look after me. It will be quite difficult for you to do so without actually interacting with me. You may wish to be more careful with your words, it almost sounds like you're challenging an Uzumaki." His lips quivered the smallest amount upwards, the most emotion he had shown in this encounter. In response, the Kyuubi blanched. Even though she knew not to challenge an Uzumaki, the entire clan was known to do the impossible when told they couldn't. "I would not be so foolish as to do such a thing, dear Warden, I pray that you never take my words as such." "I see," replied the Uzumaki, his blank face becoming a frown. "You still have yet to inform me as to why I am here." "Didn't I?" questioned the fox. "I could have sworn I told you I wanted to meet you." "You did." He confirmed with a nod. "And you have. Was there anything else or may I be on my way?" Ruby lips smirked as she gazed at him hungrily. "My, are you asking permission from this lowly prisoner, Great Warden?" "I'm flattered." "I was being polite, Mito. Do not mistake my manners as subservience. I answer to two people, you are neither." "Oh, and here I was thinking your mother didn't teach you any manners, were you lying to me? Such a naughty little boy you are." He was getting used to that giggle. It may not have been attractive when you thought about who it was giggling at, but it seemed to fit in some odd way. "Perhaps then, Great Fox, my mother has shown me what not to do." "Ooh, I may have formed an opinion of you too quickly, I'm starting to like you, Warden." She placed her arms on two of the cage's bars and leaned out as far as she could, her soft smile once again adorning those ruby lips. I have to wonder then, she mused. Is that why you won't introduce yourself? I know your mother likes to let everyone know who she is and how much strength she has. I have not introduced myself because I do not wish to introduce myself, Fox. You do not need my name for me to check up on you. Already you call me Warden, I see no reason you cannot continue to do so until my death. Still so cold, I was hoping you had begun to warm up a bit to me. It's hard not to enjoy the company of a woman as beautiful as myself. She was cut off by Naruto, who interjected. I'm sure Lady Mito was a wonderful company. Frowning, the Kyuubi shot him a dirty look. As I was saying, she grumbled, much to his own amusement. I thought you would be a bit more welcome to spending time in my presence, my past notwithstanding. Oh well, it's no matter, I know enough about you as it is. Naruto raised a brow. And how, pray tell, is that? To the best of my knowledge, this is our first interaction. Oh, it is, dear Warden, but you have interacted with your sister, have you not? She gave a short mirthful laugh. I've spent a lot of time with you, Nai-kun, surrounded by the memories your sister has of you. I get to experience some of her thoughts and can even view the world through her eyes, if I so wish. It takes a lot of effort, but it does get so terribly dull in here, you know. I'll have to take your word for it. However, this also means I have no need for me to introduce myself. Well, I may not have previously met you and still have no desire to meet you, you have met me. But this time it's face to face, the other times don't count. She countered. Then we are done here. You know of me, have seen me, and have now spoken to me face to face. Was there anything else? I grow weary of this place. She gave a bark of laughter. You? Sick of this place? I've been here for years, how do you think I feel? Pausing, she frowned in thought, staring straight into his eyes. You know, Warden, it is your job to care for me. This prison, she gestured about their surroundings, is not really suitable for a prisoner, especially one of my standing. Surely you would not be opposed to a bit of remodeling. Nothing complex, just something basic would be a welcome change. A bed, perhaps, maybe even a square of concrete raised above the water so that I can be dry. You can't be so heartless as to leave a poor woman to rot within this filth. He gave his own thoughtful frown, mulling it over. If she spoke truthfully and he really couldn't find any deceit in her words, then he was her keeper. He knew that the seal on him kept her within, but he had always thought of his sister as the jailer. He was just the lock. Perhaps, then, he had been failing his duty for all of these years. She may have been a great beast of destruction, but she was also the most powerful being on the planet who had been imprisoned for years before getting a chance to lash out at her captors. More than that, though, she was his responsibility. She was his. He liked the sound of that. Here she was, powerless, helpless, needing someone to help her in her time of weakness. And he could help. He could take care of her. He had always been fussed over by others, but the prospect of looking out for someone else made him almost giddy with excitement. How would I go about changing things, Mito? He asked. His voice had softened, no longer the frigid, uncaring tone he had used for the entire encounter. Knowing that she had obtained this small victory, Mito smiled. You're the Warden, will it be so? Then she added, even if that doesn't work, that new seal of yours should have no problem changing this place. She instantly had his undivided attention when she said that. You know of this seal, Fox? He asked. Tell me, what does it do, what is its purpose? She wagged a finger at him. It's not my place to tell you. It can help you change this place, but that's all I'm giving up. You'll have to discover its secrets on your own. He frowned but nodded nonetheless. Very well. It is, after all, my responsibility to bear just as you are. With a thought and a wave of his hand for dramatic effect, the world around them rippled in and out of existence, morphing to his desires. A large slab of black marble rose from the water, covering a large area on either side of the gate, but allowing the water to flow freely along the wall. The room, once bright from an unknown source of light, dimmed considerably even as silver torches grew from the repairing walls and came to life with green flames. The great gate that once was the focus of the room disappeared, leaving only a band of gold along the floor and walls to signify the barrier that was still there. Over that gold band shimmered into existence a grand dining table of dark wood clothed with a length of crimson silk. A gold candelabra appeared dead center, casting faint light with its red flames. Only 2 chairs formed one at either end with high backs and intricately carved armrests. Taking a seat, Naruto ignored Mito's amused grin. He reached for a glass bottle before pouring it into 2 glasses, one of which he slid all the way down to her own seat, the physics of this world changing to ensure his desires were heeded. As he reached for his glass, his clothes melted away, reforming into a black suit that was more fitting for the atmosphere. Once Mito took her own seat, her attire likewise changed, going from a simple red kimono to an elegant red ball gown. All of this for little old me? She grinned. You shouldn't have. No, I shouldn't have. He agreed, taking a sip. But I figured this was fitting for one of your status. See, she teased. I knew you were warming up to me. He gave a snort in response, but did not disagree. She was indeed growing on him, and fast, too. Much like Tatsuki, now that he thought about it. What was it about these women that allowed them to worm their way into his heart so effortlessly? Satisfied that he didn't speak against her comment, she took a sip herself, only to pause at the flavor. Is this strawberry lemonade? Inquired Mito in disbelief. It looked just like wine, but there was no mistaking the taste. I've never had any sort of wine, I wouldn't know how to create it here. He explained, finishing off his glass and pouring himself another. I keep forgetting how young you are, dear Warden. It's hard to believe it with how you speak and act. He merely shrugged in reply. Looking distastefully down at her fruity drink, she peered down the table to meet Naruto's eyes. Say, you wouldn't have anything against me having a glass of blood now, would you? When he made no notice that he had heard her, she let out a sigh and took a sip, only to spit it out as soon as it hit her tongue. It's blood when you asked for it. It is what you wanted, is it not? He raised a single eyebrow at her. No. Why on earth would you think I drank blood? I was joking. Once again he shrugged, waving a hand lazily to vanish the glass and the blood she had spit out over his table. Standing up, he spun his own glass down the table to her with a flick of his wrist. He couldn't help but grin when it moved so perfectly. You know, he mused aloud. I'm starting to like this place. Oh, so you wouldn't mind coming back to visit? She inquired, snatching up his glass and washing away the tang of blood that lingered in her mouth. No, he answered. I don't think I would. Naruto gave a grin as he gazed at the image of a dead woman who sat across the table, his first smile since his family left. There are stairs behind you, they lead to your bedroom. She turned and nearly squealed at the prospect of a bed as she took note of the two curved staircases that led up into the darkness above. It's been fun, Mito. As he willed himself out of this new world, he missed her victorious smirk. And how she gazed hungrily at the place he had just occupied. Soon, my dear Warden, you will be mine, and I will be free. Maybe she'd keep him around after she escaped the seal on his sister. Uzumaki were known for their long lives, and she wouldn't mind a bit of company for 100 years or so. It was certainly a tempting notion. Iruka gave a small sigh as his eyes roamed over his class. Like every other time he had gazed about the room, his eyes were inevitably drawn to the single chair that had remained empty for what was approaching dangerously close to 3 weeks now. Of course, that was not to say the absent occupant didn't observe the lessons, he simply didn't enter the classroom. Peering out the window and into the old tree that sat just outside the building, he could see his missing student sitting on a branch, jotting down notes that had been written on the board. Everyone in Konoha had heard about what had happened to the boy, so it was easy to see he was uncomfortable with the notion of sitting amongst classmates who would no doubt bring up his recent misfortunes, especially if they learned he was now homeless. That would be a nightmare. No, instead he arrived promptly each morning before the other students and would take notes until lunch. Then, he'd disappear for an hour or two before returning to watch the end of the practical lessons. When all the students had left for the day, the boy would practice what he had seen until confident that he understood, at which point he would disappear into the night. As a teacher, Iruka was proud to say that Naruto picked everything up very quickly. Of course, there was the matter of tests and examinations. As it was, he had been excused from those during the 2 weeks he was in the hospital, but another one was coming up soon. Naruto would have to come take it with his fellow students if he didn't want to fail or, worse, be dropped entirely from the shinobi program. Iruka really hoped it wouldn't come to that. Watching as Naruto packed up and took off, he turned back to his chatting students. Alright, class, he called. We'll break for lunch now, you have an hour. Remember, practical when you get back, so eat first to give yourself plenty of time to digest. He was answered by a chorus of "Hi, Iruka-sensei." Before they all stampeded out the door. Giving one last sigh, he turned back to the tree Naruto had only recently occupied. I don't know what it is you leave to do, but whatever it is, good luck. Hey, watch it. She yelled at the small figure that had darted in front of her, nearly knocking into her and making her spill all her groceries. The person either didn't care or had bigger things to worry about than some random woman's groceries as he sped off without the slightest bit of remorse. Moments later, it was revealed as to why. Get back here, you little thief. I swear, when I find you. The man's threat went unfinished as he placed his hands on his knees, panting. It had obviously been quite a chase. Shizune frowned, looking in the direction the cloaked figure had vanished in. It was pretty obvious by their size that they were still a child, and while stealing was wrong even if she was a shinobi, what was more wrong was that a child needed to steal. The orphanages were overfilled with children from the Kyuubi attack still, and many lived on the streets, begging and scavenging. Theft, however, was pretty new. Most didn't have the guts to risk it in a shinobi village. Not only was there a high chance of your target being a shinobi, or at least trained as one, but there was an even greater chance of a shinobi being nearby. Shinobi had a tendency of stopping crimes, usually not out of the goodness of their hearts, but for some form of reward or compensation. Regardless of their reasoning, a civilian thief would be easy pickings for even a fresh genin, which meant successful thieves were either dumb and lucky or skilled and lucky. Either way, without a healthy dose of luck, you'd find yourself locked up before you could count the coins you'd stolen. As if on cue, 3 shinobi from the crowd dashed in the same direction the young boy had gone, intent on getting back the stolen coins. Whether they would return them once retrieved, however, was a different matter entirely. Shaking her head, she continued on her way back to the Senju Manor with her purchases. It wasn't any of her business. If the kid got away, good for him, if not, well, hopefully he wouldn't be roughed up too badly. She had only made it 2 blocks farther when she saw him again, perched on a roof just under an overhanging building. She almost missed him, shadowed as he was, but a flash of red when some of his hair fell out of his hood had drawn her attention. None too soon, either, as that strand was quickly tucked out of sight. Curious, she moved to a wall of a nearby building to observe the child. Something about him seemed familiar in some way, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Almost 5 minutes later, when she was considering leaving, he tensed. Her eyes found the large group that passed near him and couldn't help but wonder why he would wait for a larger group. Sure, he'd be well hidden, but the chances of shinobi were higher, as were the chances of being tangled within the limbs of bystanders. When he pulled out an old kunai, holding it in a reverse grip with his right hand, she furrowed her brows in concern. He wasn't aiming to kill one of them, was he? Before she could think more on the subject he leapt, landing in a roll right behind the group and quickly making his way through it. When he emerged from the front, he held no less than 3 different coin purses. He slipped into an alley nearby with none in the crowd any the wiser of what had just taken place. Oh, he's pretty good. He must have been doing this for most of his life. She thought, somewhat amused by the young boy's skill. He'd make a fine shinobi one day. Within moments, he was back in her sight, having climbed up the alley wall. Crouching down, he emptied the 3 purses into his own bag, which he promptly placed into one of the pockets on the side of his pants. He turned back to the street and within a few minutes had his next group of targets. This group was no larger than the last one, and yet when he pulled away from the crowd he had managed to procure 5 coin purses, despite the jingling his pocket of coins must have been making. Was the number based on luck, or is he simply improving at such a rate? He could have done poorly the first time or exceptionally well this time, but Shizun's instincts told her that this boy was a very fast learner. Or, rather, her instincts told her that he was quick to adapt, which meant about the same thing in this situation. Wait, where'd he go? The instant she realized she had lost sight of him, she felt a weight settle within the kunai pouch she was wearing. Spinning around, she was met with the sight of the boy, his purple eyes gazing up to her with a cold seriousness that set her on edge. Silently, he brought a single finger to his lips. Is he bribing me? She thought in disbelief. Reaching a hand into her kunai pouch, she felt a sack of coins that she knew hadn't been there earlier. He's really attempting to buy my silence. It really was amazing, because the boy couldn't be more than 8 years old, and yet here he was operating in a manner most of Konoha's current chunin couldn't accomplish. A sobering thought hit her. Why has he needed to adapt in such a way? Staring at the boy who remained still and silent, waiting for her response, she finally realized why he seemed so familiar. Red hair and purple eyes, living on the streets, he must be that boy I heard those women speaking of, the one who found himself without a family and locked out of his home. The 2 old women had spoken about the boy who was some sort of royalty, a prince, if Shizun was remembering correctly, who was without home or family. The women hadn't known why his family was gone, whether they had fled or were dead, but they did know that the boy found himself locked out of the sealed compound. With nowhere to go and no connections within the village, he had found himself on the streets, where he could be found darting about gathering lost items and discarded scraps. He was a scavenger, like a raccoon, one woman had joked, but the other was quick to speak against it, commenting on how he prowled like a wolf, despite the state he found himself in. She also mentioned that he was far too proud to ask for assistance, even if he had someone to ask it from. That would explain the coins, thought Shizun. Of course the boy couldn't bring himself to ask her to keep quiet as he tried to scrounge up his next meal, but if he gave her part of his haul, he was paying for a service, in this case, the service of keeping one's lips closed. If he had noticed me watching him, he must have been able to figure out that I'm a shinobi. It's not common for a shinobi to turn down a job, no matter how odd, so long as they are paid and it doesn't put their village in danger. It must have been the case, as he was still here. He had to know if she accepted the job, otherwise he was in danger. Wait, she paused. Doesn't that make me a threat? Her instincts weren't alerting her to danger as he stood there, still but relaxed, but as she discreetly looked out of the corner of her eye, she could catch the glimpse of metal hidden slightly behind his leg. He's got his kunai out and ready. She realized. If I don't accept his payment, he plans to silence me through other means. She wouldn't be that easy to take down, being a high Chunin level ninja, but the fact that he was ready to do so was, honestly, a bit disturbing. What are we, the bloody mist? The child shouldn't act in this way, ever. She didn't care who they were, where they came from, or what their life story was, it was simply wrong to have a child acting so much like a, well, shinobi. Frowning at him, she couldn't help but feel pity for this homeless prince. Taking out the coin purse, she made a show of weighing it in her hand before nodding to him, signifying that she accepted the payment and would keep silent on this matter. He gave a grateful nod of his own before running into a nearby alley and out of sight. It would appear his work was over for the day. She didn't know his name or why he was fending for himself, but she did know that he would go places as a shinobi. Hopefully, those places would be better than how he was living now. Good luck, little thief. Despite it being barely past noon, there was already a sizable pile of empty bottles laid about around her. The busty blonde was far from drunk, however, having developed a rather large tolerance to alcohol over the years, much to her ire. Drinking helped her forget. The ability to drink such copious amounts without becoming drunk without being able to forget was not a skill she cherished. That is, in fact, why she had started at 9 in the morning. If she had waited any longer, she would not have grown inebriated enough to forget come evening, and if there was anything Senju Tsunade hated, it was being sober during the night. Because if she wasn't drunk she'd never fall asleep, instead she'd spend the night lying in her bed, tossing and turning as her past haunted her with thoughts and memories she'd rather not have. Drinking let her sleep, allowing her to wake up and start the process over again. It may have been pathetic, it might not be good enough to be considered a life, but it was all she could do, and she wouldn't be stopping anytime soon. Not only was she the greatest medic ever known, unable to accept any damage the alcohol might do to her body, but she also had Uzumaki blood, which helped her heal and would keep her alive for quite a bit longer, retired or not. She intended to keep up this routine until the day she died. If it weren't for Shizune, her apprentice, that day would have been long ago. It was for the girl's sake that she continued to draw breath each day. She couldn't bear the thought of leaving her deceased lover's niece all alone in the world, especially after dragging her all over the elemental nations. The poor medic had no friends or family besides the last Senju, and their pet pig, to leave her would crush the girl. A fine way to honor the man she loved. No, she'd stay around for the girl, at least long enough for her to meet a nice man or woman and start a family. Then, perhaps, Senju Tsunade could die in her sleep. As the world's best medic, it would be child's play for her to shut down her body's vital functions, leading to what would no doubt appear to be a natural death. Konoha, however, had not been the plan. Sure, it would help her apprentice find friends, but she'd much rather die in some small town where no one knew who she was. Just another traveler who would be dug a simple grave and left to rest in peace. Konoha and the rest of the major hidden villages would never even know of her passing. And then came an Uzumaki. So there went all of her own plans. Uzumaki Kushina had always had a place in Tsunade's heart, even if the woman didn't show it, and she was unable to say no when the Uzumaki asked for her to come back to Konoha. For all the reasons, however, giving checkups to her son wasn't the best to call her back to Konoha for. It seemed almost lame. There were plenty of medics in Konoha who could monitor the boy's health, like whoever it was who told the redeeted woman that her son's chakra coils were having a strange reaction to the Kyuubi's chakra. Surely they already knew what was going on, there was no real need to have the last Senju come back to keep an eye on the boy's developing coils. Nevertheless, Kushina, being the overprotective mother she was, would accept nothing but the best for her son and proceeded to call for Tsunade's return. The Senju cursed that woman's ability to get her to do things she really didn't want to. So, she came to Konoha, as she had promised, albeit a day late due to a run-in with some debt collectors, and now here she was, lying on the floor in some random room within the Senju compound, determined to get drunk off her ass one more time. So what if she hadn't given the boy a checkup? He just had one and the problem left when his mother and sister did, the boy was in no danger. If he had any concerns about his health, he would come to her and let her know. Kushina had told her that she left Naruto instructions within the compound. Being the mama's boy he was, there was no way he'd go against them. So, until he came to her, she saw no reason to seek the boy out. Preparing to start on the next bottle, she was interrupted by the opening of the front door and the voice of her apprentice. "Tsunade-sama, I'm back. Come help me put away the groceries." Giving a sigh, Tsunade rolled over and pushed herself up, pausing only to fix her loose shirt before making her way to the kitchen to help her apprentice. About halfway through their task, Shizune attempted to start up a conversation. "Hey, Tsunade-sama, guess who I encountered today?" asked Shizune. Tsunade puzzled over this. Shizune didn't really know anyone here, so it must have been someone with quite the renown. It probably wasn't her old sensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, but that still left quite a few possibilities. I don't know, maybe Hada Kakashi. You two start flirting or something. Shizune's cheeks immediately went red. And no, it was nothing like that, it was a little boy. Tsunade curled a brow, giving her apprentice a curious stare before shrugging. Well, some girls like M. Young, I suppose. Tsunade-sama. Her apprentice huffed in indignation, pouting slightly as a teasing grin spread over Tsunade's face. It was that homeless prince that people have been talking about lately. The prince of the homeless. He didn't do anything inappropriate to you, did he? Asked the Senju. Before her apprentice could respond she continued. Unless of course you wanted him to. It's good to see you care more for personality than wealth, Shizune, but I think you may be going a bit fast. You must be head over heels for him. Tsunade. Whining Shizune, crossing her arms over her chest. I'm being serious here, stop trying to make this about my love life. You mean your lack of one? Shizune shot her a dirty look. Anyway, you've heard the rumors, right? Tsunade shook her head in the negative. I haven't been out much, you know that. Ah, I thought you might have heard them the few times you left. Well, basically, there's supposed to be a young boy, a prince or something, whose family has vanished. He tried to get into his home, only to be rejected by the security seals. The bad feeling began to well up within Tsunade as she listened to her apprentice. That sounded suspiciously like Kushina's son. But why would the security seals reject him, had something gone wrong? Did he even know about the instructions Kushina had left him? Her apprentice, oblivious to the unease of her master, continued on. He spent 2 weeks in the hospital, but once he was released he didn't have anywhere to go, so he's been living in the streets. I watched him today, he was stealing from some of the civilians. He was good at it too, and got better as he worked. Her apprentice gave a small grin. Little troublemaker knew I was watching him and tried to bribe me. Shizune giggled. Well, I suppose he succeeded, I agreed not to turn him in. Shizune's small smile turned upside down. It was kind of sad, actually, that one so young lost everything and is now fighting to survive. I feel bad for the poor boy, though I suppose he's doing well enough for himself as it is. I swear, it's like he was born to be a shinobi, I wonder who his parents must be. Shizune Tsunade's voice was slightly shaky as the woman hoped she was wrong. What did he look like? Ah, he wore an old brown cloak, so it was hard to see his features, but he had hair as red as a sunset and these cold purple eyes that almost seemed to glow in the shadow of his hood. They were actually quite beautiful, I bet he'll grow up to be a handsome young man. When Shizune looked to her master, she found the last Senju frozen in terror, causing her to grow concerned. Tsunade-sama, is something wrong? Oh, gods, Naruto-kun. Chapter 5. Sunset. She kept her eyes peeled during her brisk walk, searching every rooftop, storefront and face within the crowd for the crown of red hair or his brilliant purple eyes. The early morning traffic, as thick as it was, offered no resistance as she waded through crowds that split before her. It was not wise to stand in the way of Senju Tsunade. It was even less wise to do so when she was as distraught as she currently was. Why the hell didn't anyone tell me he had been in the hospital for 2 weeks? He must have been so scared and confused as he laid there all alone. She knew there really wasn't anyone to blame for that. Few had known she was back in Konoha, and she doubted anyone besides herself knew that she had returned at Kushina's behest to keep an eye on Naruto's health. Still, he's an Uzumaki prince and the heir to the Namika's name, Hiruzen, should have brought it to my attention just to ensure his health and safety, never mind the fact that he's my godson. She had to pause her train of thought at that. Did anyone outside the Uzumaki Namika's family and the 3 Sennin even know she was the godmother of the 2 children? No, probably not. It wouldn't have brought any good to paint an even larger target on the kids, they were already Yuzu royalty and suspected to be the children of the Yondaime Hokage. They didn't also need people to know that they had close ties to the Sannin. No one but ourselves to blame, then. I should have checked up on him immediately. If I had picked him up at the academy instead of putting it off we could have avoided this mess. She had to wonder, however, why it was that no one else had tried to care for the boy in her absence, especially when they probably didn't even suspect she was there to keep an eye on him. Kurenai's always been close to the family, Hiruzen's like a grandfather, and I know the Kakashi always wanted a little brother, so why am I hearing that Naruto's been on the streets? This doesn't make any damn sense. Something wasn't right here, or perhaps she just didn't have all the information she should, either way the last Senju intended to get to the bottom of this. No godson of hers was going to be found living on the streets, not when she had an entire empty compound and a Senju treasury she could never manage to empty on her own. Now let's see, where does that woman live? If anyone would know what's going on, it would have to be Kurenai, Konohagakure's Genjutsu mistress. The woman was like a daughter to Kushina, and if the Uzumaki woman had told anyone about the full arrangements made for Naruto, then it would be her. Not for the first time, Tsunade regretted not asking for more information from Kushina when she agreed to monitor Naruto's health. I should have known something would go wrong, with my luck and all. If I had to guess, though, Kushina would have left everything within the compound where she felt it would be safest. Too bad that really doesn't help anyone right now. If her own son can't get in, how the hell will anyone else? Tsunade stopped within the middle of the street, looking up at the roofs until she spotted an Anbu, waving them down. Yes, Tsunade-sama. They asked. Ryuhi Kurenai's house, where is it? The Shinobi residential district. Her house is built atop apartment building 7. The Anbu paused, thoughtful. I have no idea how she managed to have a house built atop another building, or why she would choose to do that, rather than buy and renovate a house at ground level. They shrugged their shoulders and pushed the thought from their mind. Was there anything else, Tsunade-sama? No, thank you for your help. The Anbu gave a nod before vanishing to finish whatever task they had originally had. On apartment building 7, huh? Interesting. Though, I should expect no less of a skilled jounin who learned under Kushina. Both she and her husband managed to train an exceptional shinobi, but both turned out kind of odd. Kakashi was a known pervert who was very private and not seen much. He was always late, to the point that he was almost more infamous for that than for all the ninjutsu he had stolen over the years. The man wore a mask at all times, or so the rumors said, even when he was bedding a woman. No one knew if he even did bed women, due to his private nature, but there were more than a few women who claimed to have spent a night with him. Of course, most of them were civilians who claimed that he had shown them his face, so probably less than credible sources. Kurenai, on the other hand, couldn't seem to decide what she was. On the outside she was cold and uncaring, giving off a professional aura whenever she left her home. Those that knew her, however, were aware that she was a hopeless romantic who liked to read romance novels and daydream about meeting her own Prince Charming. She often got after Kakashi for the books he read, only to go home and read her own books, which tended to be the same thing only of a lesser quality. She hated perverts, but would have no problem chatting on for hours about her sexual fantasies or the latest wet dreams she had. The two were great shinobi trained by two of Konoha's finest, but they were freaking weird. Then again, in this line of work, those who survived long enough to become jounin usually were. They were simply some of the biggest examples. Of course, then there was Guy, but Tsunade didn't even know where to start when talking about that man's eccentricities. Some things were just better left alone. Arriving within the shinobi residential area, Tsunade had no trouble locating building 7. She did, on the other hand, have some trouble figuring out how one was expected to approach Kurenai's front door. How the fuck do I get up there? She seriously doesn't expect people to use wall climbing or roof jumping to get to her home, does she? Tsunade shook her head in exasperation. This is such an impractical setup. What if a civilian was delivering something, or she ended up getting her chakra disrupted or sealed? Hell, even if Naruto tried to come to her for help, there's no way he could make his way up there with no shinobi training, the walls are perfectly smooth for fuck's sake. Growling in frustration, Tsunade placed a foot on the building's wall to begin her ascent, only for her chakra not to stick to it. Apartment building 7 is the most secure housing available to shinobi, other than clan compounds, of course they would have ways to keep people from sticking to it with chakra. She looked around to find a building close enough for her to be able to comfortably jump onto the apartments from. She didn't find one. Are you fucking shitting me? Not only do I have to climb up another building, but I'm expected to pump chakra out of my legs to be able to jump across. It wouldn't be a small amount of chakra either. Tsunade doubted there were any chunin who would be able to get to Kurenai's front door. Giving a withering glare to the house that sat atop the building, mocking her, she made her way to the nearest building. This is bullshit. Senju fucking Tsunade was sitting on her couch, in her home, with her, and she did not look happy. This is probably about Naruto-kun, but that glare looks a bit too irritated for him to be the source. That's more of the what is wrong with your home glare I tend to get. As much as she tried to hold it in, a small giggle escaped her lips. Giving a sly smile, she figured she may as well take this rare opportunity to tease the world's greatest medic. You know, Tsunade-sama, the apartment staircase has roof access. If anything, that little tidbit of information only served to irritate the powerful woman even further. That would have been nice to know. Ground out the Senju, making a mental note to find the Anbu who had left that out of his direction. It is very common knowledge within the shinobi ranks, she silently included, and amongst cheap civilian restaurants that deliver, but I doubt you came here to experience my unique housing. That's right, I didn't, nodded Tsunade. I came here because I recently came to learn something that was rather surprising. A feeling of imminent doom began to build up within Konoha's Genjutsu mistress. Her stomach knotted up as her body became numb. She could feel beads of sweat forming upon her brow and had to force her breath to stay even. Hiding the shaking in her hands, she asked, and what might that be, Tsunade-sama? Shit, this has to be about Naruto-kun. Why couldn't I have just been wrong this once? Oh, it just seems as though my godson has been living on the streets, even though both his mother's and father's students are here in Konoha. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, now, would you, Kurenai? Accused the busty blonde. She was doing a remarkable job at restraining herself, one almost wouldn't be able to tell how furious the woman was. Kurenai, unfortunately, knew exactly how angry the woman before her was. I had heard that the compound rejected him, began the red-eyed woman. But the last I saw him was a week before Kushina-sensei left, almost a month ago. And you haven't sought him out. If I did go look for him and he came here for help, who would help him? I've been here, ready to help him the second he comes to me. Okay, so that was bullshit, she had gone out to take care of things plenty of times, but she knew she was one of Naruto's last resorts, as much as that fact hurt her, and considering the amount of people within the village, she wasn't going to be hearing him ask her for help anytime soon. Is that so? Kurenai was beginning to get angry at Tsunade's accusations. Where was she, the world's greatest medic, when Naruto-kun was suffering in the hospital? Why was she here, talking to her, when she could be out helping the boy who would accept her far more easily than he would herself? Why was she only now learning of these things when Kushina had mentioned that Tsunade was coming to monitor her son's health? How dare she try to place all the blame on her, he wasn't her responsibility. And when, exactly, was the last time you saw him, Tsunade-sama? His birth. His second birthday party. The hospital where he was lying confused and alone. On the street. Safe within your own home. He doesn't even know you, and yet you were supposed to keep an eye on his health. Shot back Kurenai. Well. How's his health? Is he doing alright? You wouldn't even know. Don't you be trying to make me out to be at fault here. At least he knows who I am and where to find me. Then why hasn't he? Kurenai looked down to the floor, ashamed. We have a rather strained relationship. We get along for the sake of Kushina-sensei, but we're really not comfortable in one another's presence. Ha! Exclaimed Tsunade victoriously. You claim to be here for him, and yet you know he will never come. He might as well be alone. He might as well, Kurenai countered, be with his godmother who has been tasked with his well-being. I didn't know until last night. And why didn't you? You should have seen him on your first day back, not almost 3 weeks later. Kushina left him instructions, you know that. I was a day late, he would have made his way to me after the academy the next day. I was waiting for him to come to me. Kurenai scoffed. And you didn't get suspicious when he never showed. I don't believe that for a second. I figured someone else was taking care of him. They'd bring him to me when he needed a checkup. So you simply assumed the best without checking, despite checking being the sole reason for your return. Hey. I was supposed to give him checkups, not be his mother. Aren't you supposed to be like his big sister? You should have gone to help him, uncomfortable or not. I agreed, defended Kurenai. To aid him if he needed it. He has yet to ask for aid, he obviously doesn't need it. White, came Tsunade's dry reply. I hear he's been doing well as a thief amongst the Konoha populace. I'm sure Kushina would be proud about how little help he needed from her eldest daughter when it came to obtaining his next meal by risking a nice meeting with the Uchiha police force. And yet here you are, trying to pin all the blame on me while he's still out there without any idea that you could be taking care of him. I'm not here to take care of him. I'm here to make sure his chakra coils develop properly now that he's separated from the residual chakra of the Kyuubi within Kushina and the chakra Naruto seal is mixing with her own. If anyone should be looking after him, it's you. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Me? Not Kakashi. Not Kushina's father figure Hiruzen. Not her best friend Makoto. Not, oh, I don't know, his fucking godmother. Tsunade took a deep calming breath, trying to smother the fiery temper that was building within her. This was not a time to cast blame, this was a time to determine responsibility. Look, Kurenai. I'm here to help him, but I can't care for him. He knows you, even if you two have a strained relationship. He's far more likely to trust you than me. No, you don't know anything about it. He's soon to trust an Iwa shinobi. I see, but to him I might as well be an Iwa shinobi. Tsunade, you need to understand, there's a reason the two of us don't get along well. It's not him, it's me and my past. I'm not going to share it with you, but you have to believe me, you are the best choice for him right now. Kurenai, I'm not here to play mother to the boy. But you, his sister, this is a perfect chance for you to start fixing that distance between the two of you. Just because I see Kushina as my mother and she sees me as a daughter doesn't mean I see him as a brother or that he would see me as his sister. Are you saying you don't see him as a brother? Kurenai looked down at the floor, contemplative. No, it's not that. I do see him as a little brother, but I can't be his older sister, I just can't. You have the best chance of entering his life. It doesn't have to be constant care, but if you could simply offer him a spare room within the Senju compound, we'd both know he was safe." Tsunade thought about it for a minute before nodding. "That would be doable." She agreed. "But he would still need a constant source of guidance." "There's you, isn't there?" At Tsunade's glare, Kurenai hurriedly continued. "And your student. And if you can convince him, he can always come to me. I might not be able to bring myself to go to him, but I won't turn him away." "That could work, you'd be like a mentor instead of a caretaker, and I'd be more of a landlady." "This is sounding good. I'll keep my eye out for the brat and ask the old monkey what he knows. Just remember, medic or not, I'm sending him to you if he asks about the birds and the bees." Kurenai flushed but nodded as Tsunade stood up and made her way to the door. "Make sure you keep your eyes peeled too, Kurenai. If you see him, send him my way or let me know where you've seen him. We can't help the boy until we found him." "Yeah, I will," confirmed Kurenai as the door shut. The two had a plan now, everything would be alright. Unfortunately for Naruto, their plan did nothing for him now. Until they could put it into effect, it would not help him find his next meal, it would not offer him guidance, and it would not shelter him from the cold. He was still alone, with no one to look after him but himself. He did not know of the two women's plans and wouldn't have been able to accept something that seemed so much like pity if he did. He would survive by himself in this new life he found thrust upon himself. And yet, perhaps he wasn't as alone as he may have thought. Senpai raised hand cut the Anbu agent off. "Don't worry about it, it will be taken care of." The Anbu seemed hesitant and unsure but nodded anyway, acknowledging the word of his superior. "Very well, Inu-senpai, we leave this in your capable hands." With that he and his squad mates took off, leaving Hada Kakashi, student of the Yondaime Hokage, to continue watching the streets. It was not truly the streets which he watched, however, but rather a single person on them. Kakashi watched as they pulled into a nearby alley, emptying their latest pilfered coin purses into their cargo pants before scrambling up a wall to search for their next targets. Behind his mask, Kakashi couldn't help but grin. "He's growing up so fast, sensei, I'm sure you would be proud of his skills." Now, if only he was skilled enough not to need someone to keep the authorities off his back. "All in good time, I suppose. He's escaped my sight a few times already, it shouldn't be too long before he can get away with this without me." For almost a week now he had been watching the child of his sensei, one Uzumaki Namikaze, Naruto. If he was honest with himself, he was rather impressed. The child was not naturally talented, per se, but the rate at which he learned and fixed his mistakes was astonishing, leading him to adapt to his current state quite easily. Now, being homeless certainly wasn't the life Kakashi had envisioned for the son of his sensei, but, if nothing else, it was doing a fine job of teaching Naruto to take care of himself. It was for that reason Kakashi did not attempt to directly aid the young boy, choosing instead to look after him and correct issues out of the boy's sight. Kakashi had been keeping authorities away from the boy, making sure he visited the academy, and had been the one who disposed of Naruto's first kill. Kakashi was proud of that fact most of all. To have killed so early and already embracing the stealth of true shinobi, this boy was going to be a refreshing change from the last few generations of Konohagakure shinobi. Of course, the fact that it was his only kill thus far was a bit disappointing, but it was probably for the best. After all, despite what activities they may be involved in, everyone within Konohagakure was a citizen of the Fire Country. Both Naruto and Kakashi were actually rather lucky that no one had attempted to investigate the disappearance. The man had no family of any kind, and the few friends he did have had all assumed he had gotten in over his head doing something illegal and had fled for safety in a nearby country. Though, investigating the death wouldn't have gotten them very far at all, not with Kakashi himself having destroyed the body and burned away any blood, both the man's and Naruto's, that had been in the alleyway. Gods Kaiten were useful in his line of work. There was nothing like a good bit of fire to make everything go more smoothly. Shaking his head clear of such thoughts, he once again focused on Naruto, who had once again snatched a coin purse off an unsuspecting civilian. You know, at this rate, someone's going to be bringing all this theft to the attention of the council soon. He really should take a break for a while, make them all think it was some visitor who had already left for their own home. Choosing his next course of action carefully, Kakashi gave a shrug. Whatever, the worst that would come out of this would be Naruto becoming more cautious, which was a good thing in his book. Ah, fuck it. It's a win-win for the kid. Focusing solely upon the boy, he began visualizing him as prey. The effect was instantaneous as the boy froze up, all his instincts screaming at him about a nearby predator. It only took the child a minute, which must have felt like hours, for the poor guy to locate the one who intended to hunt him. Once again, Kakashi found himself impressed. Locking eyes with the child, though his own were shadowed by his mask, he gestured to a low-hanging roof between the two of them. Getting the message, Naruto nodded once before making his way there. Kakashi, on the other hand, took his sweet time. Naruto seemed a bit tense, ready to flee, and was slowly twirling a kunai with one hand, but other than that he seemed rather at ease with the situation. There was no fear but caution, no hate or malice, but frustration, probably aimed at himself. When Kakashi had made it to the roof, he did not begin a conversation, but rather stood tall and still, observing the young man up close. Despite his tenseness, Naruto stared right back, his shoulders apart and back straight. The boy removed his dirty brown hood and stared proudly into the empty eye holes in the dog mask that loomed over him. Even when faced with a vastly superior opponent, he would not back down. Kakashi knew it was not arrogance or even acceptance of his impending demise, but rather a matter of pride for the boy. One was not weak until they deemed their opponent too powerful to fight. If he were to cower under the glare of the porcelain canine before him, he would be admitting weakness and defeat, and to a survivor like this boy, that was unacceptable. He really was just like his father. Kakashi stayed silent a few moments longer before speaking. You're a pretty good kid, but just as you raise yourself higher than your targets, both the Anbu and Uchiha police force have a tendency to travel by roof, which is higher than you. In the future, I recommend keeping a better eye on your surroundings. Naruto nodded in acceptance of the advice, slipping his kunai away and pulling out a sack of coins. Kakashi wordlessly accepted the bag when it was tossed to him, having witnessed the same actions during Naruto's interaction with the apprentice of Tsunade. You know, I don't mind you practicing upon the Konoha populace, but at this rate people will start to become suspicious. You need to find another source of income. Thank you, Inu-san, for your advice. The boy checked a watch, one Kakashi noticed to be rather valuable. Seems like he's a bit better than I had suspected. It was one thing to cut away the coin purse many within Konoha wore at their waist, it was quite another entirely to remove someone's watch without them noticing. Making note of the current time, Naruto turned his attention back to the Anbu before him. I have managed to obtain permission from Sarutobi-sama to aid his clan in the keeping of Konohagakure's training grounds and the surrounding forests. I should be able to sell any equipment I recover for a solid price as second-hand or scrap. It won't be a large amount, but depending on how wasteful our shinobi are, I may be able to make a decent living as I support myself through the academy years. Kakashi nodded slowly. It was a good plan, especially when you had permission from the Hokage himself, and the dog-faced Anbu knew exactly how wasteful his comrades were. Years of prosperity made them take for granted the high-paying missions and the surplus of available tools. It wasn't like when he was growing up, when equipment was scarce and you were lucky to go to battle with a full holster of kunai. Hell, back then, getting a kunai lodged into your flesh was actually rather fortunate if it struck somewhere non-lethal. Pre-kunai were good kunai, after all. Well, that's good then, I would suggest you focus on that and only resort to purse cutting when the fields run dry. Give them some time to accumulate new weapons and all that. Now, isn't it about time you make your way to the academy? Lunch ended about an hour ago, and if you don't get there soon you'll miss the practical lessons. A sharp nod was his reply as the boy threw his hood over his head and vaulted over the side of the roof in one smooth movement. You know, that actually looked kind of cool, little thief. If you're not careful, you may find yourself with some fangirls of your own, especially if you grow fully into your parents' looks. They were, after all, two fine-looking shinobi. Kakashi was about to turn away when he saw Naruto's arm grabbed and his hood taken off by a beautiful woman in her early 20s. Curious, he watched as she gave the boy a hug before wrapping her arms around his own, pulling him to a nearby cafe. Well then, it seems I spoke too soon. It looks like you already have a fangirl, and an older woman at that. Well done, little thief, your father must be grinning his ass off in the pure world right now. With a final smirk, Kakashi left to finish his patrol, trusting Naruto to the pretty little prostitute that seemed to know the boy. The kid had been working hard, this would be a good break for him. And to think, he hasn't even met Jiraiya yet. Silently, he cursed himself. How could he have been so stupid as to forget those who perched above him? He was a predator, but in this village he was also prey. To lose track of such a simple fact was shameful. It was fortunate the Anbu had not seen fit to arrest him and had rather been willing to offer advice. Naruto, of course, had always known that there were people on the rooftops, but in his confidence that those traveling directly above him were unaware as to his presence, he had forgotten that anyone else would see him as rather suspicious, sitting upon the lower roofs as he was. Even then, those who were directly above him would be able to see him every time he went for a target. He had hoped that the crowds he operated in would be enough to shield him from anyone else's gaze, but it looks like he had been wrong. But that dog, he was strong. There was no denying the skill of the Anbu, Naruto could feel the power and confidence leaking off the shinobi. That had been a man who had gone through much only to return stronger than anything he had faced. But, if that was the kind of person who had caught him, he would just have to surpass them. The hound worked solo on the words of its master, so he would have to be something above the hound, something without a master. "A wolf, I need to become a wolf." The wolf was strong, proud, and answered to no man. It prowled the forest, sought prey, and took it down with ruthless precision. But he could not succeed as a lone wolf, as a wolf's strength came from its pack. Without a pack he could be as strong as he liked, but he would never reach his full potential. "I need to find a pack." Before he could think more into the matter he felt a hand grab his cloak and pull away his hood. He only just managed to recognize them before lashing out. Tatsuki. Her green eyes sparkled with amusement and mischief as she began dragging him to a nearby cafe. She gave him a dazzling smile, her arms wrapping around his right arm. "You didn't really think you could hide from me, did you, Naruto-kun?" He gave a quick glance back to where the dog-faced Anbu had been. Seeing him take off, he turned his attention back to the woman who seemed intent on abducting him. "Not at all, Tatsuki-san. Was there something you needed my help with?" "Nope," cheered the woman brightly. It seemed as though she didn't have a care in the world right now. Naruto checked his watch and raised an eyebrow at her. "Shouldn't you be working now?" he asked. She stuck her tongue out at him. "Shouldn't you be at the academy?" "I would be, but it seems I am to be abducted instead. Any reason you chose to do this?" She gave him a slight pout. "I've earned enough for today and have nothing else to do." "You mean to tell me you're just bored?" "Yep." Naruto gave a sigh. Why did he have to be the mature one? "You know, you really are rather childish. And you're too damn stiff, loosen up a bit, have some fun," countered Tatsuki. "If you're implying what I think you may be implying, you should know my answer already. I'll collect when I'm ready." "Aw, spoil sport. You should know I don't like debts hanging over my head. They have a tendency to bite you in the ass." "Your debt is to an 8-year-old, how exactly will that harm you?" he asked. "And it's been what, a week? It will probably be years until I'm ready for such activities." "Oh? Are you saying I'm not tempting enough for an 8-year-old boy? And now you sound like a pedophile." He used his left hand to rub the bridge of his nose. "Sometimes my maturity seems more a curse than anything else." "Alright then, Mr. Mature, you can pay for lunch." Exhibit A. She gave him another pouty face. "Aw, don't he like that? Would it help if I called you Tusan? Maybe Usama? I swear, I'm going to have gray hairs before I'm a teen." She gave a giggle. "It will make you look more regal, don't worry about it. Besides, then people will only assume you're short, not young." "I'm having second thoughts about lunch with you, Tatsuki-san." "No, that won't do." The woman whined. "You need to call me darling or princess or something. If you don't I'm going to cry. You don't want me to start crying, do you, daddy?" "I preferred your flirtatious side. This childish side, well fitting, does not really become you, Tatsuki-san." She sent him a glare but remained silent, halting their movement so that they were simply standing in the street. After a few moments of silence, he gave in and asked, "What?" "Still, nothing." He gave a deep sigh. "This childish behavior is not really becoming of you, Tatsuki-hime." Her eyes brightened in delight as she gave him the biggest grin he had ever seen. Sweeping him up into a hug, she spun him around once before putting him back down and patting the top of his head. "Good boy, Naruto-kun. That wasn't too hard now, was it? I'm really not sure you're worth all this trouble. You think we could renegotiate so that I paid for you to stay away?" A quick hit to his head was his response as she gave him a sultry smirk. "Oh, it's far too late to turn back now, you have to man up and finish what you started. Besides," she paused to indicate her figure. "You'll know exactly how worth it I am once you finally accept what's yours." She looked to him, only to find him searching through his hair. "What are you doing?" she asked, hands on her hips. "Searching for my first gray hair," came his even response. "Wah. Ah. Found it." He pulled from his head a single gray hair, which he proudly presented to her. "I hope you're happy, Tatsuki-san. At this rate I won't make 20. What? But. How? Why? When?" The poor girl was rather confused at this, and Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at her dismay. It wasn't really his hair, but rather one from the Anbu agent he had just spoken to. It was only by chance that it had fallen off the taller man and landed on his own crimson nest of hair. He wouldn't, however, be admitting that to Tatsuki. "Alright, now that we've confirmed that you're going to be the death of me, let's get something to eat." She simply trailed behind him, still trying to determine whether or not she had really started giving the boy gray hairs. "Come on, keep up," he called. "It's my treat." She instantly sped up to match him. Tatsuki was not one to turn down a free meal, especially when she would get to spend time with her little friend. She had spent much of her own life alone, this new sense of companionship was refreshing. He wasn't trying to get something out of her, he didn't pry about her past, and he didn't seem to judge her occupation. In the presence of this small boy, she could finally relax and be herself, and for that she was grateful. "Wait up, I'm in heels." He just laughed, pausing to let her catch up and wrap one of her arms around his own. Is this what having a friend is like? He looked at her pleasant smile and couldn't help but give his own grin at the warmth and happiness that spread throughout his chest. I like it. Regardless of how powerful he would become or where his life might take him, Totsuki would always hold a special place within his heart and mind as his very first friend. He would never imagine anyone else being better suited to it than the childish young woman on his arm. Deep within a seal, two crimson eyes narrowed. Sand, sand, and even more sand. Naruto gave a sigh as she cast her gaze over the horizon. This place is stupid. The land of wind was aptly named, but perhaps his barren wasteland of nothingness and sandy irritation would have been a bit more fitting. As the wind once again tried to remove her hood to play with her long blonde hair, she turned to watch as her mother received directions from the captain of the ship that had taken them here. Rather than go through Suna and cross most of Kei's no Kuni, the two Uzumaki women had headed north from the fire capital and hired a ship to take them to a port on the far northwestern part of Kei's no Kuni. So as to not lose the natural defense of the desert, Wind Country's capital was not a port city, but rather 2 days' walk from the largest port Sandfish City. 2 days, however, was nothing compared to the month and a half they would have taken trying to get to the capital any other way. The distance itself should only take half that, but constant sandstorms and blistering heat effectively doubled the time it took to make the journey. Naruto shook sand out of her shoes as her mother approached looking as comfortable as she might have if they were back in Konoha. The young girl had no idea how her mother was unaffected by this horrid place. Please tell me we're borrowing horses or something. Her mother's happy nope was far too cheerful for Naruto's tastes. Great. Groaned the girl. She already knew this was going to be a horrible experience. That's my girl, ever the optimist. Kushina had noticed the sarcasm but, like most negative things, she chose to ignore it. They were on a trip and by the gods they were going to enjoy it to the best of their ability. Yeah, optimism, yippee. It took 3 days for them to make it to the capital due to an unexpected sandstorm, but they both arrived healthy and safe, if not a bit grouchy. I swear, when we get out of here, I'm never going to want to see this damn sand ever again. Naruto was promptly bopped over the head by her mother, who was straining to keep a happy face. Language, dear. Chided the woman. Now, where was that entrance? Naruto took her time to look up at what they had finally come to. She was rather disappointed. Before them was a large ring of mud that stretched in either direction until it faded into the horizon. The top of this mud wall seemed to curve back into itself, as if to discourage those who might try to scale it, but Naruto had a feeling that it had to be something more to it than that. Ah, there it is, we must have been set off course by that storm. Her mother proudly proclaimed, pointing to a small smudge in the distance. As minutes turned to hours, Naruto came to learn that the smudge was in truth 2 rectangular walls growing parallel to the mud ring. The 2 walls were almost impossible to see, however, as sand had built up on either side, probably from that recent storm. The 2 women were lucky that the great mass of sand had stuck out well enough for them to take note of it. There weren't too many trying to gain access to the city between the 2 walls, so the 2 quickly passed into the mud ring. Naruto froze at the sight. She had formed her opinion far too soon. The city must have extended for miles below her, carved painstakingly from sandstone. The walls were all smoothed down, engraved with great images of the land of wind's history. Everywhere her eyes could see, great bridges stretched from points that seemed random to connect every part of the city together. And then, there in the middle, was the palace. The Emerald Obelisk was well named, a giant tower of jade green that rose up from the black depths of the city. Vines of gold and silver grew upon the tower, ending periodically in great ivory flowers blooming proudly in the desert sun. Naruto was rendered speechless. It's great, isn't it? The girl could only nod in response. Kushina slapped her on the back with a laugh. Well, come on then, we can appreciate the sight starting tomorrow. For now, let's see about getting us some more appropriate clothes for the climate and finding a good place to spend the night. Naruto followed her mother for a few minutes before something occurred to her. You know, Ka-chan, we're going to have to bring back an entire new wardrobe with us when we return to Konoha. Oh, and why's that? Well, I don't know about mine, but I have a feeling that a lot of your clothes will have vanished with Jiraiya having access to the house. Kushina gave a bark of laughter. Yeah, that is probably something he would do. She paused to ruffle the girl's hair. But don't you worry, Ka-chan thought ahead and reset the seals so that only the clan head can access them. And Nai-kun too, right? That's right. Remember at breakfast when I gave him that hug while he was eating? Yeah, that was right before your food caught on fire. Kushina gave Naruto an angry pout, reminded of the mishap. Yes, well, I gave him that hug, I used a seal to copy his chakra signature to add to the sealing matrix. So, was that before or after you tried to burn the house down? Why you little brat. Naruto raised her hands in surrender. With a sigh, Kushina crossed her arms over her chest. You know as well as I it had to be after. First I got the signature, then I saved my breakfast, then we both wished your brother a good first day of school. And after that we grabbed our things and left to wait for that Tsunade lady you told me about. Finished Naruto. Exactly. Confirmed Kushina, turning away. Her daughter's next words made her world freeze. So when did you add Naikon to the matrix? Kushina's stomach twisted into a million knots as her heart leapt into her throat. A feeling of cold despair and helplessness flooded her being, cloaking her fully in a blanket of shadow that threatened to drown her as it pulled her down into a never-ending abyss. Her legs couldn't hold her anymore as she collapsed to her knees upon the sandstone walkway. No, no, no. She mumbled, desperately trying to convince herself it wasn't true. I have to have added him, I know I added him. When did I add him? If he wasn't added he couldn't get in. If he couldn't get in he wouldn't be able to get her instructions. If he couldn't get in he didn't have access to everything she had left for him. If he couldn't get in, he'd never get her letter. Numbness replaced a despair, which was quickly overcome by a sense of urgency she had not felt since the Kyuubi had escaped her seal. No, this was no time to freeze up. Tsunade was in Konoha. Kurenai was in Konoha. Hiruzen, Mikoto, and Kakashi were in Konoha. But she had to make sure. She had to have confirmation that he was alright, that he was taken care of. They all should have a general idea of what was going on, that should be enough to reassure her son that she hadn't abandoned him. She'd be back, just not now, not until he was ready. Not until she was sure he was safe from that. Launching herself onto her feet, she grabbed Naruto's arm and began to run. Ha-chan. Where are we going? We have to contact Hiruzen, now. The two made their way to the mail station with haste, but it would make little difference. To send a letter across the deserts of Kase no Kuni into Hai no Kuni by bird would take at least a week due to sandstorms, and sending it by boat to the fire capital for delivery would take twice that. The two women would spend the next 2 weeks in Kase no Kuni's amazing capital, but neither would be able to enjoy it, their thoughts fully occupied by one Uzumaki Naruto and his current situation. A response from the Sandaime Hokage would arrive at the end of those 2 weeks, curt and to the point, but it would do little to assuage their worries. Nevertheless, they would press on, determined to follow through with this trip and leaving Naruto to the care of those within Konohagakure. It was, perhaps, not their greatest decision. Within the seal, 2 ruby lips parted to give a grin of pearly white. It was a wonderful feeling after a long day of working, training, and dealing with Totsuki that his dirty clothes melted off his form, replaced by a crisp clean suit of midnight black. Walking down the narrow pathway of black marble, he enjoyed the simple pleasure that came with each click of his shoes upon the freshly waxed floor. Soft green light illuminated his path, casting shadows that danced to the flickering of a non-existent breeze. When he reached the large doors of dark wood he did not hesitate, walking through them just as they opened for his passing, shutting quietly behind the one in control of this realm. He took his place at the empty table and waited for this world's occupant to join him. It did not take her more than a minute. She walked down the left staircase, her long red dress trailing behind her. She seemed rather surprised to see him there, but that didn't stop a smirk from crossing over those ruby lips. Wordlessly she took her own seat, leaning back with a single brow raised. After a moment she finally spoke. Care to explain? I don't know all that much about Biju, I must admit, but we humans call this an evening meal. 2 plates appeared as he said that, seasoned rabbit on rice with a side of sauteed vegetables. It was nothing special or complicated, but seeing as she hadn't eaten since before she was sealed within Uzumaki Mido herself, it was rather significant. Oh? She tried to hide her shock and delight, but it was easily read by the young man. And what do you have to accompany this meal? He shook his head, almost remorseful. Sadly, I still cannot provide you with drinks more suited to your tastes. One of these days I will need to get a hold of something suitable so that we may have a proper meal. As he said this, a glass appeared by her hand and began filling itself. Tonight, I've decided to go with apple juice. She laughed. It seemed like such a childish choice for a drink, but that's what he was, a child. It really was far too easy to forget his true age. I'm sure it will go well with tonight's meal, Warden. He gave her a grin. I certainly hope so, I had no idea what to go with. You know, she smirked, taking a sip of her juice. Sometimes it's best to keep your mouth shut and accept good results as though it was part of your plan. A sound bit of advice, Mido, I'll try to remember it. See to it you do, young Warden. Silence can get you far in life, especially in your chosen profession. But that the conversation came to a halt, both savoring their evening meal. It was a comfortable atmosphere between the two of them, despite hardly having interacted before, just 2 people enjoying the fact that they weren't alone. Despite not having been in much company lately, Naruto still craved the presence of others. He wasn't used to being alone and much preferred a sentient being to his own thoughts. When he was with others he could forget about those annoying doubts and questions that plagued him still, which meant that simple things like a lunch with Tatsuki had become rather welcome. Mito, on the other hand, had not had much company for decades. Sure, there was the occasional glimpse of outside life that she could pull from her hosts, or the stray thoughts that made their way to her, but that was all second-hand. This was the first time in many years that she had shared a meal with someone, and she was enjoying it immensely. When both had finished with their food and now slowly nursed their drinks, Mito decided to start up a conversation. "So, I sensed quite a bit of happiness from you earlier, dear Warden," she began. "Something about a girl by the name of Tatsuki, if I am not mistaken." Naruto was immediately on guard, something that caused Mito to frown. "Yes, that is correct, Fox, what of it?" She flinched when he referred to her as Fox, hoping she hadn't undone all of her work so easily. "I was just curious, dear Warden," she tried to assure him. "Unlike with your sister, I cannot view your memories, nor do I always get to hear your thoughts. It's only when you're experiencing high levels of emotions that I can get a glimpse into the mind of my Warden. So, when a feeling of happiness and the name Tatsuki hit me at the same time, I became rather curious as to who this girl could be. She must be rather special. She is the first person I can call a friend. I was rather happy to be able to say so." Mito hummed in acknowledgement but didn't seem satisfied as she leaned back deeply into her chair. "I see. She must be quite extraordinary to have drawn your attention." "She certainly is. Different," Naruto admitted. "But I enjoy her company." Of course, Mito had a strained groin. "It's important to have those we enjoy being around." Naruto nodded. "I quite agree." An uncomfortable silence descended upon the pair until Naruto finally spoke up. "Say, Mito," he began, meeting her eyes. "Before your imprisonment, were you close to anyone?" She seemed a bit off guard from the question, but recovered soon enough. No, I don't suppose I really did. The Biju had a father, of sorts, but we weren't really close to him. I did spend a lot of time in a human form much like you see now, but even then I mostly kept to myself." "A pity then," he said rather solemnly. "Everyone should have a pack." The pack, she thought that was rather fitting for the boy. He was, after all, much like a wounded animal as he tried to survive on the streets of Konoha. If he actually did have a pack, however, he could probably go pretty far. She would be curious to see what would become of such a pack, actually. It should prove rather amusing. "Well said, Warden. Are you looking to start a pack with this Tatsuki?" His rather large blush was more than enough to tell her he hadn't even thought about doing such a thing before now. "Oh? You seemed so happy with her, I would have assumed you had at least considered taking her as a mate." His blush grew darker as she grinned. Well," he confessed. "I will need to partake in her services eventually." "Services?" Kyuubi questioned. Yes. She's a prostitute." Mito began laughing. "Oh, has the heart of the Uzumaki prince been stolen by the prostitute? It sounds like a forbidden romance novel." "It's a bit more complicated than that, thankfully. I killed the one who was going to be her client and she refused to accept some of the money he had on him unless she earned it." "Oh, so what happened?" "I offered her payment in advance so that later when I'm ready for such things, we can call it even." "Why, that's an interesting story you have there, little Warden. I'm interested in seeing how this ends." "Yeah, me too, honestly. I have no idea if I'll ever be able to bring myself to accept her services for the night. She's my first friend, I'm not sure I could use her like that." "I'm sure you'll figure out something." She assured him. "Now, I do believe it's time for you to get some rest. You have to get up for the academy in the morning after all, do you not?" He gave her a nod. "I do. I'll see you tomorrow evening then, Mito." Standing up, he moved to the large doors behind him and disappeared into the darkness of the seal. He'd be back again tomorrow, and the next day, and every day after that to share a meal with his ward. She was, after all, his responsibility. A deep exhale of smoke came from his mouth as he removed his beloved pipe and set it down on his desk near his hat. It would appear locking him out really hadn't been a part of the plan, he had figured as much, but for her to simply have forgotten to add her son to the matrix. That was just shameful. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Hiruzen scanned the letter once more. She had quite obviously written it in haste, as many of the questions and requests were repeated several times in this jumbled mess of words. It was almost as if Kushina herself was in the room trying to speak as she sobbed her head off. Grabbing a spare piece of parchment, he quickly wrote down his reply, covering what seemed to be her biggest questions. With any luck, his lack of detailed explanation might force her to return. He had never supported this little plan of hers, it was just too easy for things to go wrong. She had thought he was just being pessimistic and paranoid, the current evidence proved otherwise. "Kushina, he wrote. We are aware that Naruto is not accepted by the clan compound as it activated its defenses on him almost a month ago. He has fully recovered from his injuries. Tsunade did indeed return to the village and was here when the compound rejected him. He continues, to the best of my knowledge, attending the academy. I do not know the extent of your plans for his care in your absence and would recommend your immediate return to sort out everything else. Signing and dating the letter, he sent it back to the capital of Kase no Kuni, hoping that Kushina would see reason and return for his son. A week later, his hopes would be proven empty as her reply informed him that she trusted the plans she had in place and knew she wouldn't be able to leave again should she return. They would be continuing with their trip. Giving a sigh, Hiruzen would toss the letter into one of his desk drawers and hope that Kushina's preparations were as good as she believed them to be. Because it wasn't as if things hadn't gone wrong already. Iruka grinned as he looked at the graded test in his hands. He had been right about that kid, he was a damn fast learner. Considering the fact that he was only here for parts of class and observed the rest from the tree outside, it was rather impressive that he had scored full marks on his tests over the past 2 weeks. He had been concerned, of course, about the student who never entered the building, but those fears were put to rest when, on the day of the test, he had climbed up to the second-story window and slipped into an empty seat without any of his classmates noticing. The civilian who was sitting next to him nearly had a heart attack when he finally noticed him. Naturally, he had left once his test was done, but he had received full marks. The boy must have had some really good eyesight to see and understand what he wrote on the board from that distance, or Iruka really was as loud as people told him he was. He really hoped it was the former. The boy had come through again when it came to practical exams, quickly demonstrating the required technique and knowledge before disappearing to go do whatever it was he did. Unfortunately, his full marks in exams were countered by his lack of actual attendance and his refusal to appear for any of the quizzes. It was almost as if the boy didn't really care about schooling and only participated as much as he did to confirm he understood what he needed to be a shinobi. It reminded Iruka of back during the Third Shinobi War when students were taught only what was deemed necessary to their survival and success before being shipped off to kill and die in the name of Konohagakure. No one cared what you scored on your quiz or how many days you may have missed, they just wanted to see that you knew what you were doing. Naruto seemed to know what he was doing. And so, one could possibly say that Iruka had taken upon himself a Third Shinobi War mentality with the boy, allowing him to pass so long as he proved himself capable through the various examinations they had. He would be the lowest mark, of course, but at this point, he doubted the boy cared. Go on, Naruto, show them all what it is to be a shinobi. I look forward to seeing just how far you'll go. She breathed deeply the multitude of heavenly spices that saturated the small stand as she took a stool, idly scanning the large menu board posted behind the counter for a picture that looked the most appetizing. Welcome to Ichiraku's, what can I get for you today? Asked the waitress, a pretty young brunette that seemed rather happy to be able to interact with a customer. The stand had been empty despite the wonderful aroma that wafted from it, the poor girl must have been terribly bored. Whatever you recommend, I can't decide. The answer came. Her thoughts were far away from ordering lunch, focused instead on her master's odd behavior. Alright. I'll have that right out for you. The girl gave a quick bow before retreating into the back of the stall, leaving Shizune alone with her thoughts. What's gotten into you, Tsunade-sama? She wondered. A week ago she had told the woman of the little thief she had seen and the woman went into a panic. The following morning she had stormed out of the house as if hell itself was on her heels. She returned later that day looking no more at ease than she had been upon her departure and immediately tried to squeeze every drop of information concerning the little thief from her apprentice. Shizune still didn't know what it was about the boy that had her master so upset and Tsunade refused to tell her. Of course, if Tsunade wouldn't tell her, maybe the little thief would be able to shed some light on the subject for her. Someone else entered the stall, sitting a stool away to her left. Looking at them through the corner of her eye, she found a grin make its way upon her face. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. He was covered in his brown cloak like usual, but made no effort to return the red hair that was trying to escape back into the confines of his hood. His purple eyes locked with hers for only a moment before going to the menu board. Oh. Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, I hope you haven't been waiting too long. The waitress was back, setting down Shizune's food with a quick enjoy before turning her attention fully to her newest customer. I've only just arrived, your timing is impeccable. His voice was rather bland, taking away from what the two women assumed to have been meant as a compliment. Ah, is that how his voice sounds? If I hadn't heard the rumors I'd assume he's just short, not a child who hasn't reached his teens. Still, to talk like that when he's supposed to be so young is impressive, if not a bit off-putting. It's like talking to an adult trapped within the body of a child. I see. The waitress seemed a bit nervous at this point and as she kept talking it was easy for Shizune to figure out why. Well, I'm sorry to have to ask you this really, I am, but you do have money, don't you? It's not like I think you might be trying to eat and run, but with your, appearance and all. The unfortunate girl was stopped from her rambling as he sat a pouch of coins on the counter and pushed them over to her. I understand completely and take no offense. He said, his voice still even and dull. I'll take the Uzumaki special. The Uzumaki special? Asked the waitress, surprised that he even knew of that particular unlisted menu item. Are you sure? It's rather large and pretty pricey. He waved off her concern. I am familiar with the dish, thank you. So, he's got some sort of connection to the Uzumaki. Could it be as easy as him being an Uzumaki prince? It would make sense, I guess, but the last Uzumaki I knew of was Uzumaki Kushina. It couldn't be her son, could it? Lost in thought as she was, Shizune didn't realize she was staring at the boy. He, however, was well aware. Is there something I can help you with? Broke her out of her thoughts, causing her to blush in slight embarrassment. Ah, sorry, I was lost in my thoughts. She paused. This was as good an opportunity as any to sate her curiosity. If it's not too much trouble, do you think you would be willing to answer some questions I have? She could barely make out the brow that rose within the confines of his hood. I do not see any harm in you asking. Well, it's just that I mentioned running into you and the rumors that have been going around about you to my master. Once I told her about your hair and eyes, she seemed rather distraught. I asked her about it, but she won't tell me. I was hoping you might be able to tell me about your connection to my master. I have very few connections outside my immediate family and even those are rather strained at the moment. What is the name of your master? Senju Tsunade. The slug Sanin. He sounded just as confused as she was. I do not know of any personal connection I might have to the woman, but it is possible she knew one of my parents. I see. Frowned Shizune, slightly disappointed. That told her absolutely nothing. You mentioned your parents, you wouldn't happen to be an Uzumaki, would you? The question seemed to hurt him as he flinched. I am of blood relation to the Uzumaki, yes. Ah, stupid Shizune, he mentioned his family relations were rather strained at the moment. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up any painful memories. It's fine, I need to accept them anyway. Hiding from reality isn't going to help me any. Did you have any more questions? Just one, if you don't mind. I heard that you found yourself alone and locked out of your compound. Did your family really abandon you? Even as she asked, she regretted it. What could have possibly driven her to ask such a question when he had already shown a bad reaction to the simple mention of his family? The boy stood up and turned to leave, pausing at the flaps of the stand. It was quiet and she almost missed it, but the emptiness seemed to echo within her very soul. I don't know. He stood a moment longer before speaking at a more audible tone. Your food's going cold, you should enjoy it before it does. And with that he left into the bustling streets of Konoha. Shizune felt like hitting her head against the counter. Alright, here we have. The waitress paused, confused at her customer's disappearance, and turned towards the only one in the stand. I, may have asked him some questions that made him uncomfortable. Oh, so you scared off my customer, did you? Shinobi or not, Shizune found herself terrified at the irritated waitress before her. He left his coin pouch. She pointed out weakly, only to watch as the young civilian worker casually knocked it over the counter, so it fell out of sight. Really? Asked the girl. Then where is it? You aren't lying to me, are you? I'll pay for it. Oh gods, this was going to empty her wallet. The bowl the girl was carrying was massive. Damn right you will, did you want that to go? Ichiraku was someone Shizune vowed to never cross again. As he sat upon the gates of Konoha and watched the sunset, Naruto couldn't believe it had been 2 weeks already. No, 2 weeks since I was released from the hospital, it's been a month. 1 month ago his family had vanished without warning, and now, a month later, Naruto couldn't tell how he felt about it. He had been confused, scared, sad, and even angry at the thought of the two that left him, but as he spent his time finding his next meal or scavenging for some equipment to practice with, he found that such feelings really didn't help him. Perhaps he just needed to accept it, to move on, to find himself a new family, a new pack, but thoughts of his 2 sons still lingered within his heart and soul. Will I ever be free of them? Can I really cast them away as easily as they left me? His eyes were drawn to the dying light of the sun. Every sun must set, I suppose. But another thought hit him. The sun may set, but it does not disappear. Each and every star is someone's sun, perhaps those 2 are simply someone else's now. It was time for him to find a new sun, a new purpose, because whatever the reason, his sons had disappeared and there was nothing he could do about it. They might rise again one day, appearing within his life without warning, but he'd deal with that day when it made itself known. Until then, there was nothing to do but keep moving forward. With a sigh he stood, determined to find a place to sleep for the night. Once he found it, it would be time for an evening meal with his ward. Mito had become a comforting constant in this new life of his, and he was grateful for it. She was a fixed point, unchanging, and that allowed him to center himself. Without her, all his days would blend together in a never-ending quest for his next meal or somewhere warm to sleep. Without her, he feared he might lose himself within this new life. Without her, he'd probably be little more than an animal at this point. Being honest with himself, Naruto didn't know what he would do. Without her. Chapter 6. Silver Candles. Slowly it clinked through the grass, twisting and writhing in serpentine patterns as it approached its target. It emerged from the field of green, contrasting easily in glowing blue and striking like a serpent of lightning. Naruto allowed a small smirk to grace his face as his chakra chain went through the hole of a kunai and wrapped itself around tightly. With a mental command it returned, its prize in tow. He placed the kunai within his bag before moving the chain to wait behind him. "How was that, Mito?" "You're improving," admitted the voice that only he could hear. "But you still need a lot of practice, your chains react slowly and you have trouble controlling more than two individually." "Yeah, I suppose you're right, I've got a long way to go." Over the past year he had found himself growing rather fond of his ward, something only helped when she began teaching him the techniques of her original jailer Uzumaki Mito. It was amazing to hear what the woman had been capable of with those chains, and his respect for the woman had grown immensely despite never having met her. More important than her teachings, however, had been her simple companionship. She was always there. Always able to offer advice. Always able to listen to his troubles. Always there to let him know that in this world he didn't have to be alone. That was not to say he was always alone, but it was still a rather rare occurrence to run into those he knew, and for good reason. He was trying not to be seen by the inhabitants of Konohagakure. It wasn't that he had anything against them, but rather his own form of training. After all, if you could live as a ghost within the greatest shinobi village in the world, you were miles above the rest. He really wasn't much of a ghost when it came to the village's upper echelons, but he might have well been when it came to civilians and fresh chunin. He was rather proud of that. Of course, there was one civilian who always seemed to be able to find him, and she took every opportunity she could find to pester him. He really didn't mind all that much, though. Spending time with Totsuki always seemed to lift his spirits. There was just something about the way she acted that never failed to bring a smile to his face. For the most part, those he encountered were shinobi. He often ran into Inu, who seemed to be keeping an eye on him, and various other Anbu, usually sent by the Hokage himself. The great monkey had been giving him plenty of space, but liked to check up on him from time to time. At first, Naruto had suspected that it had something to do with the Sarutobi head's closeness to his mother and sister, but these days it seemed more like curiosity than anything else. Naruto saw Iruka almost every day for class, but interacted with the man perhaps once a week for exams. His classmates seemed to have gotten used to his odd behavior and constant absence, and were no longer surprised when he slipped into a seat from the window. That had actually taken 3 months, which was rather irritating. They were going to be ninja for fuck's sake, why were you startled when the same person came through the same window to enter the same seat for the same reason each time? If anything, they should have taken advantage of it and used it to try to prank him. Fortunately for him and even more fortunately for any wannabe prankster, no one had tried anything yet. There was one other person he encountered rather regularly, and that was Kato Shizune, apprentice to Senju Tsunade. He didn't know what to think of her, honestly. She seemed an okay person, though one who didn't have much experience with people. Considering she had been following Tsunade around the Fire Country, never staying in the same place for long, it was understandable. Other than her master, she probably didn't speak to many of the people she met more than once. She also seemed pretty restless, probably more so than normal. Before she had been traveling around, now she was just wasting time here in Konohagakure. If he had to guess, she probably joined Tsunade for the chance to see the world and experience all that she could, she just seemed like that kind of person. It must have been terribly disappointing to then spend the next decade of her life learning medical techniques in between running from debt collectors and watching the last Senju get drunk off her ass. He actually felt a great bit of pity for the poor girl. Then there was the matter of the girl's master. Apparently, she claimed to be his godmother, according to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old monkey would neither confirm nor deny it, claiming to want to stay out of this, and Naruto was rather appreciative of that. He'd been living on his own thus far, he could make his own decisions. Hiruzen had admitted that Kushina and Tsunade had known each other, so it was a possibility, especially considering Tsunade's sudden return so close to Kushina's departure, but he also said that Kushina had been rather secretive about any and all arrangements involving her family ever since the Kyuubi incident 9 years ago. When Hiruzen had then asked if he would like to meet the woman who was looking for him, Naruto had quite politely declined. After hearing a drunk Shizune air all her grievances about the woman, he had no desire to meet her, godmother or no. Perhaps, if she came to him, he would be polite and make conversation, maybe even over a nice meal somewhere, but so far all she'd done was ask the Hokage to keep an eye out and send him her way. Obviously, she really didn't want to meet with him. This felt far too much like someone doing the absolute minimum to be able to say they did something, and he wouldn't be having any of that. He didn't know what obligation she might be trying to fulfill, but for all he cared she could choke on them. He had his own problems to worry about, and some lazy old drunk sure as hell wasn't going to be one of them. Speaking of searching for him, though, Kurenai seemed to be trying to locate him. He could understand. She had always acted oddly around him, but there was always this sense of guilt that came afterwards, as if she was aware of her actions and regretted them despite not being able to change. There must have been something bigger going on, but whatever it was he did not know and probably never would. Avoiding her, then, was in her best interest. If she did meet with him she'd continue with her strange behavior and become guilty once more. It really was a vicious cycle, and seeing that he really didn't want to have to deal with her odd actions, it was something he was more than willing to help her with by staying as far away as he could. Nonsense, I only had a basic understanding of how these chains were supposed to work, the fact that you managed to use them at all is still impressive. You just need more practice still. It's easy to use a million chains in the same way, but controlling multiple chains in different ways is like suddenly finding yourself with new limbs, it's going to take some time to get used to. He could hear her giggle deep within the recesses of his mind. Just think, she teased. You still need to learn how to use them as you move. That should be fun. Naruto groaned at the thought. That was not something he was looking forward to. That's the spirit. Cheered by the fox. I'm glad you find this funny. Oh, I most certainly do. So, will we both admit you need more practice, perhaps you should stop trying to use them while you try to earn a living. I'm all for you getting good, but this is cutting into your productivity. He gave a sigh. She was right, as usual. He had hoped that by using the chains to help him clear the training grounds, he would both get practice and gather enough to pay this month's rent, but so far he gathered only a dozen kunai, which would maybe cover today's meals. He had a lot more to do if he wanted to get that rent out of the way so he could focus on other things. Yeah, you're right, I need to stop messing around. There's work to be done. As his chain dissipated into blue light, he set about maintaining the Great Forest, or whatever bullshit he had told Hiruzen. Those old clans were full of shit, always trying to insult each other with compliments. It was like a competition to see who could jerk the other off better, but even if you won you still just gave someone you didn't like a handjob. Honestly, she should have known how shit of a plan that was. It had been a year, an entire freaking year, and Naruto was still out there doing who knows what to survive. Every search was fruitless, none of the Anbu would tell her anything, and the Hokage was less than helpful, telling her something about giving the boy some space. He didn't need space, he needed help. More importantly, she needed to help him, to make up for all those years of being unable to bring herself to have any sort of positive relationship with him, despite being so close to the rest of his family. Giving a sigh, Kurenai fell back onto her couch. This whole thing was just a giant mess. First Tsunade arrived a day late, then Naruto ends up in the hospital, the compound has Naruto homeless, Kushina decides to continue her trip, and now neither she nor Tsunade could find the boy. How hard is it to find the one person within Konoha with bright red hair? Something needed to be done to find him, but what? How could she possibly find the boy who seemed so intent to stay hidden? She really couldn't blame him, though. The world was scary, no wonder he was hiding. Maybe I could draw him out somehow. No, that wouldn't work. She hardly knew him, much less what would make him feel safe enough to emerge from wherever he was taking shelter. She could try to change into Kushina and pretend she had come back, but that was already a horrible idea that could only go terribly wrong in a multitude of ways. There had to be somewhere he frequented. A store or a friend's house, or… She slapped a hand to her head. He was going to the academy, for fuck's sake. Here she had been over the last year, wandering the streets of Konoha for signs of the boy, but he would have been in the academy learning to be a shinobi while she was out looking for him. No wonder all her searches had come out empty-handed. Never before had she felt like such a moron. If Anko ever learned. Just the thought made her shudder. She'd never hear the end of it from the snake mistress. Considering she had recruited the woman for a few searches, she'd probably be at the end of the woman's ire too. I'd rather not be at the other end of her hidden snake hands, thank you very much. Well, at least now she knew where to find him, the only problem left was making contact. She could wait out in front of the building like some of the parents, but he might not be too appreciative of that. He'd be even less pleased if she tried to draw him from classes. Naruto never seemed to want attention, and that would be an excellent way of bombarding him with it. Maybe he could miss a day, or at least an hour or two. I could wait for him there in the morning. It was better, but that still didn't feel quite right. Maybe she could ask Iruka about him. Everyone knew how close she was to his family, so it would make sense for her to check up on his academics from time to time with his mother away. Yeah, check up on him once a year, that's perfectly normal. Well, it wasn't as if she had any better options, and if that didn't work she could resort to ambushing him before class. Better yet, if he walked in while she was speaking to Iruka, then she could pull him away, at least for a few minutes, to tell him about the arrangement she and Tsunade had come up with. Surely he'd appreciate being told that he had a room in the Senju compound ready for him. It was settled then, she'd stop by the academy first thing in the morning. Everything was going to be just fine. Again. She called, watching as the young blonde girl continued to train under the glaring sun. It was hard work and she was proud of her, but it wasn't enough. The past year had been hard on Kushina, thoughts and doubts about the well-being of her son had haunted her without end, but she couldn't go back, couldn't make sure he was okay, couldn't wrap her arms around him and tell him it was all right. But she wanted to. God, she was tempted, but she stayed strong. They couldn't go back, not yet. And so, she made good use of the trip. Once more. Naruto would be trained to insane levels for a girl her age and would return ready to protect their home of Konoha as the new head of the Uzumaki. And then Kushina could devote all of her time and attention to Naruto, the next head of the Namakas. And by the gods she would train her son until he surpassed his father. She would make damn sure that she made up for leaving him behind, as necessary as it was. Until then, however, she would focus on Naruto and her training. Her basic shinobi skills were coming about wonderfully, but compared to what would need to be taken care of soon, this was nothing. It was not easy to control the chakra of the Kyuubi, but as its Jinchuriki Naruto would need to learn how. That and that alone would take up the majority of this training trip, but once it was done she could be confident in the safety of both Naruto and her brother. Alright, that's enough. Come take a seat and get some rest. The young girl didn't bother coming over, instead choosing to collapse right where she stood in the field of grass they had been training in. Or just stay over there. Sighed Kushina as she walked over and dragged her daughter back to their little base camp. As Kushina looked down at her daughter, she couldn't help but smirk. She had fallen asleep, completely exhausted from the training. Just like a true Uzumaki, thought Kushina. Training until they collapse. Words may not have been able to express the pride she felt for her daughter, but her thought still lingered on her son. I haven't heard anything from Tsunade, but she really didn't want to do much in the first place. I suppose expecting regular updates was a bit much. It was a bit disappointing that she hadn't been told anything about her son's well-being, but at the same time, no news was good news and she was confident she would be notified if anything bad happened. I still wish I knew how his health was, Tsunade hasn't given me her opinion on the matter. That was rather important, a key factor in ensuring his safety. But, until Tsunade told her otherwise, she'd have to trust the rather alarming theory given to her by the young medic she had met at the hospital. Chakra maturity happens around 12, which is why academy graduation is so young, so I have at least 3 years before I can be sure it's developed properly away from the influence of the Kyuubi's chakra. 1 year had been far too long to wait, another 3 was going to be an unbearable torture, but she'd make it through, if not for herself, then for the sake of her children. As much as she wanted the family to be together, she had to do what was best for them all. No matter how much it hurts. A familiar sense of comfort and belonging filled his being as he took his first step on the black marble flooring of his world. It was not really his world, not truly, but with his control over it, it might have well been. The pale flickering light bathed him in its green glow as his footsteps echoed down the walkway. There was a scent in the air, like pine trees and spice, but there was something else that lingered in the air, an aroma he couldn't put his finger on, which was odd. This world became what he wanted, so why didn't he know that smell? With quick steps he continued into the main dining hall, only to raise a single brow at the fact that it was bigger than he remembered, grander. Instead of a room with just a long table, he had walked into an entire ballroom. The table, he idly noticed, had been moved along one of the walls. Like it. His attention was drawn towards Mito as she descended the stairs, her red dress trailing behind her. I have to admit, I'm a bit confused. I was unaware that you could change anything in this place. The woman giggled as she reached him, looping one arm through his own and leading him to the table. You've been giving me a lot of leeway recently, even if you don't realize it, so as long as my changes don't go against your own desires, they'll stay until you take the time to change them. He looked around, noting the brightness of the room. It was rather out of place in this world, so it was the first thing to go. As the lights dimmed and white and gold color scheme turned to red and black, Mito pouted. So I guess you don't like it. You could have just said something, you know. Say something about what? He questioned, gesturing around the room. I love what you did to the place. She hit him on the arm rather hard for that one, but he only grinned and turned them away from the table. What are you doing? She asked suspiciously, looking back to the table they were leaving behind. What we are doing is dancing. He answered with a grin. A piano replaced a table, filling the room with soft melodies. You went through all this trouble to make this lovely room, I thought it would be a pity not to put it to good use. And we can't eat first. We could, but I'm still trying to think of something to serve, this is mostly to buy me some time. She raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Were you lying to me about putting my hard work to good use? He scoffed. Absolutely not. He denied. I'm putting it to good use in buying myself some time. I see. Mito laughed. In that case, let's buy you some time, She turned to him and wrapped her arms around his neck. Instantly the two were reminded of their height difference. Perhaps, Naruto began. This was not the best thought out plan. Maybe we should go back to dinner. Oh no you're not mister. Frowned Mito. You promised a girl a dance and by the gods you're going to give it to her. As much as I'd like to, I don't think this is going to work. Unless you have a plan of some sort, I'm not really comfortable dancing with my head between your breasts. Aw, trying to take away all my fun. Fine, I suppose if it makes you feel better, I can change. Just remember, I'm changing just for you. With a grin, her features melted away, leaving her as a 12-year-old girl. Naruto, being rather tall for his age, was just barely taller than her. At his inquisitive stare, she grinned again and gave his cheek a quick kiss. Just because this seal keeps me in a human form doesn't mean I can't change the appearance. And you didn't think to mention this earlier? You're far more easily flustered when I'm in my usual form, why would I ever give that up? Now, enough talk, let's dance. Moving her arms over his shoulders and around his neck again, she was immensely pleased when he didn't hesitate to place his own hands on her hips. She gave him a smirk. You know, you seem far more comfortable and straightforward when I'm younger, maybe I should have used this form from the beginning. If you had, Naruto admitted as they began swaying to the music. I would have believed it to be your true form and would have assumed the older you was made exclusively for the sake of making me uncomfortable. And you don't think I can make you uncomfortable in this form too? She leaned in closer, placing her head right next to his ear and gave it a quick lick. As he recoiled in shock she gave him a smug grin. I think I would have been more comfortable with your other form doing that despite the fact you would have seemed like a pedophile. She gave a pout. Come on, don't say things like that, Naruto, you're only a pedophile if you like children. I don't like children, I like you. Still makes you a pedophile. She gave a quick giggle, one that he noticed fit far better with this form than when she was an adult. I'm a child right now, silly, that makes everything okay. You take entirely too much enjoyment from doing this. What can I say? She asked. I like to see you flustered. You and Tatsuki both, it would seem. At his mention of the Yamanaka prostitute her countenance seemed to darken for a moment but it quickly cheered back up before he could notice. What can I say? It's a lot of fun and you just look so adorable when you're all red. Frowning, he took a quick glance about the room. I wonder if it would feel the same in a more public space. She shot him a questioning glance. I'll admit, I tend to get a bit nervous and uncomfortable when I'm alone with a beautiful woman. Maybe some company would make it easier to enjoy this. As soon as he had spoken they appeared, 24 spectral figures that shimmered silver like the moonlight. They all gave a quick bow to the two true occupants of the seal before partnering up and beginning dances of their own. Mito could only stand there in amazement. How? You should know by now, Mito. I'm the master of this manner, whatever I say goes. So you said you needed guests. He gave her a smirk of his own, one remarkably similar to her own smirks. Indeed. Now, let us dance. Moving one hand from her hip to take hold of her own slender fingers, he began dancing properly with his partner in this court of spirits. The already dim lights vanished, leaving only the faint silver glow that came from his conjured guests, as if he had created dancing candles to surround him for the evening. I didn't even know you could dance. Admitted Mito sometime later. He gave her a grin. I didn't know you could either. Truly this is a night that should have happened long ago. I'm actually a bit surprised we didn't think of it earlier. Mito raised a delicate eyebrow. And who's to say we didn't? Maybe this has all been an elaborate scheme I put into place to give me the chance to dance with a young gentleman for an evening. Then I would have to apologize that instead you received a young boy. You're a gentleman enough for me. She rested her head on his shoulder as he held her tighter, the music slowing. Then I'm glad your scheme has come into fruition. He smiled. I'm more glad that I was the one you caught. Life just wouldn't be the same without you, Mito, I'm happy to be able to spend time with you like this. And I'm glad I received such a wonderful warden. As the guests faded away to give the two some privacy, leaving them bathed in the soft glow of a non-existent moon, a single tear made its way down her cheek unseen. Such a wonderful warden. Candles flickered within the room, dancing to the echoing screams that filled the darkness, but he paid the screams no mind. They were constant here, deep beneath the earth. Here, in his den, in this land he ruled, he was not bothered by anything because everything that happened was by his will. Truly this was as close to godhood as one could achieve. For now. That would change in time, but for now he was content with his realm and his control. It was a refreshing change from his past, where everything he wished to do had restrictions and laws and ethics to stop him. There was none of that here, no, here there was only success, only progress. Hundreds of people worked as one towards a common set of goals. His goals. Just as it should be. Another scream tore itself from the throat of its unfortunate creator, the cost of knowledge, the price of power. He was more than willing to pay for it with the lives of others. After all, what other use did they have? Was he expected to leave them to live mundane lives that brought forth nothing when they could instead be used to advance himself and his people even further within this cruel world? He would scoff at such a foolish notion. Here in his world of darkness, only his continued survival mattered. Everything else was expendable. The world itself was expendable. But there was one thing, one single being upon this world other than himself, who was not expendable. Someone protected by oaths and promises made years ago, long before he had left his village to create his own. Yellow eyes moved to gaze at the picture hanging upon the wall, flanked on either side by small candles that assured the painting was always visible. Bright purple eyes shone back at him, wisdom and maturity within that betrayed their age. Pale skin, like the full moon, was contrasted by the crown of crimson that framed a face that had to be of noble blood. The upper body was covered in a black robe tied shut with a red sash, a large dip, revealing that the pale skin continued down past the sternum. The brows were thin and relaxed as pale lips were set into a disinterested frown. The entire image spoke of a royal figure, and indeed it was. A soft smile came to his lips as he looked at it, this painting he often referred to as the Blood Prince. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto stared back at him. I've heard some interesting things. He told me about the painting. It remained silent. They say you've been locked out of your home, that the queen and princess ran off on some grand adventure and left you to fend for yourself. He paused, as if to let the picture have a chance to speak. It chose not to take it. You know what else I've heard? That it's been an entire year already since it happened. Imagine that. He seemed thoughtful for a moment. Though I suppose you seem to be doing alright for yourself. It's amazing how fast they grow. First they're nothing but a defenseless baby, then they're living on their own in a blink of an eye. I don't think I've ever sent you any birthday gifts, have I? Your mother never would have let you keep them, I suppose, but she's not there anymore, is she? No, she's not, and unless I'm mistaken, you had your 9th birthday recently. Such a big boy you're becoming, little prince, I'm sure your father would have been proud if the fox hadn't killed him. Yes, I quite agree, it was a tragic loss, he was a good man. Very powerful too. Then there were his looks, you'll probably inherit those. I'm sure you'll be a real lady killer when you've grown a bit. You know, you would make an excellent prince here in my den, I'm almost tempted to invite you to live here. Though I don't suppose many would take kindly to that, at least not before you claim your father's name at least. After that it's your choice, but they probably wouldn't like it any better. In fact, they'd probably hate me more because of it. What an interesting thought, them hating me more. I'm not entirely sure that's even possible. Time will tell, however, my little blood prince, but for now, I should see to getting you a gift to make up for all those I've missed. Now, what might you like? Weapons. Money. Power. Women. Slaves. A palace of bones. Perhaps, before I get you this gift, I should first get to know you. I have enough people in Konoha, it wouldn't hurt to have one or two of them turn their attention to you. Just be a bit more patient, Naruto-kun, I'll have a gift for you soon enough. Yes, he mused. Soon enough. Deep within his den echoed the laughter of Orochimaru. The godfather of one Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 7. Massacre. The house was empty, and yet she could still feel the tension that seemed to saturate the air when her family was home. Sasuke was, thankfully, oblivious to what was going on, but unfortunately that didn't mean he would be unaffected. No, she doubted anyone would be unaffected by that which was going to come to pass. At least, no one from Konoha would remain untouched by the event that was so soon to be taking place. Regardless of the success or failure of the attempt, nothing would be the same afterwards, of that she was sure. Kneeling as she was before her table, she let her eyes be drawn outside the window where the last breath of fall still lingered, the voice of a lover. It would be winter by the time they went ahead with the plan, the cold, dead landscape would be painted masterfully with the blood of innocence and the flesh of those who hungered for that which was never theirs to take. It would not dissuade them from trying. Even now, as she sat in her home thinking, countless clanmates scurried about the compound to prepare. Meetings, which started out in secret once a month between a select group, were now nearly every day and between anyone old enough to lift a kunai. She did not want this and would have no part, and so she remained in her home, unable to leave due to the clan's fear that she may betray them to Konohagakure, the very village they themselves were looking to betray with their hostile takeover. It was a foolish idea, the both of them. There was no way they'd be able to take over, not with the Sandaime Hokage in charge and with Jiraiya so easily recalled. They would have to be swift if they wanted any chance of success, if they had not taken complete control by the time Jiraiya was notified and had the toads of Mambakyus in reverse summon him to the village, everyone bearing the fan crest of the Uchiha would be slaughtered. There was also no way she was about to approach Sarutobi Hiruzen, the god of shinobi, and tell him that her clan was planning to kill him and take Konohagakure for themselves. Her eldest son seemed to be doing a well enough job of that already. And that left her, a traitor to the clan, between her husband, the one who came up with this foolish idea, and her eldest son, who was a spy for the Konohagakure Council and was actively working against his own family. Uchiha Mikoto was not liking this in the slightest. Almost as if the universe just wanted to add a cherry on top of all her troubles, Kushina, her best friend and probably the only one who could possibly help her out of this situation, had left Konoha on a trip with her daughter and had left those she knew with only the faintest idea as to what was going on. It was just like the woman. But, if that hadn't been good enough for her little cherry on this Sunday of misery and misfortune, Kushina had left her son to continue the academy, expecting him to live in the compound and be checked up regularly by those who she was close to. That was fine, a bit odd, but nothing too unusual for Kushina. And then everything seemed to have gone wrong. Naruto was locked out of the compound, no one who should have been checking up on him had any idea where he was or what he was doing, and she was stuck here in the compound, unable to help him in any way. Though, she supposed, her being trapped in the compound mattered very little, as even if she could leave, it would be too dangerous to drag him into the mess. The child seemed to have enough trouble in his life right now, he didn't need her and her clan adding to it. Of course, talk of him being seen on the streets had faded away, leading her to believe that even if someone hadn't taken him in, he had managed to find somewhere to live and a way to support himself. More power to him was her opinion. If he could make a life for himself by the age of 9 after finding himself with all his worldly possessions stripped away from him soon after his 8th birthday, then he was certainly something special. She was a bit impressed with her friend's son. And a bit jealous of her friend for having such a son. Though, if all this somehow managed to blow over a miracle, to be sure she would definitely see about bringing him into her family, even if only as a close friend. Sasuke could use the company of other people, and she wouldn't mind having a third son to fuss over. That was all hopeful dreaming, however, as it was never going to happen. But at least it gave her something to occupy her time with. If she was stuck in here for too much longer she'd probably go mad. She gave a deep sigh and turned to her tea. Noting the lack of heat, she frowned. Had she really been lost in thought for so long? Picking it up, she went to the kitchen and placed a cup in the sink to wash later. She really didn't feel like doing it right now. Instead of returning to her seat in the kitchen, Mikoto walked into the living room, sinking deep into the light blue couch. Massaging her forehead with her fingers, she let out another sigh. This was all so frustrating. If only there was a way to fix this mess. She mumbled. She had not been expecting any sort of response. She received one. Oh, there is, it's why our master sent us. Startled, Mikoto's gaze shot to the speaker. The image that greeted her was an odd one, a man who was half white and half black. A velvety maw of green flesh seemed to be trying to devour his head, as if it were a Venus flytrap. In this strange world of shinobi, she could very well be looking at a plant with the face of a man. I am called Zetsu, and our master would very much like your assistance in fixing this mess. Cautious, she responded, fingering the kunai she always kept within her clothes. And who is this master of yours? The man grinned and even the plant around him seemed to open its maw further in imitation. I'm quite sure you know of him, Mikoto-san, he is, arguably, the most famous of your ancestors. These people, they were so oblivious it actually hurt. Could they not feel it in the air, this wind of change? Something was coming, something big, and it would be coming soon. Yet here they were, thousands of oblivious insects carrying on with their daily lives, as if everything was just the same as it had always been. A distasteful frown pulled on his lips. This was supposed to be a shinobi village, so why were the civilians so ignorant as to the shinobi whose village they occupied? The genin may have been out of the loop, but even they could tell something was off by the tension they witnessed within their superiors. Did civilians simply not notice the chunin traveling in packs numbering no less than 3? Did they not see how genin were herded about the village in groups of 2 teams or more, both jounin keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings, ready for the tension to snap at any moment? Were Anbu, swarming about like a hive of angry hornets, not a clear enough sign that something was going on? Apparently not, because nothing had changed for the civilians. It was pathetic. It was maddening. He couldn't stand it. Turning from the streets below, he began running over buildings, nods of acknowledgement given to each and every shinobi he passed. Most were not returned, the shinobi populace of Konohagakure wound too tightly for simple niceties. He continued until he reached the training grounds he frequented. In the past few years there had been no Genin Team 13, and so this field lay empty, a perfect place for him to practice. And practice he did, every day, without fail. Removing his shirt, he stuffed it into his bag, which would stay on his person for the entirety of his training. Not only did it make things more difficult, but it would ensure his belongings remained where he could protect them. He had lost everything once, he was not keen on the idea of starting again. As he began with his laps, he was unaware of the eyes that watched him from the trees. Shizune gave another huff as she stalked through the streets, avoiding the swarming crowds of cheerful civilians. Why was it so hard to find that boy? It had been easy enough to find and watch him last year, had he left the village at that time. No, that didn't seem likely. And yet she still couldn't find him. She'd hear about him from time to time, mostly in the light chatter of the higher-up shinobi, but few others seemed to see him. There was, from time to time, talk of him being seen dragged around by some prostitute, but she paid those no mind. What 9-year-old sought out a prostitute? Unless, of course, the prostitute had been looking for him. There were many in the world with rather odd tastes, but if something like that were to happen, she was sure Naruto could take care of himself. He seemed to be doing a good enough job. She had told Tsunade of her encounter with the boy at the raiment stand a year ago, and her master had not been pleased. Apparently as time went on her master had become more and more nervous about his well-being. The fact that Shizune had been right there and able to bring the boy back with her, but didn't only serve to make Tsunade more frustrated. Of course, Shizune had no idea why her master was so interested in the boy, and even to this day, Tsunade refused to tell her any more than it was important to find him. They had no luck in that regard. It was almost as if he knew he was being looked for and purposely went out of his way to ensure he remained away from those who wished to find him. As rumor had it, however, a certain Anbu captain seemed to interact with him regularly. Maybe she should let Tsunade know, she was still looking for the Anbu who had failed to tell her fully about Kurenai's unique dwelling, after all. 2 birds with 1 stone and then Tsunade's ire wouldn't be directed at her anymore. So, 3 birds, even better. Okay, so she had put it off, sue her. Standing just outside the classroom door, Kurenai looked around nervously. This was it, she was going to see Naruto, she was going to tell him about his room in the Senju compound, she was going to let him know that she was there for whatever it was he needed. Calm down girl, you've got this. He may be a bit upset, but he'll understand, he'll be happy to know that these arrangements have been put in place. You can take him to the Senju compound personally, sit him down on the bed, and have a nice long talk explaining everything. He's in Uzumaki, they always forgive. There's no way this could possibly go wrong. Well, technically, it already had. While she originally planned to come in early and be here when he first arrived, it had taken her until noon to get over her nervousness and make her way to the academy. Hopefully she could catch him as they were released for lunch. And, even if she couldn't catch him before he ran off, she could get some information from Iruka and lie in wait for Naruto's return. If he had been going to the academy for all this time, despite his lack of living arrangement, she was absolutely certain he'd come right back for class once lunch ended. As the sound of rushing children grew louder, she stepped to the side of the door and watched a mass of students that squeezed through the frame, keeping a sharp eye out for Naruto's messy crown of red hair. Oddly enough, it was not amongst a sea of children. Giving a slight frown, she hoped he was still in the classroom as she walked in. She was quick with her scan of the room, taking only a second to move her sight to Iruka, but still she could not locate the reason for her visit. She felt a deep weight settle in her stomach and a tightening in her chest. He had to be here, there was nowhere else to look. Ah, Yuhi-san, is there something I can help you with? Iruka's voice caught her attention, and she tried to give the man a sincere smile, despite the worry building within her. Yes, I just came to see how Naruto's been doing in class. It's been a year now and I haven't heard anything about his academics, so I figured I'd come check. The brief flash of suspicion flashed over Iruka's face, no doubt from her taking so long to ask about such a subject. He most likely knew that reason was a lie. Still, he looked up to the ceiling, as if in thought, and briefly directed his sight to the tree outside the window. Turning back to her from a frown, he seemed almost puzzled. I'm sorry, who? There's no one I know of by the name of Naruto attending my class. I do believe there was one on the first day, but then he ended up in the hospital and I haven't heard anything of him since. Kurenai suddenly found it hard to breathe. All the hope she had gained at the thought of finding him here in the academy, safe and ready to be taken care of was crushed, leaving only a numbing cold inside her heart. This couldn't be happening, she had been so close she could almost feel the heat of his hand as she walked with him to the Senju compound. That heat was no longer a pleasant thought, but rather an angry inferno that berated her for being so foolish. She had assumed he would have continued, she had heard rumors that he was still there, but she had never before checked. He wasn't there. Honestly, she shouldn't be surprised. He was a homeless 9-year-old, for fuck's sake, why would he be trying to go to school? It made no sense. Quietly, almost in a whisper, she thanked Haruka for his time and walked out of the classroom like a living corpse, all life having been sucked away. Kushina would be disappointed in her, she was sure. She had failed Naruto once again. She never saw the boy she had been searching for as he sat in the tree right outside the classroom shaking his head in the negative to his instructor, nor would she know of the grateful expression he sent Haruka after she had left. But the eyes that watched the boy did, and they made note of the interaction. Orochimaru-sama would want to know. This was getting out of hand, Hiruzen was beginning to fear there would be no way to erase the tension between the Uchiha and the rest of Konoha. It had been growing for years, all the elite shinobi knew so, but now it was beginning to get too much. Tensions were boiling over, but Hiruzen couldn't figure out a way to douse the flames of the Uchiha peacefully. It was probably a miracle that things had lasted peacefully thus far, but that would have to be attributed to one Uchiha Itachi, a spy within his own clan for the safety of Konohagakure and all its inhabitants, the Uchiha included. Whether or not they believed it, Hiruzen really did want to see everyone safe despite the fact that they threatened the safety of his village, but they wouldn't let him. The Uchiha pride, it would seem, was a hard thing to overcome. Luckily, Itachi had somehow managed, though that was probably because of his mother. Uchiha Mikoto had never been all that prideful, caring far more about starting a family than the glory of her clan. It seemed to have rubbed off on Itachi, who saw all of Konoha as his family and was ready to sacrifice everything he knew to protect it. Such a man was a rare thing indeed, especially among shinobi. And now, it looked like they might be losing him. They didn't have a choice, however. This was for the good of Konohagakure no Sato and Hai no Kuni, he couldn't sacrifice everyone else for one clan, no matter how old or important they were. Looking before his desk, he could see Itachi kneeling before him in his Anbu gear, awaiting orders. It pained Hiruzen to give these orders, but that was the burden of his position. We'll give them a few days, Itachi, until the end of the week. If we haven't managed to work something out by that time your mission will begin. He frowned sadly at the young man. For what it's worth, my boy, I'm truly sorry it may have to come to this. I understand, Hokage-sama, but we must protect the innocents my clan threatens. This is the only way. Giving a parting bow, the young Anbu agent disappeared in a murder of crows. Hiruzen sighed. No one should have to go through what Itachi was about to do. It wasn't even something he'd wish upon his enemies. Not only would he have to slaughter his family, but he'd be marked a traitor to preserve the good name of the Uchiha and sent off to act as a spy in a growing organization of missing ninja. This world, Hiruzen thought, was far too cruel. He was not the first and certainly not the last person who would have that opinion. It was 3 days later that she found herself back in her home. The sink was still occupied by a single lonely cup filled with cold tea, which meant no one else had been home at that time. They didn't even know I was gone. It was a sad thought, but she already knew they were keeping as far away from her as they could. Sasuke had been spending his days at the academy and sleeping over every night at his cousin's house, Fugaku's way of keeping her from turning him against the rest of the clan. Couldn't her husband see that she had no intention of opposing the clan, she just didn't want to take part in the takeover? It would seem not. Fugaku himself had been spending all his time locked away in the sacred Uchiha shrine plotting with the elders. She hadn't seen him in nearly 3 weeks. Itachi had popped in a few times, but it was usually to ask about what his father was up to. It hurt to know that her son not only assumed she was ignorant of his actions, but would try to use her to spy on his father and the Uchiha clan. Moving to the window, she gazed out into the night. Oddly enough, there was no one outside at the moment and all the usual lanterns hung dead in the moonlight. That was strange, even with everyone on edge in anticipation of what was to be the Uchiha revolt, never before had there been a night so eerily quiet. When she watched 2 shadows creep into a nearby house, she knew something was wrong. Hiruzen moved first. She realized. It wasn't really that much of a surprise. He was a kind old man who wanted nothing but the best for his village, but he was also the kami no shinobi, and he would do whatever necessary to protect it even from its own occupants. In this case, removing the threat so that the rest of Konoha might remain safe was the only real choice he had. Fugaku must have pushed him far to force his hand like this. Wasting no more time, Mikoto quickly made her way upstairs to her room, tearing through her closet until she found her old shinobi gear that she had stashed in the back upon her retirement. Not willing to waste time, she didn't have to get undressed, her favorite dress made quick acquaintance with one of her kunai and was tossed away. She had been in Anbu for 3 months before her retirement and had managed to keep her old uniform. Throwing it on with haste, she hoped it would be enough to throw off Hiruzen's men long enough for her to reach Sasuke and flee the village. If she knew anything about the Sandaime Hokage, however, it would be that when he did something he put his all into it. The streets were most likely crawling with Anbu, the village wall only more so. This was not going to be easy, but she'd be damned if she was going to let her son be taken from her. Itachi was a lost cause at this point, probably slaying his father at this very moment deep within the Uchiha shrine, but Sasuke had no idea what was going on, he was innocent in all of this. She was going to make sure he got out of this safely. Luckily Naruto had not been dragged into this, otherwise she may not have been able to get both Kushina's and her own son out of the village. Naruto may not have been Uchiha, but no one in the compound was going to be alive to see the dawn if her eldest son was successful in his mission. Makoto strapped her trusty tanto to her back and pulled her old crow mask over her face. Stepping to the window, she perched, ready to take flight into the night. "Look out, bitches, Mommy Crow is back." Having not used chakra in so long, her first burst of chakra to her legs was too much, causing her simple leap to become a large bound that fully cleared the house she had intended to land on. She held back the screech that wanted to tear itself from her lips with the sheer humor of the situation. It's been a bit since mommy last flew. Landing in a crouch she rolled forward and dashed over rooftops, now using far less chakra than she had before. She passed a single Anbu, but they didn't seem to realize who she was, allowing her to pass without incident, a fact for which Makoto was rather grateful. As her graceful launch from her house could attest to, her wings were covered in quite a bit of rust from all those years spent as a housewife. I really should have practiced from time to time. She thought. Gods above, I certainly had plenty of free time. I can't remember how many times I had no idea what to do with myself all day. Those thoughts might not be worth much now, but they served to keep her mind occupied on something other than the fact that all her family was being slaughtered around her. Landing on the roof of her brother-in-law, her heart sank when she noticed the various bodies scattered over the street below. They had already been here. Calming her breathing as much as possible, she listened for any sign of life, either Uchiha or Anbu. It seemed empty, but that would mean Sasuke was no, she couldn't be thinking like that, not at a time like this. Odds, no, please, not my son. Not Sasuke. She silently prayed, slipping into the window and beginning her search. The top floor was empty, save the corpses of a couple on the bed. It wasn't her in-laws, and she really didn't recognize them, so there must have been some guests over. Ah, that's right. Her niece was turning 15. This was probably her birthday celebration. Happy fucking birthday. Makoto thought cynically, moving on. The downstairs was filled with even more dead partygoers, but she still couldn't find her son among them. The front yard was full of dead lanterns and tables of food that had barely been touched. Her niece, the birthday girl, was near a pile of half-open presents. Still, no Sasuke. He wasn't here. The thought brought both relief and horror to her. She was glad to not come across his corpse, but at the same time it meant he could be anywhere. With luck he was somewhere the Anbu hadn't gotten to yet, but that meant the Anbu would be going there. She couldn't risk that kind of heat. So, if he wasn't dead already, he would be soon enough. And you will be too if you try to find him. A voice in her head reminded her. It looked like this was it. Soon there would be only 3 Uchiha remaining, Itachi, herself, and him. He had been right, she knew, the Uchiha's attempt would be their undoing. She had believed him when he told her that, but now she really saw. Her clanmates hadn't even had a chance to try. The Sandaime gave only enough leeway to ensure that no Konoha came to harm, but the second he felt the risk was too high he had acted, taking out the problem before it could fully take root. She let a single tear make its way down her cheek, hidden by her mask. Her family was gone, everyone she had known and loved ripped from her. She was alone, without anything more than the gear she wore, and had nowhere to go. Her mind was drawn to someone in a similar situation, and she knew she had to at least see him before she made her escape. God's willing, visiting with him and letting the village calm down might make her escape far more likely to be successful. If nothing else, it was worth a chance, and he deserved to know why she hadn't been there for him, even if they had never been close. She was close to his mother, and that was more than enough reason for her to look after him in her absence. If Makoto was really honest with herself, the chance to visit someone who knew the pain she was currently feeling was one she couldn't pass up on. If anyone could understand her and help her come to accept what had happened, it would be the boy who found himself locked out of his home with no possessions and no family or friends to rely on. Perhaps, they might come to comfort each other. There was something strange in the air tonight. Something within him screamed not to ignore it, which was why he had taken perch upon a single-story building just outside his small apartment. The Anbu are moving strangely tonight. He noted. Their usual pattern had been abandoned as they seemed to swarm on every available surface. Something was up, and he didn't like it. Watching a nearby group of them bolt away, his frown deepened. Something was happening, and it was close. It would seem as all the tension that had been building finally snapped, giving birth to this night. It's actually a rather nice night. He thought. The sky was clear of clouds, and a crescent moon laughed down at the world, as if amused by the Anbu buzzing down below like a hive of angry bees. He supposed that if he were the moon he'd be amused too. There wasn't too much that happened in Konoha at night, such action must have been a welcome change for the heavenly body. As if they had been waiting for his thoughts to wander, he was suddenly made aware of an approaching person. They made little effort to conceal themselves as they dashed towards him in the opposite direction the Anbu had just run off in. No, it was an Anbu, a woman judging by the curves of her body. It was strange, however, as he thought he had seen all the Anbu at least once. He couldn't recall ever seeing one in a crow mask. As they drew near, a single hand reached up to the mask, tearing it away to reveal a face he could vaguely recognize. Ah, she's a friend of Kushina. An uchiha, I think. The woman's eyes were red and puffy, she had obviously been crying as she raced across the rooftops. She didn't seem hostile at all, so his kunai remained away. He was not defenseless, however, as a single chakra chain coiled up at his lower back like a thin tail. If she was going to try something, he was ready. She did indeed try something, but it was in no way harmful to him. When she had gotten within 6 feet she launched herself at him, wrapping 2 slender arms around him and burying her face into his neck, sobbing uncontrollably. Her crow mask dropped from her hands with a soft clink as she held onto his shirt with all her strength. At a loss for what to do, he rubbed small circles on her back until her sobbing had subsided. Even so, she remained clinging to him like a lifeline. Come on, tell me what's wrong. Her name came back to him, and he quickly added it. Makoto-san. The fact that he knew her name actually seemed to make the woman relax, and through choked sobs she managed to reply. They're gone, everyone is gone. Who's gone? My clan. Naruto couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes and didn't even try to. The Uchiha clan is gone. That was huge. But there was a reason they were gone. He doubted they just got up and left the village they helped found. Something got rid of the Uchiha, and he was out here holding an Uchiha woman in his arms. Looking around to make sure nobody was watching, he knew what the only possible course of action was. Alright, come with me, we're going to go inside so you can tell me what happened, okay? The woman nodded into his neck as he stood up, pulling her with him. As he helped the emotionally drained woman into his ground floor apartment he failed to look up, and so when his apartment door was shut and locked, he had no idea that a dog-masked Anbu dropped onto the spot he had been just minutes before. Having been keeping a vigilant eye on the boy, Inu had seen everything, but, as he tucked away the dropped crow mask, he pretended to have seen nothing. Chapter 8. Blood of the Sun. It was a lot to take in, the planned coup and subsequent eradication of a founding clan, and Naruto found himself almost unable to wrap his head around it as he sat upon his worn couch with a distressed Uchiha clinging to his side like a lifeline. It was certainly understandable. To have been cut off from the outside world for a year by your own clan, and then to be there as they were slaughtered for the safety of the village, would leave anyone seeking comfort from whatever source they could find. His left arm continued to rub soothing patterns over her back as he tried to keep her from breaking down again. The wounds were fresh enough, it must have been like pouring salt into them for her to tell him everything she knew about the event so soon after it. In this mess she was just an innocent bystander, and while he was sure there were many more in a similar position to the Uchiha matriarch, she was the one who would have to suffer. His gaze traveled over her porcelain skin and the midnight hair that cascaded down her back and over his arm. Here was a woman who resembled the night itself, once a shinobi of the highest caliber, but as she tried to burrow deeper into the warmth of his body, he could only see a child awakened by a nightmare. He gave the woman a pitying frown. If only it were a nightmare, he thought, so that the light of the morning sun might wash away your suffering. Thank you. He almost didn't hear her whisper over his own thoughts. Turning back down to his guest, he found him gazing up at him, her eyes still marked by the tears that had escaped her midnight eyes. For what? He inquired. For listening. It hurt, but I needed to tell someone, I needed to accept it. She buried her head back into his side. I don't have the luxury of time to come to terms with this. It was a sad truth. Even now the regular Anbu were probably being made aware of the massacre, as if their own had not been behind it, and would no doubt be identifying all the bodies they could. Once they learned of her absence amongst the deceased, they would no doubt begin searching for her. Should the search be kept under wraps, she might manage to escape for at least a few years, depending on how tenacious Konohagakure proved to be. If they made the knowledge public, however, things would become far more complicated. They might try to find her just so that the Uchiha clan remained in Konoha, keeping her safe and trying their best to regain her favor, but that was far too optimistic for Naruto to believe for even a second. They could act as though they intended to go with the first course of action and then proceed to kill her, or they might impregnate her until she gave birth to a son who could be used to bring back the Uchiha, but that was assuming they even wanted the Uchiha back. The last, and perhaps most cruel, option they had would be to place the blame upon her troubled shoulders, allowing the Kinslayer Uchiha Itachi to walk free and continue serving Konoha. It would probably break the poor woman and would guarantee that she would never have a moment's rest for the remainder of her life. Suicide within 3 years was the most likely result. Speaking of time, he murmured softly. What's your plan? They'll start searching soon enough and I can't support us both for very long until I can start taking missions. As much as that was true, with her curled up into his side as she was, he was fairly tempted to attempt it anyway. It had been a while since he had such physical contact. But Mito contact was dancing, which they both enjoyed and partook in often, but being in the seal, it always lacked a certain realness that took away from the experience. When it came to Tatsuki, it was usually just her pulling him along or wrapping her arms around his as they found somewhere to have a quick lunch together. It was nice, but it was nothing like having this woman wrapped around him as they sat on his couch. There was something that felt far more personal in this situation. For a moment he was reminded of the hugs his moth no, Kushina used to give him, but he quickly crushed those thoughts. Such memories only brought forth pain, and the woman at his side had enough for both of them at the moment. There was someone I talked to before it happened. She turned her head to look back up at him again. She looked so lost, so fragile, and Naruto couldn't help but wonder if that's what he looked like when he woke up in the hospital over a year ago. He knew it was going to happen. He says he has a way to fix it all, the whole world, but he needs my help. I just don't know if I should trust him. You shouldn't. He hadn't hesitated for a second to share his opinion. Trust should never be given so lightly. How odd was it that he had taken up the role of an adult and a child? It was strange how such similar situations could change people in vastly different ways. Then again, they had been different from the start, there was no true way to compare changes between the two of them. But then, he continued. Perhaps that's all the more reason for you to join him. You don't have very many options and someone needs to keep an eye on him, wouldn't you say? He could feel her nod into his side, and as much as he felt for her misfortune, he couldn't help but be thankful that it had given him this opportunity. Almost as when he saw Tatsuki after he had killed her client, there was a need to care for this woman. This, however, was far more strong. Something about her vulnerability and the fact that she had actually sought him out of all people stirred something within him. He didn't know what it was, but he liked it. I'll go then. She declared. And I'll do what I can to let you know what he's up to. There was something in her eyes now, not a fire, but perhaps a spark. She had purpose now, direction, which is far more than she'd had just an hour before. You don't have to tell me what he's up to. He tried to assure her. He really couldn't care what this man was trying to do, be it for good or ill, but it would hopefully place Makoto out of harm and give her something to do with herself. I have to tell someone, countered the woman. You're the only one I can trust right now, the only one I have left. That struck something within him. There was sadness, of course, pity for the misfortunate woman, but there was also a certain happiness and hope that came from those words, and a shameful guilt that came from letting her current situation give him such pleasant feelings. To feel good about being the only one a person had left to turn to was wrong. For you to have only met them a handful of times and not have any sort of relationship with them was horrible. You know, Kushina is out there somewhere. I'm sure she could offer you help if something goes wrong. He felt her tense up beside him. Just like she helped you. The acidic nature of her voice caught him by surprise, as did her defensiveness of him. I heard about what happened and I wanted to be able to help, but I wasn't allowed to leave my home. I know your mother made plans, but everyone who was a part of those plans should have known that they immediately crumbled the instant you were locked out of the compound. I know that Kurenai and Tsunade are still here, that they were a part of your mother's plan. I don't know why they weren't there for you in the beginning, but I know they still aren't. If either one of them had people, they would have talked. Hiruzen must have known too, he probably sent word immediately to Kushina. For her to have not returned immediately, the woman shuddered, holding him with all her might. She must have had a reason for leaving you, but no reason is good enough for a mother to leave her child. I can't call a woman like that my friend, not when she didn't even try to inform everyone as to what was going on so that we could help you while she continued. I could have forgiven that, but not this, not abandoning such a wonderful child to plans that were already in tatters. Naruto found himself speechless. He had no idea what to say to that and most definitely had not been aware that she cared so deeply for him despite only meeting him a handful of times. Then again, she and Kushina were said to have been like sisters, it would not be hard to imagine her thinking of herself as his aunt. Come on, he said after a minute of silence. Let's get you to bed. You've had a long day, you need to rest. He couldn't explain the sudden protectiveness he felt for the woman when she spoke so strongly against this hand that fate had dealt him, but it was unlikely to go away anytime soon. Both Mito and Tatsuki had quickly found their way into his heart, but that was nothing compared to the speed at which Makoto had just crashed through like a train and established herself a part of. A deep sorrow washed over him as he helped her up. She would be gone, probably first thing in the morning, and he might never see her again. How cruel this hand to give him someone like Makoto only to immediately pull her away. It would seem that this was to be a reoccurring theme within his life, a boy fated to forever meet those who would be taken from him. Banishing such thoughts, he continued to the bedroom, helping Makoto onto his bed. There were more important things for him to focus on right now. He was not the only one with problems, and hers were far worse. He started with her weapon pouches, setting them and her tanto gently on the floor by the bed. Arm and leg guards were removed, placed neatly by her shinobi equipment. Next came her vest which, while embarrassing, was nowhere near as embarrassing as removing her skin-tight shirt. Averting his gaze, he removed her shoes. He was tempted, for a moment, to leave her in her pants, but when she began trying to remove them, his choice was made for him. Folding the pants and laying them atop the rest of her uniform, he was going to look for a shirt for her to wear when he found himself grabbed and dragged into the bed. Slender arms snaked around his body, and as he tried to remove himself they only tightened further. "Don't go," she pleaded. It would seem that in such a short amount of time she had begun to see him as a source of comfort, one she was unwilling to part with after such an emotional night. "I need to find you a shirt." "It's fine like this," she insisted. "We're just sleeping." "I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this." "Please don't go, I don't want to be alone, not yet." Uncomfortable or not, he knew what it was to be alone. If his presence would spare her for just tonight, then how could he possibly deny her? "Very well," he surrendered. "But I need to change first." Her grip grew stronger. "Promise you'll let me hold you?" If he had not already decided to give her this comfort, the defenseless plea that came from her lips would have made it impossible to resist. "I promise." As in Uzumaki. Naruto was well aware of what she said. Was she really so vulnerable in this instant that she would ask for such an oath just to be able to sleep next to him? He felt a spark of anger towards the Sandaime. The massacre was most likely the only course left for the man to take, but for it to have taken so much from this woman was unacceptable. The next time he saw him, Naruto would be sure to bring up the cost of this night. "As in Uzumaki, I give you my oath that I'll let you hold me tonight." That seemed to satisfy her as she released her hold and let him slide off the bed. Quickly, he discarded his pants and shirt. His intent had been to grab at least a pair of shorts to sleep in, but a soft whimper from the broken woman in his bed made him abandon the thought. He slipped back into his bed and was immediately captured within her embrace. At first he didn't know how to react to his situation, but as time passed and her breathing grew soft, he found himself relaxing into her touch. Safely cocooned within her arms, pressed tightly against the warmth of her soft body, Naruto quickly surrendered himself to the land of dreams. A lot of energy had returned to her by morning, Naruto had noticed as she prepared to leave. She had woken up around 10, late enough for most of the Anbu activity to have calmed down substantially. Everyone would be on high alert still, but that was likely to be the case for the next few weeks. This was the best chance she was going to get. After a quick shower, she had thrown back on her old Anbu uniform and made the two of them a small breakfast with what little was in his fridge. She had tried to leave immediately afterwards, but he wasn't about to have that. "What?" she asked, looking down at the boy no young man before her. "I said take what you want." He gestured around his apartment. "I can't do that, Naruto-kun." "You can and you will." He insisted. "I have enough time to replace anything you take. At the moment your need far outweighs my own." But anything she might have said was cut off by his stern gaze. He wasn't backing down about this, even if he had to throw everything he had into a bag and tie it to her back. A fair share of his remaining food, his spare blanket, and whatever shinobi gear he had yet to sell, found its way into a bag. Before she could sling it over her shoulder, she found herself covered by his tattered brown cloak, which reached just past her waist. "It's not much of a traveling cloak," he gave her a small smile. "But it's the best I have." As soon as she had it secured over her shoulders, she swooped down and gave him a quick kiss to the forehead. "Thank you, Naruto-kun, for everything. I'll do my best to stay in touch. I look forward to hearing from you. Stay safe, Makoto." He hugged her around her waist and easily slipped his purse into her shuriken pouch. Breaking away, she ruffled his crimson crown once before slipping out his door and into the bustling late morning streets of Konoha. She was going to have it pretty hard at first, needing to slip past the tower and into the forests behind the monument, but after that it should be far less difficult for her to follow the coast northwards until she reached a port city near the capital. If she could make it that far without being caught, then she could easily make it anywhere in the world. With a fair bit of luck, the forests around the monument would have been checked first for the safety of the Hokage, and when no evidence of her passing turned up in the early morning, they would have hopefully directed their attention to the forests closer to the Uchiha district itself. Nowhere else would make any sense, though there had been some squads deployed elsewhere just in case, and so the majority of available forces would be directed from the Uchiha district to the borders of the neighboring countries. It was going to be a long week for the shinobi of Konohagakure. Feeling he had waited long enough, Naruto grabbed his own bag and left his apartment. His destination was very different from Mikoto's, mainly in the sense that his destination was the last place she would want to be right now. Slipping in and out of the crowd, it only took him a few minutes to arrive at the Uchiha clan district. Purple Eyes quickly noted the stationed Anbu, but many of them were facing away from the district, probably to stop people from entering. Within the district itself, he could see a few moving about collecting the bodies of Uchiha clan members. Little surprise there, the Sharingan was not something you wanted to fall into the hands of your enemies. Finding an opening in the wooden fence, he quickly slipped through, pausing at each body that had yet to be collected to check for wallets, purses, or anything else of value or use. Moving to the first house, he could faintly see two Anbu from the corner of his eye. Not seeing the harm in his actions and not wanting to have to do anything about it, one shrugged to the other before the two turned away from him. Had they not been so helpful, they may have seen him grin as he pulled out a stolen storage seal and got to work on the house. "Ah, Uzumaki-san, thank you for coming," greeted the Sandame upon his entrance. "Of course, Sarutobi-sama, I know that you would not call upon me for anything not of significant importance to this village our clans call home." Hiruzen winced slightly. He should have expected such from the boy. It would appear they were to start immediately with the clan speak. Maybe he had taken the use of his clan name as a sign that the meeting was clan-natured. Next time he'd start by calling him by his given name. "Indeed, Uzumaki Dono, but it is not so urgent as to require the abandonment of pleasantries within our conversation. Would you care for tea?" The boy looked skeptical at the pot resting above the Hokage's desk. Schooling his features, he returned his gaze to Hiruzen and gave him a small polite smile. "I'm afraid I must decline your most generous offer, Sarutobi-sama, but I thank you all the same." Such little trust. "Of course, Uzumaki Dono, perhaps there is a certain refreshment you would prefer upon our next meeting." "I have little preference for Sarutobi-sama, but perhaps you might allow me to provide you with refreshments upon our next meeting. I would very much like to return the hospitality of you and your clan." "It's quite alright, Uzumaki Dono, as the Hokage I quite insist that such refreshments be provided by myself and thanks for your time." "While I am grateful for such a sentiment, Sarutobi-sama, as a resident in our wondrous village, I am merely doing my part. I insist that you allow me to treat you in thanks for all that you do for me and my clan." Mentally, Hiruzen applauded the boy. He had practiced over the years, but Naruto was still matching him. If nothing else, at least, that strange edge the young boy seemed to have over him during their previous encounter seemed to have lessened significantly. Of course, maybe now he could turn that edge around. With a vicious internal grin, Hiruzen made his move. God, had he missed this game. "When you put it like that, who am I to decline such a gracious offer?" He gave a kind grin despite his desire to show his opponent just how happy he was with his next move. "In that case, perhaps you would be so kind as to bring a bottle of wine or two for us to enjoy during our next meeting. Unless, of course, you are unable to procure any, in which case I would be most willing to open my cabinet and share with you some of my better years." The calculating look in those amethyst eyes and the wolf-like grin that quickly grew over Naruto's face told him that Naruto knew exactly what he was trying to do. Hiruzen would have to give him props for that. Most of his Chunin these days would have no idea and would instead see only a chance to try some expensive wines by the grace of their cage. "My dear Sarutobi-sama, I do hope you are not suggesting that I might be unable to provide you with wine of high enough quality to thank you for your service to our village and the friendship you have shared with my clan over all these years. I assure you, my clan is quite capable of showing our gratitude to you and yours." The counter had been promised, but this could all be a bluff. Would Naruto really be able to get a hold of wine, let alone anything that the clans might partake in? And when might their next meeting be? Tomorrow? In a week? It would seem he would have to wait to see if he had truly lost the engagement. Sure, it was a simple matter, inconsequential in the end, but that wasn't the point. All of it was for the sake of the game, one that both he and the boy sitting before him could enjoy with few others. A pity, too. It was such a fun game. "Not at all, Uzumaki Dono, I apologize if what I said was taken as such. Now, I do believe we have gotten severely off track before we have even had a chance to start. Now, where was I?" He took a second to think, observing the tenseness of his guest. Oh, it would appear that he had forgotten something. No matter, this was the perfect chance to remedy that without making it seem out of place. "It won't be forgotten like last time." "Ah, yes. After offering you a drink, it had been my intention to inform you of my current guard." Monkey moved into the open from the shadows behind the Hokage's desk. "Currently, only monkeys are present." Naruto visibly relaxed and gave the Anbu a curt nod. "From now on, I'll try my best to keep my guard to one member when we meet, unless you manage to obtain some of your own." Naruto looked rather thoughtful about the idea. "Thank you, Sarutobi-sama, I appreciate you informing me before we begin." The cage gave him a quick nod. Now, if you do not mind my asking, why have you called for me on this day? The old cage's face became serious. The game was on hold, for now at least, it was time to deal with Konohagakure business. I have heard, from various sources, that you have been spending quite a lot of time within the Uchiha district over the past few days, despite it being off limits to all non-authorized personnel. As you may know, a great tragedy recently occurred there, and as such it is still being treated as a crime zone. I'm afraid, Sarutobi-sama, that if you're asking some sort of question, I am not hearing it. I would not have been aware that the district was off limits, being a civilian, and not once was I stopped by any authorized personnel while there. Naruto's expression had taken upon itself a new hardness, one that reminded him far too much of his old teammate for his liking. A new game had started, but this one was far more dangerous than the last. While I am curious as to what you were doing there, I'm willing to overlook any less than acceptable activities and will instead inquire as to whether or not you have noticed anything odd or suspicious during your visits. The one behind these attacks may not have operated alone, or he may have had other objectives, and we could use all the clues we can get. 012110. Excuse me? You know exactly what I mean, Sarutobi. The formalities were gone, replaced by an ice that shook the old Sarutobi to the core. This was not the emotionless repeating of a book that he had heard last time, this was a frigid hostility that could only mean the boy before him knew far more than he should. 012110 Uchiha Itachi, codenamed Weasel. I do hope this office is secure, Sarutobi. Monkey immediately tensed, but a shake of the head from his cage sent him out of the room so that the two could speak in peace. You've told me of a person, Naruto, what does that have to do with any of this? Everything, hissed the redhead. And you damn well know it. I'm afraid I don't. Itachi Uchiha, along with a team of Anbu, executed the Uchiha clan of Konohagakure under the direct orders of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, and the advisors of the Konohagakure High Council. Itachi had spent the previous year acting as a spy against his own clan as you tried to find a peaceful solution to the growing unrest. How do you know this? This was not something that could be attributed to a small leak somewhere, this was highly classified information that should have been known only to those directly involved. As much as he wanted to be furious about it, he was also terrified by the implications of a 9-year-old civilian child having been able to come across it. Naruto gave a grin. They missed a spot. When the young man had finally left the office, Hiruzen went limp in his chair. Heaving out a deep sigh, he set about preparing his trusty pipe. A deep breath of its smoke did wonders to calm him. To think that some of them would not only have escaped but would have been able to tell others as they fled. Naruto had refused to give names or numbers, but unfortunately there was nothing that could be done about that. He was a civilian child, but also the heir to a famous shinobi clan, there was no way he would be able to get away with some of the more crude methods of gaining information, not that the old monkey had any desire to use them in the first place. It was troubling though, as he did not know if those who survived intended to simply hide and live out the remainder of their lives under new names, or if they were gathering together with the enemies of Konoha, ravenous for revenge. At the same time, however, Naruto seemed rather fond of Konoha. Perhaps his refusal to reveal information was because it wasn't Konoha that needed the protection in this case. It was certainly a nice thought. He supposed he would be able to come to his own conclusion soon enough. All the bodies had been gathered and now all that was left was to identify them. When the list was finished they'd compare it to all known Uchiha living within Konoha at the time. Any discrepancies would have to be their survivors. Or, worse, a body that had been stolen by an opportunistic ninja, either foreign or domestic. He had to hope that it wouldn't be the case, but then again, perhaps a pair of missing Sharingan was better than a surviving member bent on revenge. That could easily prove disastrous. There was little he could do now, however, so he would just have to sit and wait, praying for the best. I hope you know what you're doing, Naruto, and I hope you know just how dangerous that information you hold really is. It was waiting for him upon his arrival home, laying innocently atop a table he had managed to get for next to nothing at a second-hand shop. It was a good-sized item, something comfortably carryable under one arm, wrapped in brown paper and a length of twine. It was soft to the touch, probably fabric, and a quick look revealed nothing that could be harmful. At the same time, however, someone had broken into his home to deliver it, and that was concerning. Using a kunai to cut the twine, he carefully folded away the paper to see what was contained within. He was rather amused when it turned out to be a cloak, as he had just given his to a few days prior and was in need of a new one. Such a thoughtful gift. This cloak, however, was vastly superior to the one he had scraped together with old discarded cloth. No, this one seemed to be made of some sort of white fur that fit comfortably on his shoulders. There was no hood, but a scarf could stand in as one easily enough in the future. At his current height, it was only a few inches from the floor, but that would give it room to grow with him. Hopefully he could keep it throughout his shinobi career. The quick look back at the paper it had been derived in revealed a simple care with elegant writing. "The gift for you, godson, the first of many." It read. There was no signature, but there was a picture carefully painted onto the back. The white serpent with burning gold eyes. Chapter 9. Red Envy. Back and forth she paced over carpets of lush crimson, leaving indents that Naruto was beginning to doubt would ever come out. With every passing second of every day she became more restless, never able to keep her mind off of that which troubled her for more than a few scant minutes at a time. With a shake of her head, Naruto returned to reading her scroll. She was worried about Naruto too, but her mother had been the one to tell her they couldn't go back yet, so what was the point in allowing such desperate thoughts of him distract them from the task at hand? Her mother might have felt bad now, but she would feel a whole lot worse if this trip proved unsuccessful and Naruto had to go through this for nothing. Then again, for all Naruto knew this trip was for nothing. Sure, she was getting some training, but they could have done that in Konoha with her brother. The first year had been spent visiting nobles about the almost extinct Uzumaki clan, but that could have been done in a month or two if it had just been her mother to go. It would have made a lot more sense to leave the two of them at home with Mikoto or the Ichiraku family while she took care of business. Of course, then there was the pacing. It wasn't so much as she wanted the trip to be over, but more as if she was waiting for something to assuage her fears. Considering that they hadn't heard anything from Naruto, Hiruzen, or Tsunade, Naruto wasn't really surprised. Kushina was completely blind out here, and Naruto could only guess as to the horrors her mother's imagination had conjured up for her brother to face in her absence. Whatever it was probably highly unlikely that he'd actually have to deal with it. Even if he did, Naruto knew her brother would be fine. He was smart, much smarter than her, and always seemed to know what he was doing, even if he was making things up on the fly. She was sure he could get out of any mess he found himself in with little difficulty. Hell, he could rule Konoha by the time they got back. She had to giggle at the thought of returning to the Hokage Tower, only to find her brother dressed like a daimyo and sitting on a throne. If he put his mind to it, he probably could, but he'd be much too busy studying at the academy. Even getting special training from her mother as she was, Naruto was certain that her big brother would manage to keep her on her toes, using just what he learned at the academy and picked up from the various shinobi of Konoha. But some real training, her brother would be the last thing you wanted to go against. She'd have to work hard then to ensure she wasn't left behind. Then the two of them could team up and go on adventures all over the elemental nations. They'd need a theme song and a catchy name, a comedic mascot to accompany them, and some major quest to be working towards throughout their adventures. Then again, they were shinobi, so maybe just the name. And the theme song. Pat was by the door when he arrived, opening it for him and granting access into the office of the most important person within Konohagakure no Sado. Giving a quick nod of thanks, he continued forward, his usual duffel bag having been left behind today in favor of a small shuriken pouch. A holster containing 3 kunai was strapped to each of his legs to leave him armed. It might be considered rude by some to have weapons so blatantly showing in the presence of your leader, but within a shinobi village such as Konoha it was expected, even in times of peace. If you weren't armed in times of war you probably wouldn't even be allowed in to see your cage. Naruto-kun, thank you for coming in such short notice. There was something in the air, he noted immediately, a tension that wafted about the small room. Something wasn't quite right here and he didn't like it. Monkey and Bear stood at attention flanking their leader in plain sight. That was odd, Hiruzen usually only kept a single guard for his meetings. Perhaps the recent massacre had the village more on guard than he had previously suspected. A sudden nervousness overcame him. He had been playing a dangerous game letting Hiruzen in on the fact that he knew the details behind the massacre and it probably singled him out for everything pertaining to it. The fact that he knew could keep him safe, but the shield was also a target, especially when some would see it as a weapon he wielded. He could cause a lot of damage with that information, and Hiruzen knew it, but Hiruzen would also know that a lot of that damage would be to himself. He couldn't give up the secret without putting himself in danger. He wasn't about to put himself in danger, and Hiruzen knew that. No, everything would be fine. Hiruzen would have learned of Mikoto's escape and known the connection between her and Kushina. A few questions would be asked veiled, of course, within their conversation as Hiruzen tried to determine whether or not she was a threat to Konoha and decided whether or not to search for her. Mikoto, of course, had been under house arrest because she didn't want to be a part of the coup, and considering that it was her son who had been spying for Hiruzen, the cage would have to know that. Perhaps, however, Mikoto's escape affected something else. Maybe someone had said that she and her son had worked together, maybe Itachi had abandoned whatever plan Hiruzen and the council may have had for him in order to go after his mother, maybe he was overthinking things. There may have been an unexplained tension within the room, but Hiruzen was a friend of the family, he was safe under his leadership. Hiruzen had his trust, despite his order for the eradication of the uchiha, and that was not something that was easy to get. Of course, Saratobi-sama, there is nothing in my schedule that could possibly be more important than a meeting with our village's leader. In fact, I was happy to come, it gives me a break from sensei's lectures. He knows what he's talking about, but he really doesn't know how to talk. It really does get boring far too quickly. Yes, the cage agreed, somewhat jovially. I do hear quite a lot about his infamous lectures. Please, have a seat. Moving to the offered chair, Naruto withdrew a bottle from his shuriken pouch and placed it upon the desk before sitting down. The wine, Saratobi-sama, just as I said I would provide. The aged leader seemed taken aback by the fact that Naruto had even remembered to bring it despite the hasty summons to his office. Picking it up, he was even more surprised by the actual wine. This is from Fugaku's personal collection. Madara himself placed this and 10 other select bottles within his cellar upon the founding of Konohagakure no Sado. Only one bottle was known to have been opened, and that was because Madara shared it with Hashirama and Tobirama to celebrate Konoha's completion. It took Hiruzen nearly 5 minutes to compose himself. I suppose that's more than enough proof that Naruto's been spending a lot of time within the Uchiha district. To think he managed to steal this away incredible. I wonder if he realizes just how valuable this is. A feeling of guilt surged up within the head of the Saratobi clan, but he quickly crushed it before anyone could notice. Naruto would have to have known its value to be so confident of its quality after their banter during their last meeting. That he would be willing to share it with him was huge, and Hiruzen couldn't help but take a quick glance at the files lying innocently on his desk. He'd just have to continue and pray for the best. I must admit, Uzumaki Dono, that your choice in wine renders me nearly speechless. I can only imagine what you might use in celebration if this is your choice wine to share with an old man such as myself. You sell yourself far too short, Saratobi-sama. You are a legend not soon to be forgotten. It is only proper to provide you with an equally memorable wine. Your words flatter me. Come, let us share a drink before we begin. With practiced ease, Hiruzen produced 2 glasses and poured generous measures into them. The two spent the next 10 minutes in comfortable silence, enjoying their drinks. As they were finished off, however, the tension began to return. Hiruzen looked sadly at the boy before him as the last dregs of wine were finished from the boy's glass. He was so at ease here in this office, and to see him there enjoying a glass of wine just seemed so natural. I'm afraid it's time we got down to business, Naruto. At the plain use of his name, Naruto's eyes narrowed suspiciously, watching the old monkey before him like a hawk. All lightheartedness that may have continued had they resumed their game was gone, replaced with an expression Hiruzen had seen far too many times in meetings with Hyuga Hiashi. Ah, that's right, he used to sit in on meetings between Hiashi and Kushina, didn't he? That would certainly explain some of his mannerisms. You may recall our last meeting, in which you commented upon the efficiency of my shinobi. He paused to give Naruto another sad look. Unfortunately, he continued. It appears you were correct and they did miss a spot, as you put it. Monkey and Bear tensed behind Hiruzen. I would have understood you protecting a family friend, would have commended it, in fact. But it wasn't just a friend who got away, was it? 7 Uchiha have disappeared, 7 Uchiha which you have had contact with, 7 Uchiha you could have directed us towards. You have placed the village of Konohagakure no Sado in a very dangerous position, so I'm afraid I have no choice. One final pitying glance was shot at a confused Naruto. As Saratobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sado, I hereby order the arrest of Uzumaki Naruto. Monkey and Bear had him restrained and removed from the office before he could open his mouth in protest. Giving a deep sigh, Hiruzen briefly considered pouring himself another drink. The reminder that it was Naruto who had so graciously provided him with it as a gift not even an hour beforehand, however, stopped him from doing so. Technically, Naruto had done no wrong, and that's what made this situation even worse. Traitors or not, the Konoha populace never knew, and the Uchiha had never been publicly declared traitors. To have helped them was what any decent person would have done, but when you're the Hokage you have a lot more to be concerned about than how decent someone's actions were. With Mikoto, the matriarch of the clan and an ex-Anbu agent, 2 civilian women, 2 civilian men, and 2 shinobi missing, there could be a vengeful army of Uchiha within 20 years, especially if they received aid from one of the major villages. Konoha was not ready for something like that, even with all the time they would have to prepare. They were still trying to recover from previous shinobi wars and the more recent Kyuubi attack. Were Iwa, Kumo, or even his wayward student Orochimaru to get their hands upon that group of survivors, the results would be catastrophic. Forgive me, Naruto, but for the good of the village this must be done. The scroll from earlier lay discarded upon the lush carpets of the hotel as she glared at the oblivious woman before her. Arms crossed over her chest, Naruto gave a huff. You know, if you wanted to pace back and forth we have a perfectly good floor back home with Naruto. She wasn't sure if it was her voice breaking the monotonous silence or the mention of her brother's name that drew her mother's attention so quickly, but if she had to bet she'd put her money on the latter. You know we'd go back if we could, but we haven't finished what we came here to do yet. And what would that be? Shot back at Naruto. We've spent the last week lazing about this hotel doing nothing. What, is this supposed to be a 4-year vacation? Her mother frowned, moving over to sit on the edge of the bed they had been sharing. It's a training trip, Sunflower, you know that. Then why aren't we training? The sooner we've covered everything we need to, we can go back. Kushina bit her bottom lip, looking away from her daughter. It's a little more than that, Naruto. She finally admitted. There's more, a reason we can't just go back, but I don't want you to worry if it turns out to be nothing. Naruto thought for a moment. That's why we're waiting here in the hotel, isn't it? You're waiting for someone to tell you what's going on. That's right, I've been waiting a while. So far I haven't heard anything, but if word comes that everything's alright, I'll cut our trip short and we'll return immediately. Naruto gave a nod before dragging Kushina up from the bed. Alright then, there's no point in wasting time sitting around then, is there? What are you talking about? Naruto gave her mother a firm stare. If we have to be away from Naruto we'd better make it count for something. If we can't tell him all about what we did when we get back then we might as well have not left in the first place. Now come on, let's go train. Kushina gave her daughter a grateful smile. Yeah, you're right. Let's get our butts in gear so Naruto can be proud of having two powerful kunoichi as his family. Humping her fist into the air, Naruto gave a cheer. Yeah, that's right, Kachan's back, it's training time. Not quite yet, my little sunflower, there's one thing that comes first. Kushina's voice had taken on a mischievous tone that Naruto recognized all too well. And what's that, Kachan? Tickle time? Like the child she was at heart, Kushina launched herself at her daughter who tried valiantly to fend off her mother's nimble fingers as she squealed in childish glee. There was still plenty of time for training today, they could spare a few minutes to have some fun. Cold steel bit tightly into his flesh, letting small rivulets of blood trickle slowly onto a floor that probably hadn't been cleaned within the past decade. His rigid seating kept him slightly reclined in a position that probably wasn't good for his back as dim light flooded down from above. He wasn't aware of any of this, however, his attention firmly within the grasp of molten fury that flooded through his veins with every beating of his heart. To think that he had actually placed his trust in that old monkey, he wanted to kick himself. He was the Hokage, not a family friend, not a kind old man, but the leader of Konohagakure no Sado who would do whatever he deemed necessary for the village. The Uchiha massacre should have taught him that. But no, he had to believe that Hiruzen had his best interests in mind. Such foolishness got shinobi killed and him here, locked deep within Konoha's T&I department. He'd have to be far more careful about who he associated with in the future, that is, if he managed to get out of this. There was someone in here with him, he knew, keeping hidden in the shadows as they observed. They were probably waiting for him to begin to panic, but that wasn't going to happen. He could hear their quiet intakes of breath, smell what was probably their lunch red bean soup, and he could make out a vague outline within the shifting shadows every time they moved to the side of him. He was a patient enough person and knowing that someone was there with him only strengthened his resolve to outlast them. It could have been minutes that passed, maybe even hours as he sat there hating himself for the vulnerable position he had put himself into by trusting his cage. Eventually, whoever was in the room with him grew restless. Her purple hair was the first thing to catch his attention, pulled back into a spiky bun. Next was the outfit, no doubt showing as much skin as possible to catch opponents off guard. Having been so recently surprised by the actions of Hiruzen, her short brown skirt and fishnet top did nothing to make him underestimate her. Of course, then there was her smile. This was a woman who enjoyed her job. Had he not been in this situation, he may have found that attractive. As it was, her enthusiasm wasn't a good sign for him. So, you're our little leak, are you? She asked, amused. It would seem so. Oh, you're not scared at all, that's no good. You really don't know who I am, do you? I can't say I've had the pleasure of making your acquaintance yet, no. Perhaps when you're done with me we can get to know one another over a nice dinner. She gave him an enormous lecherous grin. I just love it when my food plays back, if only you were a bit older and not in my special chair. I'm sure we could have plenty of fun in your special chair. She gave a hearty laugh in response. Tempting, very tempting. You know, I like you, kid, so it's fortunate that I'm just here to assist today. Like a nurse. I'm good with that. When do I get to see you in your uniform? Such bravado, she shook her head with a smile. You put on a great face, but I'm sure you're terrified inside. I'm more angry at myself for getting into this situation than terrified. He admitted. Though I won't deny that I'm a bit nervous and more than a little confused. Well, you're doing a good job hiding it. Praised the woman. I'd almost think this isn't your first time. She was giving him this opportunity on purpose, so who was he to waste it? Who said this was my first time? I just assumed, but can you prove to me otherwise? The woman seemed pleased that he had taken the opportunity she had given to continue their banter. She was probably waiting for whoever it was who would be interrogating him, which must have been boring. Well, that or she was trying to get him to lower his guard. Maybe a combination of both. Take me up on my offer for dinner and I can. You know what, if you manage to graduate from the academy I'll take you up on that dinner. You better start saving now though, squirt, because I expect to be treated like a queen if you hope to get even a kiss afterwards. I'll keep that in mind. Does this queen have a name? Anko, but you can just keep calling me a queen, little prince. If I'm a prince and you're the queen, then this is getting a little weird. Some say weird, she shrugged. I prefer kinky. Don't you want to join mommy for a bath? As wrong as that should sound, coming from you it's actually rather arousing. Of course it is, Anko scoffed. I'm the sexy and single Mitarashi Anko, everything about me is arousing. I could help you be the sexy and taken Mitarashi Anko, I promise I'll still find you arousing. Can you help me find a boyfriend? That's adorable. She gave him a quick peck on the cheek before ruffling her hand through his hair. If you're quite done touching little boys, Mitarashi, come another voice. I would like to get this over with as quickly as possible. The newcomer was obviously a Yamanaka, judging by his long blonde ponytail and the simple fact that he was a T&I. 3/4 of the department had ties to the Yamanaka, most true blood, so there was a good chance that if you were interrogated within Konoha, it was by a Yamanaka. Ah, Inoichi, about the time you got here, I got so bored I was considering having a bit of fun without you. You seem to be having plenty of fun already. Came the dry response. She just gave a nervous chuckle. Turning to the young man in the chair, Inoichi gave him a frown that was far too similar to the one the Hokage had given him earlier for his tastes. Why did they all seem to pity him when it was their choice to do this? If they really didn't like it, it wouldn't be done. They were shinobi, weren't they? If you start something you damn well better finish. Naruto elected to give the man a snarl. Come on then, he practically spat. Show me what you've got. The man shook his head sadly. I'm afraid it will be you showing me what you have. Performing the hand seals, Naruto's world went black. This was not normal. Being the head of the Yamanaka clan, Inoichi had been within plenty of minds, but none of them were anything like this. It was common for him to find himself before a large representation of a brain from which he could read memories like a scroll. It wasn't unusual to find yourself in a hallway of memories or libraries of varying levels of organization. But never had Inoichi found himself within the memories. Not in the sense that he was viewing them or was a part of them, but as if they had all been dumped together to form an ocean of thought that threatened to crush him from all sides as he struggled for breath. Within the currents flashed brief glimpses of memories in no discernible order, small looks into a life that Inoichi couldn't quite piece together from his current position. As his lungs began to burn and he feared he might have to cancel the technique, he suddenly found himself breaking through the surface of the water. Grasping desperately for something to hang on to, his fingers hit hard stone, and he gripped it as if his life depended upon it. When he had sufficiently caught his breath he took a moment to observe his new surroundings. Beneath his hands was a platform of black marble, stretching in either direction as far as he could see. To his right there was a bright gold line crossing the platform, and over it sat a massive dining table currently empty. The walls surrounding him made him think of a tunnel, and he wondered ever so briefly if he might end up coming into contact with one of those new trains that Yuki no Kuni had created. Torches cast pale green light upon him as he dragged himself fully onto the platform. Looking back at the water, he was surprised to see that it did in fact contain the boy's memories. The fact that there was a place he could physically interact with was normal, but for his memories to not just be unorganized but unseparated too. That was ridiculous. If one thing was clear, it was that this was not going to be easy. Time on the outside passed differently within the mind, and time within the mind passed differently depending on the mind. He may have sat at the edge of those churning waters for hours or perhaps even days, but rubbing his tired eyes, Inoichi stood up and moved to the table for a quick break. He found himself beyond surprised when he learned he wasn't alone. Sitting calmly at the head of the table as if someone was not currently within his mind, Naruto sipped slowly from a glass of wine. But that shouldn't have been possible, only the user of the technique would be brought to this place, it shouldn't exist without proper training or the use of special Yamanaka abilities. The thought that he had managed to stumble into here while Inoichi was working was absurd unless the Mind Walker had been in here for far longer than he had realized. You know, if you had questions, you could have just asked. Save us both a lot of time and effort. Inoichi couldn't help but scoff. If it was that easy to be sure they got the information required he wouldn't have had to use his Yamanaka techniques. Even if you told me everything I wanted to know, I wouldn't believe you. Naruto only shrugged. Take your time then, I suppose, you might as well be thorough. I don't have any plans for the evening unless that assistant of yours accepts my offer for dinner. Shaking his head in disbelief, Inoichi went back to work. What seemed to be a few minutes later, Naruto joined him at the edge of the water. So, what are you looking for? He didn't receive an answer, bringing a frown to his face. If you told me what you were looking for, I'd think about it and you'd have a better chance of finding it, wouldn't you? I'm quite comfortable here, but I'd rather not waste time sitting around when I could be out training. Fine. Spat Inoichi through gritted teeth. The Uchiha Massacre. The change was instantaneous as all memories within the swirling waters became focused upon the Uchiha clan. The first image was naturally the face of Mikoto, followed quickly by the sight of her as she cried into his neck. Images of them sitting on the couch together swam through his thoughts, and a final memory of him slipping his purse into her pouch was the last thing to appear related to the event. Even having seen what he came for, Inoichi was frowning. The slight glimpses these images provided were genuine, but they were a far cry from what he would usually be able to witness. There was too much of a chance that he had missed something important within these memories he didn't have full access to. This was a strange mind indeed. So, you spoke with Mikoto, what of the others? Being inside the boy's mind, he knew the confusion and his voice was real. What others? Hiruzen was not going to like this. The moon shone brightly as he was released from Konoha's T&I building, and Naruto's fury was nearly boiling over. They had actually suspected that he aided in the escape of a large group of Uchiha survivors. He had thought he had Hiruzen's trust, but for the old monkey to think he would hide something like that from him and then have someone enter his mind in search of information that didn't exist. The Uchiha could have bled to death outside his door and he wouldn't have batted an eyelash, it was only because it was Mikoto who came to him that he helped her. Sure, he may not have been close to her, but he wasn't close to many people. He knew her and so he helped her, there was nothing else to it. To suspect him as part of some elaborate escape scheme to ensure the survival of the Uchiha clan was insulting. That they thought they could get that kind of information from him if he had was even more so. Giving a snarl into the night, Naruto began stalking through the empty streets of Konoha. It was usually busy on the streets of Konoha, but at 2 in the morning in the shinobi district, there was little activity. He briefly considered taking the rooftops due to the lack of shinobi dashing across them, but quickly cast that thought aside. Most shinobi had already left to go about their business, but the chances of running into one atop the roofways of Konoha were far too high for him right now. Moving without direction, he snaked through the village, intent on walking off his frustration before returning home. Actually, maybe returning home was a bad idea. Chances were that he'd be under surveillance, and he really didn't feel like being watched right now. Perhaps he could stay with a friend. He laughed silently at his own little joke. He didn't have friends, just a few scattered acquaintances. Dog he knew in passing, he had spoken with Shizune a few times, Hiruzen was out of the question, Anko he just met, Kurenai couldn't stand him, Mikoto was gone, Haruka was his teacher, and the rest of the Uzumaki clan had left him nearly 2 years ago. But then, there was one other option. Tatsuki was a pretty good acquaintance, she might let him crash at her place for the night. The thought made him frown. He was, admittedly, pretty close to Tatsuki, far closer than he was to most others, it almost didn't seem right to call her a mere acquaintance. No, Tatsuki was a friend, a very dear friend, and one he probably didn't spend enough time with. Perhaps it was time to fix that. Moving down familiar roads, he let his feet lead him to where he knew she lived. He heard her before he saw her. Let go of me you bastard. Naruto's molten fur ignited instantly as he abandoned his walk for a mad dash. Aw, come on, love, you do this shit all the time, what's once more with me? Naruto's blood boiled at the sight. Her dress, one of the better ones she owned, was in tatters, barely covering her decency as she was pressed against a stone wall by a man who was at least 4 heads higher than her. Even from a distance Naruto could smell the alcohol the man must have bathed in. This was why Tatsuki never worked at night, too many unsavory characters that had too much to drink never made a good clientele. For her to be out at this time and wearing such an outfit meant she had been getting desperate. Her eyes met his with a single desperate plea, and he reacted on instinct. Bursting through his shirt without concern for his clothing, tendrils of glowing blue chains snapped through the air like baying hounds. There was something different about these chains however, something that made them feel heavy and sluggish, like a limb that had been overused the day before. Even as they changed from blue to a deep purple he commanded them forward, links of chakra reluctant to follow his orders. Gritting his teeth, he directed them to strike from the side as he rushed towards the man. They struck like a serpent, quick and without mercy, and in a flash of red it was over. But they did not strike from the side. Violet chains hummed red as if pleased that they pierced cleanly through Tatsuki's assailant. And Tatsuki. He was aware of his pulse as it increased, he could feel as his stomach attempted to strangle itself and his lungs burned in refusal to draw breath. He watched as his chains dissipated in wisps of purple and heard as the man collapsed to the ground, but none of that registered within his conscious mind. As horror took hold of his entire being and his world seemed to crash down around him, he was unaware of the smiling crimson eyes that watched it all with glee. Because the only thing he could truly see was an image that would haunt him until the day he died. As her torn body fell into the bloodied street, he was only vaguely aware of the tears that streamed down his face. And still the moon shone brightly. Even as yet another sun lost its light. Chapter 10. The Weight We Bear. He was at her side before he knew he had moved, cradling her bloodied flesh to his chest. Had he not, he may have missed her voice. Then Naruto. Hope, relief, and other poisonous devils attempted to take root within his heart, but the harsh reality of her situation beat them back into the growing emptiness that was threatening to overtake him. His chains had pierced straight through her torso, striking a host of organs that she wouldn't survive long enough without to receive proper medical attention. This was it then, her final moments, her last gasping breaths. The cold tightness within his chest seemed to spread numbness throughout his body. Oh gods, Totsuki, I'm so. He was cut off when she weakly raised a finger to his lips. Hush, she whispered, remarkably calm considering her current situation. Perhaps when you're so close to death's door it doesn't seem so daunting. She continued with a serene smile. We don't have time for that. She gave a hacking cough that splattered blood across his torso, the warm liquid running down in rivulets that went almost unnoticed by the boy. We really don't have much time at all. Totsuki, her finger went over his lips once more. If I get a grave you can come talk to me all you like, but for now, listen. This is my last chance to talk to you, your last chance to hear my voice. She gave it a weak laugh. I hope you can remember it fondly even long after your hair has drained of its color. You know, I really had looked forward to that night with you, and not just because of the dead. You were my only friend, as odd as that sounds. It was so nice having someone who saw me for who I was. I wanted to be able to express just how much I appreciated having you in my life. She smiled sadly. I guess that's out of the question now, but there's still one thing I can do. Pulling herself up, she brought her lips to his own for a quick kiss, leaving the tang of copper in his mouth. I suppose that will have to suffice. You know, this body is technically yours now, feel free to do whatever you want to it. She tried to give him a sultry smirk, but it lacked the mischievous playfulness it usually had. I'll take good care of it. He promised, leaning down to give her another quick kiss. It was just a little thought I like to play with some nights, but I really could have seen us starting a family of our own, we never would have had to be alone again. Tears began to leak from her green eyes as she thought about the future she would never have. His own tears fell upon her as he held her tighter. Please don't leave me. He begged. Don't leave me alone again. She continued as if she hadn't heard his pleas. Perhaps we could pretend, just for these last few moments, that we belonged to each other, that we had finally found happiness in this horrible world. Anything, Totsuki Haim, we can do anything you want, just don't go. I'm glad I was finally able to find a husband before I died, it's just a shame I won't be able to help with the children. You make sure to have lots for us, okay? I will, I promise you, I will. A daughter would be nice, what will we name her? He asked softly, running his hand gently through her hair as her breathing became faint. Hitomi, she said with a smile. We'll name her Hitomi, and she'll be the most beautiful little girl the world has ever seen. I'm sure she will be. After all, with you as her mother, how could she not? He gave her a final kiss on her forehead. Get some rest, love, I'll see you in the morning. Yes, in the morning. Good night, darling. It would be the last thing she ever said, the last time he ever heard her voice, and he would remember it for as long as he lived. As numbness took over his body, it did nothing to stop the tears. Her body had cooled long ago, her precious lifeblood coating his torso in a thick layer of crimson. He walked slowly, almost reverently, down the streets, as if she were only sleeping, and he was trying not to wake her from her dreams. The shirt her assailant had worn was wrapped tightly around her to preserve her modesty as he made his way to the Yamanaka compound. He had promised her that he would take care of her body, and this was the only way he knew how. They were her family, not only did they deserve to know of her passing, but she deserved to be buried amongst her kin. It was all he could do for her at this point. He would not, however, be surrendering her possessions to them. No, those were his to remember her by. As he had countless times throughout this dreadful walk, he found his gaze drawn to her pale face, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. She looked so peaceful, so perfect, as if the heavens had dropped an angel into his waiting arms. Instead, they had taken her from them. His purple eyes moved up to the clear sky, and he frowned. It was such a beautiful night, entirely unsuited for what had just recently taken place. Can the sky not spare a single tear for the loss of such a brilliant sun? It should have been raining, the pouring rain and howling wind, a song of the world's mourning at the passing of his first friend. But it was not to be. No, the sky remained cloudless, a grinning moon leering down upon the both of them as stars twinkled in ignorant joy. It was as if the world around him mocked him for his loss, or perhaps it felt he didn't deserve to see what misery he had inflicted upon it. It might wait, then, for him to leave before shedding the tears she deserved. Shaking his head of the thoughts, he pressed onwards, her drying blood gluing his shirt to his skin. Only briefly was he glad that his new cloak had been left at his home that morning. Had it not, however, he would not have spared a second to be upset about the loss. The body in his arms was far more precious than a cloak from a stranger could ever be. His eyes narrowed as he spotted the Yamanaka district, and anger quickly boiled within him at the figure he saw before it. Just as quickly, however, it was pushed back down. It wasn't his fault. Not only had he been following orders, but even if none of it had happened, he wouldn't have been able to save Totsuki. He might not have injured her himself, but she would have been at the mercy of the drunkard who had taken an interest in her. Neither ending was pretty, but a small seed of doubt within his heart wondered if it would not have been better for the drunkard to get her so that she might live longer. She would have been hurt, but he could have been there to help her heal. Shoving painful memories to the side, he focused on his task. It was too late to back out now, Inoichi had seen him. And so with solemn steps he approached the head of the Yamanaka clan, one of his kin lying dead in his arms. There was confusion at first, followed quickly by recognition and shock as the body was handed to Konoha's most skilled mindwalker, but Naruto attempted to share no words with the man. As soon as the body was out of his grasp he turned on his heel and walked away into the night. He couldn't bring himself to look back. Giddy excitement permeated throughout her entire being. She had done it, she had finally done it. After waiting for so long an absolutely perfect opportunity had finally arisen and she had wasted not a moment taking advantage of it. Yes, he would be sad, he would be hurt, but he'd move on quickly enough and the pain he went through was more than worth getting rid of that whore that liked to hang off her precious Warden. It was unacceptable. But justice had been swiftly dealt. And that meant there was no one left to steal her Warden away from her. He was hers now and would remain hers until the day he died. Nothing was going to change that. If the gods were really smiling down on her, this would not only leave him to herself, but push him closer to her as he searched for comfort. Maybe then he'd come to really appreciate who he was going to be spending the rest of his life with. There were only 2 women left in his life now, and neither one of them was a threat. Kato Shizune, apprentice of the Slug Sannin, was seen only rarely, and if any type of relationship formed between them, it seemed most likely to become that of siblings. Siblings were fine, there were no romantic feelings, no pleasures of the flesh, just 2 people who were close. She could accept that for her Warden. The other woman she wasn't fond of due to her blood, but Uchiha Mikoto was also a non-issue. Sure, she had slept almost naked with her Warden, but she was gone now. Hopefully far, far, far away. She was a potential threat to be sure, but one whose chances of stealing away Naruto were nullified by the simple fact that she couldn't spend any time with him. Ever. And that pleased her greatly. Giving a smirk, she lounged within her seat as she reveled in the sweet euphoria of victory. It had been a very long time since she had felt so wondrous, and it would be quite some time before this feeling faded. Conjuring a glass from the seal, she sipped the Uchiha's prized wine delicately. It tasted like success, like a perfect plan that had come together and would continue to give favorable results long into the future. It was just a matter of time now before Naruto finally came to her, finally saw what he had all this time, but until then she would wait patiently. He had just lost someone close to him, he needed some time to himself. Time to mourn, grieve, and with a bit of luck for her, get over the prostitute that had been sinking her claws into him. And if he didn't succeed. Well, that's what she was here for. She'd help him forget about the little skank, he deserved a real woman, and she'd be happy to provide him with one. Her Warden, like her, deserved nothing but the best. Mito would be happy to crush anyone who thought they were better for her Warden than she was. He was hers. And no one was going to take him away. What was she doing? Staring blankly at her table, Kurenai rested her forehead in one of her hands. It had been almost 2 years since her mother had left on a training trip with her biological daughter, and it had been at least 2 years since she had last seen Naruto. For 2 years she had kept an eye out for the young boy that gossiping housewives and chatty old women seemed to have far better luck spotting than she. The stories had decreased drastically after the first 6 months, but they were still there. Talk about seeing him at a local store or dashing across rooftops on his way to the training grounds. And yet she, a skilled jounin, could not find him. She had asked the Hokage, of course, but he refused to release such information. He had claimed something about it being a security precaution considering Naruto's status, but they both knew it was because Naruto wouldn't be happy with the Sandaime giving out his address. Though did the Sandaime know that Naruto hadn't been showing up to the academy? It would be strange if he knew and allowed such a thing. It was exceedingly rare for the offspring of a shinobi and kinmoichi not to become a shinobi simply because they grew up in an environment that encouraged it and their chakra systems were better than those born to civilians. And of course was his heritage. How could the sons of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato not become shinobi? Not only was it a waste, but it drastically lowered their chances of survival. A target like that would need to be able to protect themselves if something happened, otherwise you'd lose them completely, and that was an even greater loss than them not becoming a shinobi in the first place. And again, it was also possible that Iruka had lied, which begged the question of why. Naruto hadn't told his teacher to keep her away from him, had he? It was not a pleasant thought, and she much preferred the idea that Iruka had lied because he was suspicious of her, which was understandable. It had been over a year and she was just checking on Naruto then. She would have been suspicious too in his position. She could almost look at it as the teacher protecting Naruto, for which she was grateful. He needed all the help he could get. Help or no help, however, did little to change the fact that she was still uncertain as to his well-being. He could have made powerful friends and be living the high life with them, safe as can be, or he could be scraping by within the red light district, piecing himself together with a life from the discarded trash of Konoha's less than savory inhabitants. And here she was, doing nothing. She couldn't stand it. Kurenai could only imagine how Naruto might see her should she finally manage to encounter the elusive boy. He would pity her at best, be disgusted at the worst, and this was someone who knew her. If she was so pathetic in her uselessness that it warranted pity from the person who thought she wanted to kill him, there was something wrong. How can I call myself a kinmoichi, let alone someone who wants to help him with whatever he needs? Gods, I can't even help myself. The most curious thought hit her then, one that made her rethink her actions for the past 2 years. If I can't find him to give him aid, at least I can turn myself into someone he would be willing to come to when he needs help. Yes, this was a plan, a real plan, something she could do, something she would be able to see the progress of. If he was so against seeing her as she was now, she'd just have to become someone he would be proud to call a comrade. He's going to be a shinobi, I can be the superior he looks up to, his senpai. And, just maybe, I can convince Andame Sama to let me lead his genin team. With renewed hope and a smile on her face, Kurenai grabbed her gear and set out to train. She would be there for him when he needed her. For now though, she needed to become someone worth going to for help. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I'll be part of your life soon enough. I will become someone you can be proud of, or I'll die trying. With a determined fire burning in her heart, it finally felt as though everything was going to be alright. It had been 3 days since Naruto had been last seen. That in itself wasn't too strange, as the boy tried very hard to be a ghost within the village he called home. What made it strange, however, was the fact that he was supposed to be under surveillance on the orders of the Hokage. How had they lost him? How was it they were incapable of locating him? Naruto had not left, Kakashi knew that for a fact because he had been in charge of the patrols along Konoha's wall for the past week. What Kakashi did know, however, was that Naruto hadn't been home either. That is, apparently, where they lost him. Someone up the ranks of security personnel had the brilliant plan of assigning all of the boy's watchers to his house. Once he returned he would be kept under constant surveillance and followed as necessary. Of course, that plan went to shit when Naruto decided not to return home. Whoever gave those orders probably enjoyed a nice ass chewing from an enraged Sarutobi for that little mistake. Well, if you looked at it from another angle, whoever had been assigned to watch him never failed in their mission, as the boy never showed up to allow them to begin. They could probably get off the hook with that one, though it would certainly serve to increase the rage Hiruzen felt towards the one who had given out the orders. Poor bastard. Kakashi supposed that they knew where he wasn't, and that was something, at least, but it really wasn't very useful information. Then again, when it came to Naruto there was very little useful information to be found. God, that boy was going to grow up into a fine shinobi one day. That is, if he passed the academy. Seeing as they had someone watching it right now in case he showed up, it was obvious he wasn't doing any of his normal things. But where could he be? And, more importantly, why? Naruto had kept the same rough schedule for almost 2 years now, what had changed that? Something must have come up, something that was far more important than anything else he usually did. The only question then was what? Giving a sigh, Kakashi shook his head. They had scoured all of Konoha without sight of the boy, but he knew that he was still within the walls. He could be underground, perhaps in a bunker or a basement, but that was unlikely. For a day, maybe, but 3. An enclosed space like that would probably make the boy rather nervous. There would be perhaps a single exit, and that was never favorable. So, where else could he be? His single exposed eye surveyed the horizon, lazily gazing over rooftops as he made a half-hearted sweep of his surroundings. Naruto wasn't about to just pop up screaming, "Here I am, you can stop looking." Hell, if anything, should the boy be aware of their search, he would keep low even after returning just to make things harder for them. He'd probably consider it training. Training, huh? Bakashi's gaze found itself drawn to the training grounds near the edge of the village. Had anyone checked there yet, or had all the searching been directed towards the village proper? Having a sneaking suspicion that it had probably been neglected, Kakashi slinked off to check. If Naruto was there, great, if not he could claim to be searching after he spent an hour or two reading Jiraiya's newest book. It was win-win, really. The house was quiet, far too quiet for her liking. Sprawled across her bed, Shizune wondered, not for the first time, if she should start taking missions. Even a routine C rank would be a welcome break from this monotonous life she had found herself living. Of course, as Tsunade's apprentice, the slug Sannin would have to approve her for missions, and if the last Senju was stuck here in Konoha, then there was no way she'd let her assistant escape, even for a few days. She could always mention to her master how bored she was here in the Senju compound, but that would simply lead to her being told to go out and search for Naruto. Even after 2 years, Shizune had no idea why Tsunade wanted to meet the boy, nor did she know why the Sandaime Hokage was keeping all his information such a secret. Surely there was little harm in letting Tsunade of the Sannin know where the boy lived so that she could speak with him. Unless, perhaps, Tsunade was upset with him over something. It was unlikely, but it would certainly be cause to keep the woman as far away from the boy as possible. If Shizune did know where he was, however, she wouldn't be telling her master. If the woman refused to tell her what was going on, then there was no reason she should help her track down a boy who had never met her. Thinking of Naruto, it had been quite some time since she had last run into him. During the first few months she spent in Konoha she would encounter him once or twice a week. As time went on, however, she began seeing him less and less. Over the last 6 months encounters with him had been especially scarce. In fact, it had been nearly 8 since she last saw him. They weren't anything close, probably not even friends, but he was one of the few people she knew here in Konoha, despite having lived here for the past 2 years. Shizune really wasn't very good at meeting people. Actually, that was untrue. She was good at meeting people once. She had no idea how to maintain any sort of relations with them after that. During her travels it hadn't been necessary. She would meet someone, be polite, take care of whatever business she needed to complete, and that was the end. Chances are she wouldn't see the same person twice, or if she did they would, and often she would not remember. So, now that she was in one place, it was proving difficult to remember who people were and what they had talked about the last time they met. She just wasn't used to it. Admittedly, she had become familiar with the Ichiraku family, as their ramen stand had become one of her favorite places to eat. When you spend over a decade living in hotels your cooking skills have a tendency to get rusty. Very rusty. Suffice to say, neither she nor Tsunade could cook very well. Sure, they managed some simple meals and would practice from time to time, but the go-to choice was always a restaurant, be it takeout or dine-in. More often than not it was taken out, as the many containers in the fridge could attest to. It certainly hadn't been the result of traveling with the slug Sannin that she had been expecting, that was for sure. No, she had been expecting adventures and excitement. The only adventures she ever got to go on were Tsunade hunts when her drunken master had wandered off into the town and had to be brought back to whatever hotel they were staying in. Fun. It was pretty sad, and while she had learned a lot, she kind of regretted her decision to join the last Senju on her extended vacation from Konoha. Naruto, the little thief, probably had more adventures in a day than she had during her entire apprenticeship. In fact, she would bet on it, and that was a bet even Tsunade could win. Shizune's thoughts began to wander as she started imagining all the things he might have done over the past 2 years. It wasn't long until she began picturing herself beside him for those events. It would certainly be fun to actually do something for a change, having a familiar face beside her while she did it would make it even better. I wonder if Hiruzen would let me lead a team of genin. Teaching Naruto and 2 others what she had learned from Tsunade as the 4 of them did missions all across the elemental nations sounded like a lot of fun. Sure, it would be a big responsibility, but she had been caring for a Sannin for over a decade, she doubted 3 preteens could be much more trouble than a drunk Senju. Team Shizune, specializing in stealth and infiltration, spending weeks behind enemy lines and leaving without a trace. She giggled at the thought. It's got a nice ring to it. Now if only she could convince the Hokage. Come on, Ka-san, we have to find Nai-kun a present. Kushina laughed at Naruto's energy, watching as the smiling girl darted to the first shop they came across. Following at a far more sedate pace, Kushina caught up with her daughter who was staring intently at a red fox plush. Do you think Nai-kun would like this, Ka-san? Asked the girl. I don't know. Answered Kushina. He might, but you have to remember that he won't be getting his gifts for another 2 years. He may like it now, but he might not be interested after he graduates from the academy. The young girl frowned thoughtfully before putting down the fox and moving deeper into the store on her quest. You know, you don't have to search for a gift right now. We can just keep our eyes peeled for anything Naruto might like over the next 2 years and get it for him." Naruto turned to her, crossing her arms with a pout. "We can't do that, Ka-san, that's like forgetting his birthday," declared the blonde. "We have to get him gifts every time so that when we finally give them to him he knows that we were thinking of him during the trip. We can't say, 'Oh, we found this one on our way back and thought it would be a good gift for your 9th birthday,' or 'We found fewer gifts suited to you than we would have liked on our trip, but don't worry, we found some here in Konoha before we stopped by the compound.'" "Well, we could." Naruto shot her mother the most heated glare she could. Alright," surrendered Kushina, holding up her hands. "I was just kidding. I'm just making sure you know that we might not find something for him by his 9th birthday. I'm sure he'd rather have a late present that he likes than one on time that he stuffs in the back of his closet to be polite." "I guess you're right," conceded Naruto. "I just really want to make sure we have gifts for Nai-kun. We've been training a lot and I'm afraid we might be so busy that we might forget to find him presents if we don't do it now." "You think of him every day, don't you?" questioned the Uzumaki matriarch. "Yeah, of course, don't you?" Kushina gave her daughter a smile. "Every day, and that's how I know we won't forget. If we find a gift today, great. This week. Still good. Right before we head back. I'm sure he'll still appreciate it, especially if his cute little sister gives it to him." "Ha-san," moaned the girl, her cheeks flushing red in remembrance of her rather embarrassing word choice within the Fire Daimyo's palace. "Oh, you don't like that. How about his beautiful sister?" "Please stop. His sexy sister. It just makes it worse," groaned Naruto in frustration. Kushina rubbed her daughter's head affectionately. "It's my right, no, my duty, as your mother, to tease you relentlessly. That goes double when it comes to boys, even if he is your brother." Naruto hung her head in defeat as Kushina let loose a hearty laugh. What was the point in being a parent if you couldn't mess with your children? He had fucked up. By the gods, he had fucked up. Using his fingers he massaged a bridge of his nose, the pipe of tobacco that usually served so well to set him at ease doing nothing for him today. He had been too hasty in his actions, of this he was certain. He should have waited longer, should have made absolutely sure, and even then he should have properly fished for information from the young man he had so quickly shipped off for a visit with Inoichi. That was another one of the problems surrounding the boy. Apparently, not even an hour after being released from custody, Naruto had brought the Yamanaka clan to head the bloodied corpse of a civilian who had left the clan. Inoichi was, understandably, upset by this. He saw it as retribution for invading the boy's mind, but Hiruzen knew better. Despite his poor decision when he made the mistake of not trusting in the young Namikaze heir, the Sarutobi knew that Naruto wasn't that kind of person. At least, not yet. The shinobi world was a cruel one and had a tendency of changing people rapidly. Hopefully, it would not turn Naruto into a monster. At this rate, however, Hiruzen was more worried about the actions of himself and those who claimed to be friends of the Uzumaki clan, turning the boy into something cruel and inhuman. He certainly wouldn't be the first person to be driven into such darkness. So, while Hiruzen doubted that Naruto had just gone out and killed the woman in a fit of rage, the fact remained that he had brought her corpse to the very same man who had forced himself into the boy's mind less than an hour earlier. It certainly didn't cast him in a favorable light with the clan of Mindwalkers. The Sandaime Hokage may have been able to learn what really happened from Naruto, but no one had been able to locate him in the past few days. Then again, the chances of the boy cooperating with him were exceedingly low. In fact, there was a far greater chance of Naruto trying to stab him. That would be a bad idea, but people were known to do stupid things when enraged. Poisoned wine, however, was also quite likely. Sandaime-sama. Hiruzen looked across his desk to the Anbu agent standing at attention. "Ah, lemur, what is it?" "Sir, the dog wandered off during the search. We are unsure as to his whereabouts." Kakashi was known for his laziness and laid-back attitude, but for him to go missing during a mission, especially one concerning his sensei's son, was strange. Thinking for a moment, Hiruzen turned his attention back to Lemur. "Chances are that you can't find him because you haven't found Naruto. It's likely that he located the boy and is keeping an eye on him. In case he hasn't, however, you are to continue your search." The Anbu snapped a salute and vanished, leaving the old Sarutobi within his office. Pat. She was standing at attention before his desk before the word had finished coming out of his mouth. She had been on edge since Monkey and Bear arrested Naruto and had been quite vocal in letting him know her displeasure with his actions towards a civilian child. She was right, of course, and they both knew it. She was concerned for the boy as she, like most of his Anbu, had become rather fond of the Redeed. That made her perfect for this assignment. "I have reason to believe that Hada Kakashi has located the son of Kushina. You are to confirm this and observe the boy, should he be located. Report to me at the end of the day." "Sir." She gave a quick salute before disappearing, rushing off to complete her assigned task. Leaning back in his chair with a sigh, Hiruzen hoped that a report would be favorable. If he was really fortunate, she might even approach the boy. If she could shed some light even a little on the body he had delivered to Inoichi, that would make his job a hell of a lot easier. Then again, this trouble was a fitting punishment for his mistakes. He had no doubt that he had lost all the trust the boy had in him. This was the result. In the end, he had only himself to blame. The other Anbu might not have been able to find him, but Kat was able to find Kakashi without any trouble at all. To be fair, the other Anbu probably hadn't even looked, simply reporting his absence and continuing on with the real search. She almost couldn't believe that the adorable young boy who first walked into the Hokage's office and acted like a little shinobi had ended up here. The search for him rivaled the one only a week prior for Uchiha Itachi, and that fucker had slaughtered his entire clan, one of the founding clans of Konohagakure no Sado, no less. It was insane. And again, this was in Uzumaki, insane was part of the everyday. At the same time, this was in Uzumaki, they didn't found Konoha, no, they had just ruled a fucking country. Maybe the size of the search wasn't all that strange. Now that she thought about it, didn't that make him a prince? There wasn't a country to rule over anymore, but still, royalty was royalty, and when it came to coffers, the Uzumaki clan was matched by few. The Uzumaki treasury was enough to let them hold on to royal status. People with that much money were kings and queens, regardless of blood. Of course, if he was a prince, why the hell weren't people rushing to be the one to aid him? Surely there would be those who tried to get in his good graces for the chance to enjoy his clan's riches. Perhaps it was the knowledge that Kushina was clan head and was still around that dissuaded them from trying anything. That woman was scary when she was angry, and learning that people were trying to take advantage of her son would certainly piss her off. Then again, seeing as she had just up and left him, she really had no right to be angered by the life she had inadvertently pushed onto his small shoulders. He was handling it remarkably well though, those shoulders were stronger than they looked. Slipping through the tree, Kat came to a crouch on one of the larger branches. Kakashi sat on the same branch, leaning against the trunk with one leg swinging lazily through the air. His nose was buried in a book, as it often was, and he made no move to acknowledge her arrival. Like Hiruzen had predicted, Naruto was nearby, training as if his life depended upon it. On her right, Kakashi moved, pushing himself up into a standing position. Well, he spoke in a lazy drawl. It would seem as though Hokage-sama has sent someone to relieve me of my watch. I suppose I'll be off then, ta-ta. And with that he was gone, most likely returning to his apartment to enjoy reading his book in the comfort of his own home. Shaking her head at her senpai, she turned her attention fully to the young boy in the training field. Trees all around him had been torn down to toothpicks, leaves scattered over upturned soil that had been filled with countless small craters. Whatever grass that had once been present was not to be seen, and deep gouges had torn through the landscape in seemingly random patterns. Naruto was in the middle of the chaos, sprouting chains from every part of his body in every size and length imaginable. From links of solidified chakra as thin as her pinky to great links wider than her torso that probably wouldn't have looked out of place with an anchor at the end. He seemed to be trying to control them all at once in different ways and was failing spectacularly. Taking the seat Kakashi had just vacated, Kat proceeded to watch. It would be the most destructive training session she had ever witnessed. As ants might scurry past him, doing all in their power to avoid eye contact as they parted before him, a sea of flesh and terror. It brought a smile to his face. The trickle of people grew steadily less as he pressed forward into the darkest depths of his precious sanctuary, down to the one room that was for him and him alone. A sanctuary within his sanctuary, somewhere he could pause and gather his thoughts before diving back into the chaos that was his quest to learn everything. At the moment, that meant focusing on achieving immortality so he'd have time enough to do so. There was just far too much to squeeze into a single lifetime. As it was, he had already come up with a viable if not inconvenient way to extend his life indefinitely. It had the added bonus of allowing him to change his appearance and even better his gender. Tired of buying drinks at the local bar? Boom, now drinks are being bought for you. He'd probably end up wasting a lot of time trying a lot of the things he had already done again as a woman, just for curiosity's sake. Of course, the ability to just walk into the female side of hot springs without any trouble was certainly intriguing. It really had been far too long since he had last been with a woman. Pushing past carnal desires, he came to the door to his private chambers, pushing open the intricately carved double doors of dark wood. Stepping into the comforting darkness of his room, he allowed his posture to relax, a soft grin spreading over his lips. His chair, which was more of a throne, quickly found his body sinking into it with a groan. It had been 56 hours since he had last stopped his work for a well-deserved rest. As much as he would have liked to continue, he knew that the self came first. All his work would be for naught if he ground himself into dust to complete it. Closing his eyes for only a moment, they opened again to see the painting of his godson. With a grin splitting his face, he recalled the latest news he had received concerning the boy. To think the boy would be capable of such a thing, a shiver of delight tingled through his spine. It was absolutely incredible how effortlessly no Sato was able to create monsters such as himself. Uzumaki Naruto, son of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, had taken a life. Oh, but that wasn't the best part. The boy had not only taken two with the same attack, but of the two had been a close friend of his. The chakra chains originally created by Uzumaki Mito had torn through the young Yamanaka woman without mercy, caring nothing for the agony such a death would inflict upon its victim. It was delicious. From what he understood, the woman had been at the mercy of some civilian thug. He would have never imagined that his godson would strike her down for her weakness. It reminded him of himself so much that he couldn't help the feelings of nostalgia and pride that swelled up within him. The thug had been killed too, of course, for the crime of threatening the young man, but that was to be expected. It was still the woman's death that he just couldn't get over. His godson was growing up so quickly. Had he been capable of shedding them, that thought might have brought a joyous tear to his eye. That wasn't all either, for the boy, even after such a brutal execution of one of the few people he had been close to, had not been satisfied. Even now, he was certain the young Uzumaki was still training to perfect his chakra chains. It had been an excellent kill, but for him to want to improve upon it at the age of 9. This child would grow up to be a monster rivaling even himself. Perhaps that's why it was called Godfather, for he truly was feeling as though the boy was his son. Of course, he would have remembered sleeping with a woman like Kushina, and he was absolutely sure that hadn't happened. Then again, he certainly didn't have the alcohol tolerance of Tsunade, or even Jiraiya for that matter. It was possible. He hoped, however much the thought of Naruto being his own son pleased him, that such was not the case. To have slept with a Uzumaki princess and yet not remember it. That would indeed be a cruel fate. He erased such thoughts from his mind. Perhaps the first thing he needed to do once he had a new body was go out on a date or something. If that didn't work out, he could always find a hooker or something. These thoughts really were far too distracting for him to be having while working towards true immortality. Focusing on more important things than his libido, his attention turned to today's date. It would be Naruto's birthday soon. What could he get him? The curse seal had almost been perfected. It would no doubt increase the power of his chakra chains, though it might cost him control. Control seemed to be what the boy was working on, however, so perhaps that should be saved for later. Naruto's friend had been a prostitute, so maybe he could replace her as a gift. No, that wouldn't last long enough, perhaps a slave in her place. He might enjoy that. Then again, while slavery was still legal, it was extremely difficult to go through all the legal bullshit surrounding it. He would do it for the boy, of course, but seeing as his godson was still a civilian minor, it was probably a bad idea. He wasn't even sure if he could own a slave, even as a prince of Yuzu, before he had reached legal maturity. At least, not without his mother's consent, and that was out of the question. No, he needed something practical, something simple, something he could find immediate use from. He needed something suitable for the little killer he was. A grin split his face. Orochimaru knew just the thing for his godson. Alright, class dismissed. The sound of stampeding children momentarily drowned out his thoughts, but when they had gone a sufficient distance from his classroom, his mind instantly drifted to the empty tree right outside the window. Excluding the time he had spent in the hospital, there had been not one single day that Naruto had missed completely. But then, 2 days after the Uchiha massacre, he had simply vanished. It would seem, however, that he was not the only one who hadn't seen him. All of Konoha's Anbu seemed to be searching for the missing boy in a search that almost made the one for Uchiha Itachi look half-assed. And yet they turned up empty-handed. He knew the boy was stealthy, but this was absurd. Either Naruto was no longer in the village, unlikely, or they weren't searching in the right places. Then again, who knew the right places when it came to the boy? The Hokage might have, but this search showed otherwise. No, the boy was not one to broadcast anything about him. Even if he was in Konoha, he was likely to have a multitude of places to hide should something happen. It only begged the question of why he had chosen to disappear. He had been here the day of the Uchiha massacre and the day after and even the day after that, so it couldn't have been caused by that, but other than that there were no events that Iruka was aware of. He had, however, heard one Yamanaka Ino saying something about her father going to the Hokage about the boy. Has something happened between the two of them? He would have to ask the girl at the next opportunity. As far as he could tell, any interaction between the young Uzumaki and the Yamanaka head would have been the last known sighting of the boy. Whatever the case might be, if he didn't show up soon his grades would plummet drastically. He would be dangerously close to not just failing, but actually being kicked from the shinobi program entirely. Iruka couldn't stand the idea of such wasted potential if that were to happen. Then again, he doubted even that would keep the Uzumaki from his chosen profession. Iruka wouldn't be surprised if he went straight to the fire capital to register as a shinobi of fire country residing within Konohagakure no Sado. The Imperial Fire Court would probably love to have someone who answered to them within the walls of Konoha. It would make it much easier for them to keep an eye on the village and communicate their desires to the Hokage. Iruka gave a slight shiver at the thought. It would be good for the boy, certainly, and for Hai no Kuni as a whole, but he was certain to make plenty of enemies within the village if that's what he ended up doing. It wasn't as if he really connected with a lot of people, and it wouldn't have surprised the academy instructor if Naruto actually viewed most of Konoha's populace as hostiles or unknowns, but there was a big difference between him seeing them as such and the shinobi of Konoha actually having it out for him because he answered to someone higher than their cage. It would not be something he should have to deal with so young, not just to become a shinobi. It was, however, still a viable option for the boy, whether he passed the academy or not. Perhaps the young man would prefer being able to spend a bit more time traveling the forests between the fire capital and Konoha, rather than staying cooped up in the village when not on missions. Either way, Iruka hoped he'd show up again soon. He still had plenty to teach the aspiring shinobi. Link after link, chain after chain, chakra poured from his body in such masses that it was visible, coating his form in an ethereal blue glow. Some formed atop his clothing, some from his skin, and some from beneath even that, tearing out of his body in a spray of blood that shimmered like 1,000 gems in the light of the setting sun. What little off his clothing remained hung onto his body in tatters, glued to his flesh by drying blood and sweat. His form was in remarkably good shape for a boy his age, especially considering his living conditions, but that changed with a bloody birth of every chain that had formed within him, leaving his skin a patchwork of skin and bare muscle. In several places yellow bones stood out proudly within the splotches of bare flesh that writhed as his body flexed from one position to the next, never stopping, never resting, never concerned for his own health. There was just one thing that mattered, and that was mastering these chains. Uzumaki Mido had been the first to use such chains and was famed for having bound the Kyuubi no Kitsune with them after Uchiha Madara summoned the Biju at the Valley of the End. She never used many at a time, but those she did use were nigh unbreakable and could exert enough force to crush a mountain. She was not to be trifled with. Over a lifetime she mastered the chains, using them whenever possible. She eventually had enough control over them that she wouldn't have needed to move her flesh ever again in her life. Truly a sign of one well versed with their technique. Kushina Uzumaki was taught the chakra chain technique by an aged Uzumaki Mido not long before the woman's death. She, like Mido, reached a very high level of mastery over the chains. Unlike Mido's, however, Kushina's chains were fast and numerous to complement her swordsmanship. The Uzumaki clan were well known for their skill with blades, and Kushina had taken a liking to them like many clan members before her. Preferring it to her chains, she used them to supplement her style, making her a terribly dangerous foe to face on the field of battle. As her use of the chains differed greatly from that of Mido, she never obtained the same level of precision as the woman, choosing instead to swing them like swords or, as some might say, tails. Both were masters of their chosen style, but to Naruto, that wasn't enough. He could not allow his chains to just be fast or only be strong. He needed them precisely, he needed to be able to control a million just as well as he controlled one. He needed to master not a use of the chains, but the very chains themselves. He wanted to be able to use them as chains, as rope, as snakes, as anything he wished to form them into. Why did they have to be chains? Why couldn't they be plates of solidified chakra? Why did they have to come from his body? Why did they have to be pure chakra opposed to being made out of a readily available element, such as wind or earth? He would master these chains in ways that his predecessors couldn't even fathom, or he would kill himself trying. As chains around him began to disperse in blue mist and his chakra reserves began to scrape the bottom, he grit his teeth and formed more, biting down harder every time they tore through his flesh. It was a glaring mark of how far he had to go to master this technique to the degree he sought. Chains around him of all sizes tore through air and dirt alike, spearing trees and swiping through bushes and any animal unfortunate enough to approach these training grounds like a blade of the gods. Some danced around him like serpents, while others buried through the earth like the roots of a great tree. They clashed together, a tangle of limbs he was still learning to control, with a ring of metal on metal and a shower of purple sparks. As chain after chain destroyed its siblings, he continued to form more to take their place. His chakra was dangerously low now, so far that one might say he hadn't any chakra left, but still, he pressed forward, tearing through his skin with chains formed from chakra he did not have. He would not stop. He would not rest. He would not fail. Until his bones were ground to dust and his flesh withered away, he would continue to improve himself beyond anything anyone had ever heard of. And, when his bones were dust and his flesh had withered, he would tear himself from the grasp of the Shinigami and resume his work. He would master these terrible chains that had taken her from the world. He owed her that much. She felt another of his wounds steam shut as his body drew upon her chakra to heal itself. He was tearing himself apart with this training, and deep within her heart, she began to question whether or not she had done the right thing. He wasn't meant to react like this, he was supposed to be sad for a bit, maybe come to her seeking comfort, and then move on. He got over his family's disappearance, hadn't he? What made this situation so different? Was it simply because he knew he had been the reason for this loss? She didn't need to ask that question, she already knew the answer. She knew exactly what he felt right now, probably better than even himself. While he had to deal with a flurry of emotions and thoughts that swarmed through his head as he drowned in guilt and sorrow, she could make sense of things even he didn't realize. Every chain that tore through his flesh did so because he willed it, even if he hadn't realized it yet. He needed the pain, the punishment, to atone for his actions. His chakra responded to that need, inflicting pain on the body to match the pain in his heart. And it was all her fault. Had removing the girl been worth the pain she caused her Warden? Should her own desires cause him such agony? Never before had she cared for someone, and never could she have imagined that she might have such affection towards a human child, but he had become her world. He came to her almost every day, he spent time with her, fed her, housed her, clothed her. It was not how she was used to being treated, and she loved every moment of it, prisoner or no. If this was her sentence, she would gladly serve it forever. But then that little strumpet had to start getting close to him, started taking up his time, and occupying some of the thoughts that should have been hers. She couldn't stand it. When the opportunity to take back what was hers revealed itself, she hadn't hesitated to take it. The cost was proving to be more than she could have ever predicted. Why couldn't he see that this was a good thing? He didn't need to waste his precious time on such a woman when she was here for him, willing to do whatever it took to make him happy. But no, he had to get close to the prostitute, so close that by trying to help him, she had ended up hurting her precious Warden. It only increased the hate she felt for the damn Yamanaka whore. She hated to see him suffer, but this suffering had been necessary, he'd cease soon enough. Before long he would realize that he was better off without the girl. He would move on with his life and come to thank her for what she had done. She could only fantasize about how he might reward her. The sun had hidden itself from the world 2 hours prior, and yet he was still going at it as if he had just started. Kat had to hand it to the Uzumaki clan, their stamina and determination was inhuman. She was honestly a bit envious. She couldn't even begin to list all the things she could do with that sort of drive and the energy to follow through. It was insane. Of course, seeing as she didn't have that kind of stamina, it was probably time to call it a night. Sure, Hiruzen had wanted her to watch him, but he also wanted a report. If she stopped by his office to inform him, then the search for Naruto could be called off, and other Anbu could be assigned to watch over this incredibly long training session of his. Giving one last look to check for any issues other than the fact that his blood was coating the ground around him and his skin was shredded as it desperately clung to his flesh, she dashed off to report to the Hokage as quickly as possible. Maybe she could get a medic assigned to watch him. Tsunade had been back for 2 years now, and while she might be against spending her time babysitting a young man who seemed intent to kill himself training, her apprentice might appreciate having something to occupy her time now that she wasn't spending it keeping her master out of trouble. It took only a few minutes to make it to the Hokage tower, and she was admitted without pause. The Hokage must have informed everyone there about the importance her mission held to him. "Hokage-sama," Kat reporting in. He seemed pleased to see her, having most likely been eagerly awaiting word on the boy he had always seen as a grandson. "Ah, Kat, am I to assume due to the time of your report that you managed to locate young Naruto?" "I did, Hokage-sama," she answered. She volunteered nothing else, waiting to see what it was her leader deemed the most important piece of information. Did he want his location? His well-being? What he had been doing? She'd let the old Sarutobi ask the questions that had been burning in him all day. "I see, and how is he doing?" Well-being it was, then. In that case, she'd keep it simple and blunt. "He's tearing himself up, sir." "I see, I knew there must have been more to what Inoichi had told me. He could probably use some familiar company right now, I should see who I can find that can help him deal with this." "With all due respect, Hokage-sama, I believe you misunderstood. I was being quite literal when I said he was tearing himself up. He seems intent on training until he collapses. Seeing as he's in Uzumaki, that's quite a bit longer than he should be allowed to." The Cage looked concerned by her report, but after thinking it over a few more moments, he seemed even more alarmed than before. "The way you said that, you don't mean to tell me he's still at it, do you?" She gave him a stiff nod in the affirmative. "As of 5 minutes ago he was still training, yes." Hiruzen looked furious. "And you left him there alone?" Despite his rage, Kat stood calm, responding in the same professional voice all Anbu had learned to use in the face of an angered god. "I do not have advanced enough knowledge and medical techniques to be of any use to him in his current condition. I thought it better to report the situation to you so that the search for him might be called off and someone with the proper skills might be assigned to watch over him as he trains. Sufficiently calm, Hiruzen took a deep breath and leaned back into his chair. I see. Good work, Cat. Now, you mentioned training, what exactly is he doing? He seems to be attempting to improve his ability to use chakra chains. The field will need to be redone when he's finished, but he seems to be doing as much damage to himself as he is to his surroundings. Approaching him would be unwise, as he's currently attempting to control multiple chains individually. Giving him a single point to focus on will probably result in being ripped to shreds. The Hokage seemed disturbed by that news, probably thinking about the girl that had been given to Inoichi by the boy. The wound she had could easily be attributed to a host of chains tearing through her venerable flesh. It was not a pleasant thought. Or a pleasant way to die. Thank you, Cat. You are dismissed. Giving a bow, she left the office. Her duty was done, now it was up to someone else to watch over the boy until he grew tired of bleeding everywhere. After that, maybe she could have a chat with him about a problem she spotted in his technique. As it was, he had entirely too many openings. She'd have to fix that. It had been a week and finally the skies could hold it in no longer. Great tears of the heavens crashed down upon the earth, heavy with sorrow. It was fitting then that the Yamanaka had decided on this day for her funeral. She may have left the clan to make a life for herself, but the bonds of blood were stronger than that. She'd be buried with her kin just as if she had remained in the clan and had worked hard to bring it to glory. It was a simple ceremony. When your clan is famous for its skill with the mind, you don't need some great event to remember the passing of a clan member. Those memories could be accessed anytime and even shared between people. There would be plenty of time to grieve in private for those that chose to do so. Those that didn't would probably just push the memory away, not desiring to be reminded of those that had been lost. It was the way of the Yamanaka. Two men brought the cylindrical casket to the grave and it was lowered slowly. The rain had not let up and those present strained their ears to hear the priest speak, after which the grave was filled. It was Inoichi himself who struck the simple wooden grave marker into the ground, giving a few parting words as head of the clan. He welcomed her back before wishing her good fortune on her way to the next life. As the crowd dispersed, he approached the grave, aware of the gaze of the only remaining Yamanaka. Perhaps Inoichi could make out his identity in this rain, maybe he couldn't. It really didn't matter. Dipping his bandaged hand into his bag, he withdrew one of Madara's 10 bottles of wine. Taking a single sip for himself, he poured the rest of it onto the freshly disturbed soil. Placing the empty bottle down by the grave marker, he took a step back, ignoring the rain that crashed upon him. This was all his fault, but for the life of him he couldn't think of a proper way to atone for his actions. Rain soaked through his clothing, reminding him of the blood that had stained him red oh so recently. As lightning flashed in the distance, he saw glowing chains that streaked through the air. Blue. Purple. Red. The red chains snaked through the air as if they were self-aware, striking out at a target that should have never been a victim to such monsters. Lightning flashed again, filling his vision with a bright red glow. But this time, he was not in that alley and there was no Tatsuki. No, he lay sprawled on the floor, clutching at his arm, after an explosion of red chakra had burst from the Uzumaki compound. The chakra, it looked so much like his chains, but that chakra. His heart froze. No, it couldn't have been. He didn't want to believe it. It began beating again. It had to be, every part of his being was screaming this truth at him. Molten fury pumped through his heart and burned his veins. Under his soaked clothing, the seal on his right arm began to burn an angry red, clearly visible through the fabric. He still didn't know what it did, but it had glowed that night too, hadn't it? Infused with the chakra of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, it had established the connection between him and the seal on his sister. It still contained that accursed red chakra. And its source, was why he had lost control. She was why he had lost control. His anger skyrocketed and a red haze came into existence around his arm as the chakra of the Kyuubi reacted to his emotions. Clenching his fists until they bled, he spared one last look at the Yamanaka staring at him, unaware of the way his purple eyes glowed angrily in the darkness, before he dashed away. He had to know. Now. The double doors didn't open gently this time, blown off their hinges at his passing. With every step he took, the black marble floor cracked and shattered. Every lantern he passed lost its sickly green light and plunged the world deeper into darkness. She was sitting at the end of the table, as usual, and didn't seem concerned with the violence that followed in his wake. His steps were swift and within moments her throat was in his hands, pressed tightly to the chair she sat in. You're pretty forceful today, Warden, I like it. His grip tightened. Leaning in, he hissed a single, venomous question. What? Do you think so? She just grinned, as if this was one big game. You know exactly what I did, Warden, I got rid of that damn whore for you. Was that pride he heard? She was proud of what she had done. His grip tightened even further, completely cutting off all air. How could she be happy with what she had done, with what she had stolen from him? Did she not know how much Tatsuki had meant to him? His first friend was gone, and she was fucking proud that she was the reason. Why? He demanded. Why would you take her from me? He released his grip enough for her to take gasping breaths under his burning gaze. Because, Mito finally answered. You're mine. His blood boiled. Hers. She thought he was hers, he did not answer to her, she had no power over his choices. What gave her the right to declare him hers and dictate who he was allowed to spend time with? He had once been proud to think of her of his own, now that same thought just left a bad taste in his mouth. He let a growl slip past snarling lips, looking very much like the wolf he was so often likened unto. I answer to one man, and you are not he. One? She questioned with a raised brow. I thought it was two. It was, but then one of them lost my trust. He threw her through the chair, sending her to land sprawled over the stairs that led to her personal chambers. Just like you. He made no effort to disguise the disgust in his voice. He turned to leave as she began to push herself up, a growl of her own escaping her throat. Your trust. I lost your trust. You're the one who left me in here alone in favor of that slut. She spat at him, eyes glowing red in fury. He turned and made to say something but was cut off as she continued. Every day I was here for you, ready to do anything to make you happy, but that wasn't good enough for you, was it? No, you had to have another, had to spend your time with her because you knew I wasn't going anywhere. Faint traces of red chakra became visible, flowing towards her from deep within his side of this seascape. Fine, if you want her, you can have her. Maybe while you sit before her grave you'll realize what you've taken for granted, but when you come back to me begging don't expect me to care. The tendrils of chakra increased in size and speed, rushing out from his seal and into his sisters. The golden band that represented the gate that caged her began to shimmer, and Naruto was quick to step onto his side. He did so not a moment too soon as the gate reverted to its original form. Staring at her between the bars, his last glimpse of her was her snarling face, and her last words echoed within his heart. You don't deserve me in your life, she hissed. You don't deserve anyone. And his seascape crumbled. The rain greeted him again, along with a familiar ache in his heart. Collapsing onto his knees into the wet soil of the forest floor, he punched the earth with all his might. He heard the familiar snap of bone, but could not bring himself to care. Her words hurt far more than his flesh ever could. His tears were lost to the rain. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.